Hey friends, hope you're all doing well. We're doing okay too, just really tired since we've been working non-stop. We wanted to answer a question many of you ask: how does our publishing process work? Most of our audiobooks are first posted on Patreon as paid content. They stay behind a paywall for a few months. After that, they become free to access on Patreon forever. Then, a few weeks later, we upload them to other platforms like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, our community hasn't been growing much, and we could really use your help. Please share our site in your Facebook groups, Discord servers, Reddit threads, Twitter, X, or with any friends who might be interested. Every little bit helps and we really appreciate it. Thanks a lot for being with us and supporting what we do, as tier skills probably wouldn't be that basic, but there was still a chance it might be something not very useful. So in those 2 minutes while waiting for the ribbon to activate, Zhang Yi was pretty nervous. Meanwhile, his replica number 2 continued dealing with Lin Jing and Duing. Everything had already been settled in the contract, so the two simply reminded him to act quickly. They added Zhang Yi as a friend via survival jade token to stay in contact, then left his room. The two of them headed straight back to the rooftop of apartment 9999. But the moment they arrived, they bumped into a poor sap crossing over from another apartment. Wang Fan's eyes suddenly widened, and he quickly checked the member list in the apartment group chat. Then leaned over to whisper in Lin Jing's ear, "Li Alien, level 8. Lin Jing instinctively frowned but hadn't even had time to say anything before. That poor sap swaggered over with a cocky grin and said to the two of them, "What are you whispering about behind Grandpa's back, huh? If you're trying to find my name on a member list, you might as well just check the apartment ranking board. I'm right at the top." Halfway through his sentence, his expression suddenly changed. That arrogant attitude instantly vanished, replaced by sheer terror. He even blurted out, "Holy shit? Lin Jing. And wait. Zhang Wenhan, Li Junqi, and Shabo too? What the HLL? What the hell is this? Aren't these guys all top dogs from the War God ranking? And what's up with this ranking board? Everyone's level 10. No. Wait, after me there's that level 8 Wan Xin, and then level 3 Zhang Yi." By now, Li Alien, already shaken to the core by the stacked lineup of apartment 9999, slowly turned back toward the two people he'd just been trash-talking. He couldn't help but gulp hard, then stammered, "You two. You're not Wan Xin and Zhang Yi, the ones at the bottom of the rankings, right? Right? Right?" Li Alien was frantically praying in his heart, "Please, I'm begging you. Please let the two of you be Wan Xin and Zhang Yi. I've just taken my first step on the road to godhood. I can't just randomly jump into a lucky numbered apartment for fun and get myself killed, right?" Lin Jing's frown twitched slightly. He'd already figured it out. This guy was just an unlucky fool who blindly crossed into another apartment. Among ordinary players, his strength could be considered top tier. But among the top tier players of apartment 9999, he was firmly at the bottom. Lin Jing couldn't be bothered with someone like that and was about to take him out. But Tuang grabbed his arm and said in a low voice, "Taking out a cross-apartment player right now might make Zhang Yi suspicious." Lin Jing had indeed come into contact with the Duo organization through a previous cross-apartment move. Feeling guilty himself, he agreed with Uang's reasoning. They'd just left Zhang Yi's place, and if they killed a cross-apartment player immediately afterward, it might make Zhang Yi suspicious. And this Li Alien? He was obviously just a comic relief character. As long as he posted something in the group chat and gave away a bit of info, Zhang Yi would quickly realize this clown had nothing to do with them and was just an unlucky guy who stumbled into apartment 9999. With that thought, Lin Jing decided not to act. But Li Alien had no idea what these two were whispering about. He figured the odds of these two being weaker than him, like Wan Xin and Zhang Yi, were just too low. And besides, he'd heard the names Wan Xin and Zhang Yi before. Wan Xin used to be ranked 96th on the War God ranking before being replaced by Zhang Yi. Even though everyone knew their match was rigged, Wan Xin's earlier ranking was likely real. So, being the same level 8, Wan Xin would still be stronger than him. Li Alien quickly grasped the reality and began backing toward the console, changing his attitude like a Szechuan opera face change, and nervously stammered, "No need to say anything, masters. I'll show myself out. I'll leave. No need to see me off, really." As he turned to flee across apartments. That lack of information drop would still raise Zhang Yi's suspicion. Naturally, Lin Jing and Duang couldn't let him leave just like that. Wang flashed in front of him, blocking his way with an easygoing smile. "What's the rush, bro? We're not monsters or anything." Li Alien was exactly the kind of guy who bullied the weak and feared the strong. In his mind, in a place like the Doomsday apartment, Strong players had to flex on the weak. If these two were stronger than him, how could they not be monsters? Blocking him like this. It had to be for his money or his life. But now that he was trapped, he couldn't run. What to do? What to do? Li Alien was panicking inside. Uang more or less guessed what he was thinking and said with a smile, "Relax, we're not here to rob you or kill you. I'm just about to leave apartment 9999 and want to ask you to take care of something for me while I'm gone." At those words, Li Alien finally relaxed a little. If it was just an errand, then maybe he still had a chance to live. After a moment of silence, he stiffened his neck and asked, "What do you want me to do? I'm probably bottom tier in this apartment, right?" Uang grinned easily. "I've got a friend named Wanzin. The second to last guy on the level ranking. I want you to keep an eye on him. See if he does anything unusual. Especially if he leaves apartment 9999, let me know. That. If it was just surveillance." Li Alien still hesitated, Before he could finish, Lin Jing stepped forward. "No but. You don't have a choice." His aura intensified, and a single glance from him was enough to make Li Alien feel like he was facing death itself. After playing the bad cop, Uang switched to good cop and gave Li Alien more details. Then used an item to bind him to the task. Only then did the two of them leave the apartment, leaving Li Alien alone on the rooftop, ready to cry. Fuck. If I'd known, I never would have crossed apartments. Not only did I waste survival points for nothing, I walked right into a den of wolves. But fortunately, Li Alien soon discovered. Though the big shots in the group were all teasing him and probing his background, none of them seemed to harbor lethal intent. Maybe it was because they weren't sure how strong he was, and didn't want to make the first move and risk backlash. These top-tier players were actually more cautious than someone like him, a semi-competent strong player. With that in mind, Li Alien felt more and more like he'd been acting like a nouveau riche idiot earlier. Thinking he was invincible with just a little bit of power. He gave himself a good internal scolding, then continued lurking in the group chat, quietly observing, while thinking about how to respond to these big shots. So many of them. If only he could latch onto one as a patron. As for this cross-apartment player, Zhang Yi naturally noticed him as well. But at the moment, his main focus was on his main body. To be exact, all of his replicas were completely shocked by the trial S-tier skill. 2 minutes after activation, Zhang Yi's main body felt the ribbon seemingly merge into his brain. And on his data panel, a new S-tier skill appeared. Soul Link, S-tier, 1 hour 59 minutes, and the skill's effects made his eyes go wide. Effect 1, I am my replicas. There is no distinction between the main body and all replicas linked by soul. The main body is the replicas are the main body. Any skill used on a replica will also apply to the main body. All skills of the main body can be directly used by replicas. Effect 2, Shared Life, as long as one replica remains, the main body cannot die permanently. As long as the main body is alive, no replica can die permanently. If either a replica or the main body dies, but not all are dead, the dead portion enters soul form cooldown and revives after 24 hours. Chapter 115 Entering the Personal Instance. This S-tier skill. At first glance, its effects were absolutely insane. Basically, as long as one replica remained alive, Zhang Yi couldn't die. And once he truly had infinite replication, he'd practically have an immortal body. And not just that. Not only would he not die, all of his replicas could also be revived. Meaning, there would be no losses. And if anyone wanted to truly kill him, they'd have to wipe out him and all his replicas within 24 hours. But here's the key, Zhang Yi's replicas could also be blackened replicas. Even if, in the future, the fact that he had replicas got exposed, what would most likely be exposed would only be Zhang Yi. Others wouldn't know that Kuxing and Huangbo were also his replicas. And in the future, there could be countless replicas with different appearances and names, hidden among the crowd. As long as even one replica remained hidden, he would never truly die. This S-tier skill was definitely a god-tier life-saving ability. And the more replicas he had, the stronger its protective effect. Zhang Yi couldn't help but think. Since replicas could be revived anyway, what if he went and killed his light-type replica now? Could he both preserve the light-type replica and get the kill on sight or a reward? But that was just a fleeting thought. In the next instant, a bucket of cold water drenched him. Because he quickly realized. This S-tier skill could only be used for 2 hours right now. And the replica revival happened after 24 hours. After 2 hours, the skill would be gone. How would the replicas revive then? Unless, within those 2 hours, he could turn this trial skill into a permanent, fully comprehended skill. But that was way too difficult. And more importantly, way too uncertain. He couldn't possibly risk his life for a skill he might not even be able to learn. So that meant Effect 2, shared life of this S-tier skill, due to the 2-hour time limit, was basically useless. What the fuck? This trial S-tier skill. Was it just a waste? All that excitement for nothing? Zhang Yi was originally bitterly disappointed. But when all of his replicas experienced Effect 1, I am my replicas, he was shocked. I am my replicas had one main function. It erased the line between main body and replicas. Before, replica fusion, replica swap, and even the replica shared space could only be used by replicas. The main body couldn't switch positions directly with replicas. Back when the main body went to the ruins of the white-clad woman's apartment, he had to be escorted there by the blackened replica. And even during that one trip, the main body went missing. But now, with this S-tier skill, it was a different story. He could directly swap between the main body and replicas. The main body's survival and mobility became much more powerful. Another benefit. Before, replica fusion and similar skills could only be used by the main body. And when the main body went missing, all the replicas were unable to use replica fusion. It was like they were standalone units with no core. Now, it was different. Each replica could use the main body's skills. If the main body went missing again, replicas could still use replica fusion and other main body skills. That's what the effect meant on paper. When Zhang Yi first saw it, he didn't think much. Just that using replica skills would become easier. However, once all his replicas actually experienced this I am my replicas effect, he suddenly realized this effect might be more insane than he thought. First of all, it really was true that all replicas could use replica fusion and similar skills. And the cooldowns for each replica using the skill were calculated separately. You had to know. The biggest drawback of replica fusion was its cooldown. If he hadn't gotten the replica reflection mirror by accident, he wouldn't have been able to take off like he had. He might still be sending replicas out to do grunt work, relying on numbers for petty labor. But now, even without the replica reflection mirror, the cooldown problem was eased. And the more replicas he had, the less of a problem cooldowns would be. Besides that, still talking about replica fusion. Before, the max was fusing 3 replicas. But now, through simultaneous skill use across multiple replicas, he could achieve fusion beyond 3 replicas. That meant, if all replicas used the skill together, the effect could stack. Of course, he only had 6 replicas now. So stacking just meant all 6 fusing together. Not 3 into 6 equals 18. Because even with stacking, a fused replica couldn't be fused again. But being able to fuse all replicas at once through stacked skill usage was already a killer trump card. And beyond those 2 improvements in skill usage, what truly shocked Zhang Yi was this skill came with a hidden effect. Previously, to create a new replica, he had to give survival points to the main body. Only the main body could generate them. But now, with no distinction between main body and replica, his light-type replica, which held dozens of survival points, could now create new replicas directly. From now on, creating new replicas would be so much more convenient. No need to return to the main body's apartment. And beyond all that, an absurd thought popped into Zhang Yi's mind. If the effects of the main body's X-tier ability were also passed down to all replicas, then his X-tier ability didn't just let him generate replicas using survival points. It also let him generate 1 free replica every day. If that effect was also synced across all replicas, then after midnight each day, wouldn't his replica count double? Every day, double the replicas. That's exponential growth. An explosion curve. If that were the case, given enough time, his replicas would flood the entire Doomsday apartment. That's terrifying. Even Zhang Yi admired himself. What an imagination. But still, from his perspective, even those NPCs who just looked like him were treated as his replicas. Then wouldn't doubling his replicas every day be totally justified? After all, that would be worthy of the infinite in infinite replication. Right now, with just 6 replicas, what's infinite about that? But then, following this daily doubling logic, he suddenly thought of one critical point. The effect of infinite replication said 1 replica was created each day. Not every 24 hours. So far, while in the beginner apartment, this hadn't been a problem. But what about when he got to the Doomsday apartment? According to what Tuang had revealed, the Doomsday apartment also lasted for 11 days before destruction. And a single day in there was extremely long. He hadn't paid much attention to that before. After all, +1 replica per day and 2 replicas per day were worlds apart. With +1 per day, he didn't care much about how long a day was. But with 2 per day, then day became critical. If he only went through 1 beginner apartment and 1 Doomsday apartment, that would be, at most, 20 days. No way. To increase the number of days, he'd be better off looping through the beginner apartment indefinitely. That way, the more days he experienced, the more replicas he'd have. But just as he thought that, Zhang Yi suddenly had a vague feeling that because of his unique condition, he might not even be able to loop in the beginner apartment. Of course, maybe he was overthinking it. Maybe this S-tier skill wasn't as ridiculous as letting every replica generate a new replica each day. And even if he was right, this skill only lasted 2 hours. It wouldn't even make it to tomorrow. 2 hours wasn't much time. And the matter of the personal instance had been delayed far too long. His personal instance was indeed the highest level of difficulty. But only relative to other personal instances. Compared to many secret realms, personal instances were much easier. Zhang Yi didn't dwell on it anymore. He immediately swapped replica number 5, the dark-type replica, with replica number 1 from room 2025, the trash one. Then, using the dark-type replica, he found the hidden panel in the storage room. This time, no 6-pointed star sigil appeared behind the hidden panel. Just like before. Once the knocking stopped, the sigil vanished. Without overthinking it, replica number 5's finger pressed where the sigil had once been. But this time, nothing happened. What the hell? Could this not be the portal to the personal instance after all? No way. He clearly remembered that the knocking had come from this very spot. Could it be that he could only activate the personal instance when the knocking happened? That didn't make sense either. He'd asked Wanzin before, and he hadn't mentioned such a condition. And if there was some special restriction even Wanzin didn't know about, then maybe it had to do with Zhang Yi's special case. His thoughts turned, and he suddenly had a hunch. Maybe this personal instance had to be entered by his main body personally. His fellow light-type player had mentioned before. A personal instance was inherently aligned with the individual. For instance, the light-type player's personal instance would definitely be a light element environment. Back then, he had already considered that, given his unique situation, his personal instance might also be unique. Following that logic, sending a replica into the personal instance seemed inappropriate. Even though, under the S-tier skill, his main body and replicas were considered the same. His true core was still the main body. Replicas could share the main body's skills and ability effects. But only the main body could probably comprehend skills related to infinite replication. And only the main body could fully represent him. With that in mind, Zhang Yi swapped the main body back in place of replica number 5. And the moment the main body entered the storage room, that faint feeling of being summoned intensified. Even though there wasn't any knocking sound now, it felt like something was knocking on the door to his soul. A strange sensation, one that made Zhang Yi even more convinced. This personal instance really had to be tackled by him, personally. Holding his breath and focusing, Zhang Yi slowly placed his palm on the spot where the hidden panel had been. And just then, the panel seemed to be knocked on again, ever so faintly. And the 6-pointed star sigil that replica number 1 had seen earlier reappeared on the panel. The next second, Zhang Yi's main body abruptly vanished from the storage room. And almost at that exact moment, all 6 replicas lost their connection to the main body once more. That's right, the main body was missing again. Even though this was the second time, and there was a clear reason for it. That the main body had most likely entered the personal instance. The 6 replicas, previously calm and composed, instantly tensed up. Because the main body was Zhang Yi's foundation. It absolutely could not be harmed. The moment the main body disappeared, the replicas acted like they had anxiety attacks. Nervous, on edge, unable to sit still. Especially replica number 6 in the Void Mirror Palace, who wanted to rush back to apartment 1010 and bomb it just in case the main body had fallen into another illusion. And right now, inside the personal instance, Zhang Yi's main body really was starting to wonder. Had he been dragged into yet another illusion? Because the moment he entered, before he could react at all, he heard panicked screams and chaotic chatter. Murder. Help. Woo woo woo. Teacher Zhu. WH with the HLL? That's Zhang Yi from class 1. Zhang Yi killed Teacher Zhu? Holy shit? Is this for real? Move, move. Fuck. It's true. Are you all brain dead? Call the other teachers. Call 120 for an ambulance, call the police. Hurry. Teacher Zhu from next door is coming. Everyone, make way. As the shouting continued, the crowd blocking the classroom doors finally parted. And inside the classroom, Zhang Yi stood there utterly baffled. Because the scene actually continued from his previous illusion. Teacher Zhu was lying in a pool of blood. The students' test papers were all soaked red with it. And he, Zhang Yi, the killer, was standing blatantly next to the corpse. Was it a continuation of that illusion cast by some mysterious big shot targeting him? No. Zhang Yi had experienced 2 illusions already. He knew. What he was experiencing now felt too real. It was like the students outside, and this world, all truly existed. And in the previous illusion, his memories had been altered. But now, he remembered everything. The Doomsday apartment, the personal instance, all of his replicas. He could even see his data panel as a player. Wait. Data panel? Looking at it, Zhang Yi suddenly realized. His panel showed 1 survival point. Logically, his main body should have 0 survival points. So, did killing Teacher Zhu give him that point? Which meant he could create a new replica right now. Also, with the strength displayed on his panel, facing defenseless classmates and teachers, he could probably wipe them out with ease. And if he did, would their deaths also convert into survival points? In that moment, countless thoughts flashed through Zhang Yi's mind. At the same time, he had a faint realization. He was probably undergoing some kind of trial inside his personal instance. But what was the standard to clear it? Kill everyone? Or was he supposed to uncover something? The current situation was chaotic, and everything was unclear. And the teacher who had entered clearly wanted to subdue him. Zhang Yi didn't dare act rashly. He just leapt out the window and escaped. Chapter 116, Second Test, Prison. Don't even mention that the classroom test site was on the 1st floor. Even if it were on the 3rd floor, with Zhang Yi's attributes, jumping out the window wouldn't be a problem. However, the moment he jumped, he clearly felt a bizarre and strange sense of fear. And that feeling was oddly familiar. Back at the ruins of the white-clad woman's apartment, he had tried to explore the surrounding mist. And when his replica got close to the mist, he felt this same bizarre and strange fear. Zhang Yi didn't have time to think further before the scene around him changed. At the same time, a prompt echoed in his mind. Congratulations on completing your exclusive first test, classroom. Time taken, 48 seconds. Test reward, 1 survival point. Test rating, D. Congratulations. You've received a reward, a bronze treasure chest. Keep up the good work and keep striving, huh? No way? WTF? That's it, I passed? That simple? If that's the case, leaving the classroom was the way to clear the first test, classroom. However, while inspecting the new environment and reviewing the prompt, Zhang Yi couldn't feel happy at all. Because he realized, first test, classroom, was most likely a pure bonus round. The correct way to clear it should have been to stay in the classroom and rack up as many survival points as possible. But he left the classroom right away without figuring things out first. As a result, he only got 1 survival point, and a D rating for the first test. DMN it. That's a total ripoff. Can he restart? Zhang Yi felt helpless and speechless inside. At the same time, a question popped up in his mind. Why did the test content line up with the previous illusion? If he hadn't experienced that illusion before, would the test still have been like this? But then again, the previous illusion was also modeled after his real-life test site. So, is the setup of the exclusive personal instance based on personal circumstances? Zhang Yi couldn't figure it out, and the first test was already over. There was no going back. No matter how speechless or regretful he felt, all he could do was look forward. His attention quickly shifted to the second test. Like the first one, the second test came with no prompts. But based on his experience, the goal this time should also be to escape the enclosed space. Yeah, enclosed space. He was in a roughly 33x3 cubic sealed room. About the size of a small bedroom in a regular home. But all 6 surfaces of the space were black, with no windows or doors. Only the wall behind him had a light screen. That light screen was the only source of illumination in this dark space. Last time, he missed out on tons of rewards due to hesitation. This time, Zhang Yi immediately walked over to check the screen. What he saw was just a few lines of information. Prison ID, 2025, criminal, Zhang Yi, crime, intentional murder, sentence, death with reprieve, countdown, 480 days, so. First test was the classroom, second test is a prison? He could leave the classroom easily. But this prison? It's sealed tight on all sides, and the flooring isn't suitable for digging a tunnel. There isn't even a toilet. How's he supposed to leave? Or maybe someone will come deliver food at certain times? Or is there a way to apply to use the bathroom? With those thoughts, Zhang Yi began to fumble and experiment with the light screen, the only thing in the room. But the screen only displayed information and had no interactive options. Zhang Yi could only study the displayed info. 2025 just happened to be his apartment number. Intentional murder probably referred to him killing Teacher Zhu in the first test. Death with reprieve, 480 days was likely the time limit for clearing the second test. But the whole beginner apartment only lasts 10 days, and this second test gives him a whopping 480 days? Must be that time flows differently in the test instance than in the apartment? 480. His first test took exactly 48 seconds. So maybe, the faster you clear the first test, the more time you get in the second? Probably also tied to the number of kills? So even though his first test rating was low, he still earned more time for this one? And then, looking at the countdown, 480 days on the screen, Zhang Yi suddenly thought. His ability was that besides survival points, he could generate one new replica per day. So over this 480-day countdown, could he generate new replicas as the days passed? Even the S-tier skill, Soul Link, was showing on his data panel now. So could he use this countdown to test that crazy theory of his? See if his replicas could also generate new replicas each day? With that in mind, Zhang Yi immediately used the survival point he earned from the first test. Soon, a new blackened replica appeared in the sealed space. Lingu, level 0, stamina 1.2, energy 1.6, combat power 0.8, survival points 0, ability, vision enhancement, F. Seriously? That's it? What the hell? What's this replica even good for? Too lonely to serve time alone, so now he's got a chat buddy? But the problem is, this guy is basically him. Talking to himself. How is that different from just monologuing? Zhang Yi was instantly speechless, but quickly put the vision-enhanced replica to work, checking for any hidden details. Meanwhile, inside the Void Mirror Palace, the light-type replica, anxious and uneasy, did something bold out of worry for the main body. Earlier, when the light-type went crazy and wrecked stuff, it was because he'd lost contact with the main body and couldn't use replica fusion. Now, although he still couldn't reach the main body, thanks to the S-tier skill, even a replica could use replica fusion. So, the replica made a bold move. First, replica number 5, the dark type, returned to room 2025's storage room. Then replica number 6, the light type, directly fused into replica number 5. Now on replica number 5's data panel, the name still read Kuxing. But in the ability section, it showed ability, dark element affinity, SS, light element affinity, SS, light and dark, two completely opposing abilities, appearing on the same data panel. Zhang Yi was sure. If anyone else saw that data panel, they'd be so shocked their jaws would drop. Even the other light types had said dark type beings couldn't awaken light type abilities. So this combo might be something only Zhang Yi could pull off. He wasn't just messing around either. The moment the fusion began, replica number 5 used shadow replica to ensure he wouldn't be detected. Then, right there in the storage room, he used Holy Purification. Holy Purification removes curses and doesn't deal damage. But to dark-type beings, it adds light curse and light scorch effects. Zhang Yi was just playing it safe. And after casting Holy Purification, nothing unusual happened in the storage room. So chances were high that the main body really had entered the exclusive instance. Still, the replicas couldn't relax. Replica number 2, who handled the duels, ignored new arrival Li Alien in apartment 9999 completely. Instead, he entered the golden tier duel machine and started redeeming various attribute fruits from the exchange list. Meanwhile, replica number 1, who'd returned to the apartment ruins, pulled out the glass bead used to contact the white-clad woman and urgently said, calling white-clad woman, calling white-clad woman. Emergency. Code red. He had just made the call when the glass bead immediately transmitted the white-clad woman's warning voice, shut up. Don't call me white-clad woman. That's unlucky. When you accepted the mission, didn't you hear my name? Of course Zhang Yi had heard it before, so he smoothly changed how he addressed her. I remember, your name is Yinsu, right? But if white is unlucky, why are you still wearing white? Soon, the voice from the glass bead came again. Not from the white-clad woman, but Yinsu, that's only in the eyes of humans, who can only perceive white. From my own perspective, I'm not wearing white at all. Not white? Then is it red or something? But now wasn't the time to discuss that. Yinsu got straight to the point, I'm busy. If you've got something urgent, speak up. Zhang Yi had contacted the white-clad woman mainly about the agreement with Uing. To have her help kill the administrator. But there were clearly some issues on Uing's side. Since Zhang Yi hadn't decided yet, he first asked the truly urgent matter, so here's the thing, Yinsu. You know about our exclusive personal instances, right? Yinsu replied in a cold, direct tone, of course I know. Personal instances are considered a kind of player benefit. Phew. Zhang Yi let out a sigh of relief, then hurried to explain, you know I'm a replica, right? And just now, my main body entered the personal instance and then lost all connection with us replicas. He hadn't even gotten to the question before. Yinsu's shocked voice came straight out of the bead, wait, your replica? Is seriously that strange? I've seen players with replica-type abilities in my own newbie apartment run. But usually, when the player enters their personal instance, the replica enters simultaneously. Yet your replica didn't go into the instance with the main body. Even the white-clad woman seemed a bit stumped by this. But soon, she analyzed it for Zhang Yi. Maybe, according to the Doomsday Apartment's criteria, you're not considered a replica but an independent entity, an independent player. Normally, killing a replica wouldn't turn survival points. But based on how the Doomsday Apartment classifies you, someone killing you might actually get survival points. As soon as she said that, Zhang Yi instantly realized. His earlier idea about killing the light-type replica for a kill on sight or a reward might actually work. But the immediate issue was still the main body. So Zhang Yi quickly added, the problem now is, my main body doesn't have much power. Without help from replicas, can he even pass the personal instance? There was a pause from the glass bead, then Yinsu spoke again, you can try having a replica attempt to enter the personal instance. Zhang Yi was about to say he had tried that before. Only the main body could go in. But on second thought, now that the main body was already inside, maybe things had changed? So, while replica number 1 said I'll try when I get the chance, on the other end, replica number 5, the dark type, ended the fusion with the light type and once again touched that hidden back panel. And this time, he actually triggered something new. From the perspective of the remaining 5 replicas, they felt. In that instant, replica number 5 also went out of contact. So that means, after the main body enters the personal instance, replicas can choose on their own whether or not to follow in? Realizing this, the remaining 5 replicas felt much more at ease. After all, replica number 5 was powerful and should be able to assist the main body to some extent, and sure enough. Once replica number 5 entered the personal instance, what he saw was the same exam classroom, with teacher Zhu's body lying in a pool of blood. Outside the classroom, the same students passing by, the noisy screaming, and the chatter. When the main body had experienced this scene, he was totally confused and at a loss. But replica number 5 was different. The moment he entered the personal instance, his memory synced with the main body's. He instantly knew the main body's rating in the first test and the experiences from the second test. He could even share the main body's vision. At the same time, the main body, who had been exploring the second test's prison, also immediately received replica number 5's memories. Learning that his replica could enter the personal instance later than the main body, Zhang Yi was instantly overjoyed. Just moments ago, he'd been regretting whether he could redo the first test. Now it was basically like the replica was redoing the first test for him. Armed with the main body's experience, replica number 5 faced the first test with calm composure. When the teacher entered the classroom trying to restrain him, the dark-type replica didn't hesitate. He raised a hand and twisted the teacher's neck. He glanced at the data panel. Sure enough, survival points +1. From the previous 1 point, now 2 points. Noticing this, Zhang Yi quickly realized. The survival points inside the personal instance likely weren't real. Because teacher Zhu's kill was counted under both the main body and replica number 5. That clearly didn't add up. So the survival points must be system-generated. Some sort of virtual score. Which meant that any replicas generated using these virtual survival points were likely virtual too. Still, these virtual points must be critical to the entire test. While thinking, the dark-type replica went ahead and twisted the neck of another teacher. Meanwhile, even louder screams echoed from outside the classroom. The students were so terrified they didn't even dare peek. They all scattered in fear. Only a few teachers, still at some distance from the back door, tried nervously and cautiously to talk him down. Farther away, some teachers were calling the police. Since completion time seemed to be part of the rating system, Zhang Yi had no patience to wait for them to enter the classroom. But he couldn't leave the classroom either. Because once he left, it would count as clearing the test. So he summoned a shadow puppet, intending to send it out to continue the slaughter. However, the shadow puppet saw no students or teachers upon leaving the classroom. Only a sea of mist. Which meant he couldn't leave the classroom to kill anyone. He had to lure them inside first. But his decisiveness in killing had already scared off the teachers and students outside. No one dared step foot into the classroom again. If anyone did show up, it'd probably be Uncle Hat. But waiting around would just waste precious time. Weighing the pros and cons, Zhang Yi decided to have replica number 5 also exit the classroom and clear the first test. But to gather more information, instead of jumping out the window, replica number 5 left through the back door. Sure enough, just like with the main body, the moment he stepped out, a prompt sounded in his mind. Chapter 117, Generating a Bunch of Replicas. Congratulations on completing your exclusive first test, classroom. Time taken, 1 minute 22 seconds. Test reward, 3 survival points. Test rating, D. Congratulations. You've received a reward, a bronze treasure chest. Keep up the good work and keep striving, alright. Even with the restart, the rating was still D, And the reward was still just a bronze treasure chest. The imagined slaughter spree and quick survival point farming just wasn't doable. Because his range of movement was restricted to the classroom. He could only lure people in and then kill them. But the classmates and teachers weren't idiots. After seeing him go nuts killing people in the classroom, none of them dared come in. And waiting for Uncle Hat? Who knows how long that would take. Plus, if he really did attack Uncle Hat, the second test might become even more brutal. Zhang Yi quickly sorted through the current situation and, from Replica Number 5's perspective, began inspecting a new prison. Yes, Replica Number 5 and the main body were not in the same prison. Even the prison ID displayed on the screen was different. Prison ID, 1808, criminal, Kuxing, crime, intentional murder, sentence, death, countdown, 8 days, damn. Just by killing 2 extra people, the sentence went from death with reprieve to outright death. And the countdown dropped from over 400 days to 8 days. So after 8 in-prison days, would he actually be executed? And when they carried out the death sentence, would it be a true erasure-type death, or would he just get pulled out of the prison and marked as having cleared it? Zhang Yi had to assume the worst. That it'd be erasure. But this Dark-type Replica Number 5 was way too valuable. He couldn't let him just die for nothing. If more trash replicas got sent in, maybe he could figure out more clues. Problem was, inside this personal instance, there was no way to contact the outside. Would the replicas outside still send more in? They probably would. The light type still had plenty of unused survival points. Before entering the personal instance, Zhang Yi's main body had already mapped out actions for several replicas. So if all went according to plan, the light type replica would soon begin generating more replicas. In the ruins of the white-clad woman's apartment, Replica Number 1 had just said he'd find a time to try. And the moment he sensed that Replica Number 5 had also entered the instance, all the replicas sprang into action. Except the ones with current tasks on hand. He could totally assign more replicas to enter the instance and support the main body. Just as he was thinking that, the glass bead in Replica Number 1's hand transmitted the white-clad woman's voice again. Alright, fine time to try it. I've got things to do. Hey, wait. Zhang Yi quickly stopped her. There's another matter. About that light-type guy. The white-clad woman paused, sounding a little surprised. You already convinced light-type to cooperate? No. Zhang Yi shook his head and hesitated. That guy's being hunted by basically everyone right now. Forget forming an alliance, I can't even meet him face to face. It's the 2 big shots from apartment 9999. They wanted me to ask you to take out the administrator of Light Type's apartment, and then seal off the place. As he said this, Zhang Yi's tone clearly revealed some guilt. Sure enough, the white-clad woman reacted sharply, with a sarcastic edge. So you're saying, you want me to actively go to Light Type's apartment, personally kill the administrator, and then get myself and that Light Type guy trapped in the same apartment? Why don't you just ask me to jump him in bed while I'm at it and throw him down for a forced romance scene? Zhang Yi thought about it, then respectfully said, if you're really that hungry. I mean, it's not impossible. Fuck off with your hungry. The white-clad woman cursed furiously. I think you're the one with a messed up head. Can't believe those words came out of your mouth. You didn't seriously agree to this crap, did you? How many benefits did they offer you? Let me tell you. Doesn't matter what they offered. Send it all back. Not even up for discussion. That tone. Stone cold and final. Zhang Yi could practically see her again, the white-clad woman at the top of the apartment, with black snakes for hair and radiating an overwhelming aura. He really hadn't expected her to react so intensely. Especially since she'd just advised him to work with Light Type to kill the apartment boss. But then again, her idea had been for him to approach Light Type. She probably would never in a million years personally interact with Light Type. Thinking this through, Zhang Yi could only respond with disappointment. Guess that means the crow egg and all that has to go back too. At this point, he really thought the deal was dead. Whether it was the crow egg or the third part of his reward, he probably wasn't getting any of it. Not that it mattered. Huang and Lin Jing were clearly hiding something fishy anyway. Giving up on the whole thing might not be a bad outcome. What he didn't expect was, just as he was ready to give up, the white-clad woman's voice changed. Wait. Did you just say crow egg? The crow is like the character for crow, and the do is like in do-o? Right. Zhang Yi nodded. When the glass bead stayed silent for a long moment, he cautiously asked, is there something special about this crow egg? A moment later, her voice came through again. Serious this time, to be honest, if the crow egg really ended up in my hands, it might actually be bad for you. Bad for me? Zhang Yi was a little surprised. The white-clad woman's voice quickly followed with an explanation. The reason I gave you the mission to kill the apartment boss was really out of desperation. In truth, I don't have some huge vendetta against the apartment boss. But just like killing an administrator gives you the ability to seal an apartment, killing the apartment boss grants the power to leave the beginner apartment. I've been trapped in the beginner apartment, reincarnating, for far too long. These last few cycles, I've been sensing something. Like I might not last much longer. This run, maybe the next. I might actually go down with the beginner apartment and get destroyed. So even though the odds were slim, I still gave you that mission to kill the boss. And to raise your chances of success, I've even offered to help you a little. Even more than that. I was hoping that if you got the permissions from killing the boss, you'd be willing to let me out. And haven't I treated you decently, all things considered? Zhang Yi thought, you've treated me decently? Maybe we just have very different definitions of the word decent. Then again, maybe from the white-clad woman's perspective, she really did treat him decently. She probably hadn't ever been this nice to anyone else. Zhang Yi silently complained in his heart, when the white-clad woman's voice continued, and if I can really get the crow egg, then I might not need you to kill the apartment boss. I could leave the beginner apartment another way. But since you've accepted the mission, the apartment boss has his eyes on you. So it's basically, for you, the mission still needs to be completed. But for me, now that I have a backup plan, the hope I placed on you is naturally shifting elsewhere. DMN, so that's what's going on. This is basically like parents having a second kid. Originally, Zhang Yi was the white-clad woman's only child, all hopes pinned on him. Then the crow egg came along. White-clad woman essentially had a second child and could now abandon the main account and raise the alt. Fuck. No wonder she said the crow egg's appearance was bad for him. But Zhang Yi had never really relied on her anyway. So he directly asked, so are you agreeing to their request just for the crow egg? The white-clad woman didn't answer directly but analyzed instead. Normally, a crow egg shouldn't even appear in the beginner apartment. So if it's here, it must be the work of a veteran player. And the target is most likely you. Even the part about trapping the light type might just be a diversion. Honestly, Zhang Yi had already been wary of that himself, even before she said it. But since she brought it up, Zhang Yi followed up and asked, so, you're saying you'll turn down this obviously targeting me deal? For my sake? As he spoke, Zhang Yi even felt a bit touched. Then came the white-clad woman's deadpan and cold voice from the bead, for you? Wow, aren't you full of yourself? I'm just worried this whole scheme targeting you might also end up targeting me. If things go south and I don't get the crow egg and you end up dead, then I lose everything. How the hell am I supposed to leave the beginner apartment after that? Fair enough, she did have a point. Just as Zhang Yi thought she really was about to reject the lure of the crow egg, the white-clad woman's voice came again, how about this? You pass my extra demands on to the two who approached you. First, I want to see the crow egg with my own eyes. Second, I want to know in advance which apartment administrator I'm supposed to target. If those two conditions are met, then I'll consider taking action. Alright, Zhang Yi nodded and put the glass bead away. Meanwhile, back at apartment 9999, replica number 2 had just stepped out of the golden tier duel machine. He quickly noticed. Apartment 9999 was missing quite a few powerful players. Linjing and Duang had left not long after signing the contract with him. What he hadn't expected was that even Li Junqi, Zhang Wenhan, and Shabo, 3 of the 4 heavenly kings, were no longer in 9999. There were 2 main theories being tossed around in the group chat. One was that Wang Qingzhen's death had cast a shadow over them. They feared they might end up like him, dead under mysterious circumstances. So they left 9999 to take shelter elsewhere. The other theory was that they'd gotten word from Huang Bo and left to go hunt him down. Besides those 3, several others ranked high on the war god ranking had also quietly exited. The entire apartment 9999 now felt noticeably quieter. Zhang Yi took a quick glance at the group chat, then used the contact info for Linjing and Duang saved in his survival jade token to message them. I talked to the white-clad woman. She had 2 additional requests. First, she wants to see the crow egg in advance. Second, she wants to know ahead of time which apartment administrator she'll be targeting. Neither Linjing nor Duang replied right away. In the Void Mirror Palace, where the light-type replica was, Zhang Yi stumbled across a special region. The entire Void Mirror Palace felt huge, endless hexagonal tiles spreading in all directions, as if there was no end no matter which way you walked. But somewhere in the center of this enormous space, Zhang Yi discovered. This central area didn't seem to belong to either apartment 6996 or apartment 9669. It was an independent space. In this space, he couldn't see the apartment group chat or apartment rankings. That wouldn't be good news for most players. But for him, If he generated a replica here, would it go unnoticed by the outside world? With that thought, he immediately created a new replica in this independent space. Replica number 7. Replica number 7 was about as plain as replica number 1. Ordinary face, named Zhang Hao, with the utterly basic D-tier earth element affinity. Didn't even have a single learned skill. Yep, mediocrity was the norm. Powerful replicas couldn't be forced. But it didn't matter. Zhang Yi just wanted to run a test. So replica number 7 stayed in the central independent zone of the Void Mirror Palace. The light-type replica, on the other hand, used light and shadow escape and sped toward apartment 6996. Halfway there, he noticed. Sure enough, there was no player named Zhang Hao listed among the members of apartment 6996. However, the name Huangbo quickly appeared on the 6996 members list. And soon, the group chat buzzed with messages. Huangbo. Huangbo's shown up in our apartment again. He must still be inside the Void Mirror Palace. Just left the central zone and entered the 6996 side. Damn. Huangbo disappeared again, probably went back to the central zone. Zhang Yi skimmed the chat and noticed. Apartment 6996 had a noticeably large player base. And many of them were high level. Most likely actual game players. Seems quite a few had come across apartments specifically to hunt him down. So not just Lin Jing. Plenty of other top players knew he was hiding in the Void Mirror Palace. Zhang Yi didn't pay it much mind and launched toward apartment 9669 instead. When he entered the 9669 area, the group chat and ranking board popped up again. And just like 6996, Zhang Hao didn't appear in the 9669 member list either. The ranking board was packed with strong players too. Probably more hunters coming for him. With a thought, Zhang Yi didn't turn back. He continued flying, using light and shadow escape, toward the exit of the Void Mirror Palace. Which was, in fact, room 6996 of apartment 9669. Sure enough. The whole room 6996, which should have been a normal apartment room, was now transformed into a pitch-black environment. And in the darkness, a sudden burst of light became extremely eye-catching. Right then, the entire room 6996 erupted with player shouts. Light! Light! Quick! Zhang Yi couldn't see clearly how many people were there due to the limited vision, but judging by the voices, there had to be at least a dozen. While casually casting a holy light judgment, he prepared to use light and shadow escape again to retreat into the Void Mirror Palace. But in the pitch black, he must have hit something. Suddenly a wave of dizziness struck his brain. And in the next moment, he was forced out of light and shadow escape and returned to human form. At the same time, an ecstatic voice roared by his ear, ha 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 ha. Kill on sight reward. It's mine. Mine. Chapter 118, Encountering Lu Shen again. Kill on sight reward. Yours? Zhang Yi thought to himself. I didn't even cash in the reward myself, so how could I let you have it? With his strength, handling this situation was actually very simple. Just fuse the blackened replica and replica number 3, pop a few ultimates, done. The Holy Light Judgment he just cast hadn't added even one survival point. Which meant all the players here were non-dark type. And according to Doomsday apartment mechanics, non-dark types were generally not that strong. If this were an average light type player, they might have really fallen into the trap. But Zhang Yi wasn't just any light type. He was a light type who could use dark type abilities. Even eerie abilities. If that info ever got out, it would drive nearly every dark type being into utter despair. However, at the moment, Zhang Yi wasn't confident he could insta-wipe all players in room 6996 before the secret leaked. So after weighing the pros and cons, he didn't go for a fused replica counterattack. Instead, he chose a more secure option. Replica swap. And just like that, in nearly an instant, replica number 6, light type, and replica number 7, the trash one, switched places. The light type replica instantly returned to the center of the Void Mirror Palace, that independent zone which belonged neither to apartment 6996 nor 9669. After all his bloody rampages, Zhang Yi had came to terms with his replicas. He used to rush to the rooftop to rescue replica number 1 when the white-clad woman trapped him. Now he understood clearly. Some trash replicas were expendable. More than that, they had to be sacrificed. Because the number of replicas his main body could manage was limited. Back when his stats were weak, even just 3 replicas had been a strain. Only after consuming a full batch of silver-tier attribute fruits and massively boosting his stats could he maintain more. So that idea of doubling replicas daily was purely theoretical. In reality, he had to factor in the main body's attributes. which meant trash replicas that drained his resources weren't worth keeping. With that thought in mind, the light-type replica pulled out the dice of fate that Chinkun had pawned off. If he could roll a crown symbol and boost his luck stat, he might be able to generate a few powerful replicas. And now, his replicas shared the main body's skills. Not just practical ones like replica fusion, but also the life-saving skill, replica substitution. Every replica had inherited it. Which meant, barring accidents, if any replica suddenly died, the weakest trash replica would take the hit thanks to replica substitution. The only concern now was the skull symbol on the dice of fate. The one that meant instant death. Was that death level covered by replica substitution? As he pondered, the light type casually generated 3 more replicas. With that, his replica count finally hit double digits, 10 total. And as expected, the 3 newly created ones were average across the board. One had a D-tier stamina boost, one had a C-tier wood element affinity. The best of the bunch had a C-tier spatial element affinity. But sadly, no skills. Wait. That's not a downside. If it were an ordinary player, lacking an initial skill would make early development extremely difficult. But Zhang Yi was no ordinary player now. Each of his replicas came with a powerful army of others to back them up. No spatial skill with a C-tier affinity? Easy. Just dump skill scrolls on him. Thanks to the nature of replica fusion, any skill one replica had was effectively usable by all. If he could roll up something like Blink or Spatial Blade with that spatial affinity, it would boost the entire replica network. And thanks to replica number 2's quick battle win yielding 12.8 billion, he had more money than he knew what to do with. So, 10 silver tier skill scrolls, plus a whopping 100 silver tier attribute fruits, all went into the replica shared space. The spatial replica didn't rush to use the skill scrolls. Instead, the light type replica carefully tossed the dice of fate into the air. But the moment he did, he suddenly got nervous. Not because he was scared of dying, but because replica number 7, now in room 6996 of apartment 9669, had just picked up new information. Based on his current strength across all replicas, if replica substitution activated, the one to die in his place would surely be replica number 7, Zhang Hao. But right now, Zhang Hao, after the replica swap, he was now standing in the pitch-black room 6996, exactly where the light type had stood. A complete trash at level 0, in a chaos-filled environment surrounded by powerhouses. He should have been killed instantly. But what surprised Zhang Yi was, in the dark room 6996, his vision was severely limited. He could hardly see anyone. Yet the players guarding the room seemed to have come prepared. They had items that allowed them to see in the dark. And so, the moment they saw him, they shouted. Wait a second. Why does Huangbo suddenly look different? No. That's not Huangbo. Check the apartment member list and ranking board. Huangbo's no longer in our apartment. He escaped? But how? The dark spirit barrier isn't as insane as the abyssal zone, but nearly all spatial abilities are disabled. How the hell did he get out? After all the shouting, room 6996 finally began to calm down. Replica number 7, meanwhile, stood in pitch black, feeling countless piercing gazes lock onto him. In this eerie silence, a cool voice finally spoke from the darkness. Zhang Hao, level 0, D-tier earth element affinity. No skills, no survival points. He's a complete trash. As that voice faded, room 6996 finally lit up. And under the identity of Zhang Hao, Zhang Yi finally got a clear view of the room. There were 8 people besides him. A middle-aged man and woman, looking like a couple. 4 young people. 3 men and 1 woman. 1 bald guy, presumably wearing a disguise mask. And a very young boy who looked like he was still in middle school. What shocked Zhang Yi was, among the 8 people, 3 were familiar faces. Among the group of 3 young men and 1 woman, one of the guys was clearly Shabo, one of the 4 heavenly kings of apartment 9999. That name was way too unique. Zhang Yi had remembered it well. Aside from that, that girl was clearly the red handkerchief woman who'd previously fought Yang Wenchao and later even challenged Lim Jing. Only now, she looked like a regular female college student, with no sign of any red handkerchief on her body. But what shocked Zhang Yi the most? Among the 3 young men, one of them was actually someone he knew, Lu Shen. That's right. The same Lu Shen who awakened a C-tier ability and learned a C-tier skill among their classmates. The one who joked in the group chat during the early days about peeing 3 meters against the wind. The same Lu Shen who was a big shot at school, nicknamed Lu God by their classmates. Zhang Yi never would have thought he'd see Lu Shen here, in room 6996 of apartment 9669, in the very team trying to surround and kill the light type. Honestly, after Xingman died, he hadn't paid much attention to what was going on in apartment 1010. He'd focused most of his energy on apartment 9999 and the dual rooms. After all, judging by how his classmates were doing, no one other than Yang Wenchao could really stir things up. And even if someone did manage to stir something up, it should have been Wang Lingaling, the one with the S-tier dark type ability. Dark type abilities were inherently stronger than non-dark ones. If Wang Lingaling had grown stronger, she definitely wouldn't be weak. But her biggest issue was that everyone in her environment was a familiar face. And she seemed to have never made up her mind to grow stronger through killing. With someone like Wang Lingaling around, even if her classmates wanted to do something crazy, they wouldn't dare. That's why Zhang Yi had concluded. In the whole of apartment 1010, aside from Yang Wenchao, none of his classmates could make big waves. But who would have thought? He'd see Lu Shen in a completely different apartment? The real kicker. How did he even cross apartments? And how did he end up mixing with a group of top players? Just going by his C-tier ability, there's no way. So, did Lu Shen also master glyph pattern abilities? No. That can't be right. If he had, he'd have become a dark type being. And earlier, Zhang Yi had used Holy Light Judgment in room 6996. If Lu Shen had really turned into a dark type being with glyph abilities, he would have been killed by that light type skill on the spot. Plus, dark type beings shouldn't be willing to corner a light type in the first place. But wait. Zhang Yi suddenly had another realization. That red handkerchief woman who had fought Lin Jing earlier. Wasn't she also a dark type being? During her fight with Lin Jing, she had indeed displayed strange and eerie techniques. And according to her own words, she'd survived the ring instance. How could she not be a dark type being? Even the blackened replica had once speculated that the red handkerchief woman was likely possessed by a powerful reincarnated Eri. In Zhang Yi's mind, there was at least a 99% chance she was a dark type being. But now she was here too? The latest intel from replica number 7 had Zhang Yi reeling internally, filled with suspicion. Still, under the watchful eyes of so many, replica number 7 didn't dare show anything. He just pressed himself tightly against a black curtain, wearing a terrified expression. Like a small fry in fear and despair before a bunch of big shots. Naturally, the powerful players noticed nothing unusual. That middle-aged couple was the first to question him. What's going on with you? Wasn't Huangbo just standing here? Why'd he suddenly turn into you? Zhang Yi had been ready to sacrifice replica number 7. But now, he wanted more intel. So Zhang Hao showed a panicked, frightened look and stammered, I don't know. I have no idea. I just ran into that Huangbo earlier. I thought I was done for, but he didn't kill me. He did something to me. I don't know what it was. And then I just suddenly appeared here. The implication of his words was obvious. The middle-aged couple quickly followed his lead and speculated, Huangbo must have used some kind of item to set an anchor on you in advance, so he could switch places in a crisis. And this switch actually bypassed the dark spirit barrier's ban on spatial teleportation. They spoke with authority. It was clear they were powerful. But Zhang Yi had a new question on his mind. Back in apartment 9999, he'd noticed. Almost all strong players in Doomsday apartments seemed young. Then he realized. People who liked games were usually younger. Middle schoolers, high schoolers, some kids who dropped out. Beyond that, it was mostly college students who had more free time. The average middle-aged demographic rarely touched these youth-targeted games. So in the newbie apartments, the players who rose quickly were almost always young. Yet now, here were a pair of very strong middle-aged players. What was their deal? As Zhang Yi pondered this, Shabo, from apartment 9999, picked up where the couple left off and said grimly, if that's true, then this is seriously bad news. That guy can turn into light. That's already trouble. Now he can switch places with someone else? Even bypassing spatial locks? Under these conditions, even sealing off the apartment might not be enough to contain him. But the couple looked calm. One of them analyzed further, that kind of broken item must be single use. He can't be swapping endlessly. Shabo let out a sigh of relief. Only to hear the couple add in a serious tone, but he might also have a one-time resurrection item. Looks like the kill-on-site reward isn't going to be easy to claim after all. All 8 of them looked grim. Then, the boy who looked like a junior high student suddenly piped up, that light-type kid's being hunted the moment he shows up. So where is he getting all these busted one-time use items? Could he have some kind of powerful backer? The way all those dark-type veterans are going after him. Is there more to this? Like, what if there are some old light-type players out there who are backing Huangbo now? Zhang Yi couldn't help but admire the kid's imagination. The rest of the group didn't immediately respond. But Lu Shen suddenly turned to look at him and casually said, "To be honest, more than Huangbo using some broken item to swap with this Zhang Hao. I actually suspect. This Zhang Hao is Huangbo. He must have used some ridiculous disguise item to mask his identity." Chapter 119, Replica Death Dam. Well played. Truly worthy of the flamboyant Lu God. He opened his mouth and dropped a bomb. And the moment that heavy hitter landed, it immediately made one of the three young men, the only one Zhang Yi didn't recognize, gaze at him with bloodshot eyes. That look. Like he wanted to tear him apart and devour him alive. The very next second, without a word, the guy made a move to execute Zhang Hao on the spot. It wasn't necessarily because he fully believed Lu Shen. But as the saying goes, better to kill 1,000 by mistake than let one slip. To them, killing Zhang Hao had no downside at all. If he really was Huangbo in disguise, they'd even get the kill on sight reward. However, even Zhang Yi himself thought this Zhang Hao replica was 100% doomed to die. But just as the young man launched a black talisman with a red death character toward Zhang Hao's face, it suddenly stopped midair. It was the middle-aged couple who intervened. The woman waved her hand, and a gust of force blew the talisman back toward her. The black paper talisman landed in her palm. At the same time, the middle-aged man beside her spoke with calm and steady tone, "The kill on sight orders detection doesn't make mistakes." If this man were really Huangbo in disguise, the order would have triggered a notification. But now, the order hasn't reacted at all. That means he's not Huangbo. The brash young man visibly deflated upon hearing that. Still, he frowned and protested, even if the order says so. What he meant, of course, was better safe than sorry. Kill him anyway. The middle-aged woman returned the black talisman to him and then looked coldly in Zhang Hao's direction, saying softly, "If it really is that 1 in a million chance that Huangbo used some god-tier disguise so strong it even fooled the kill-on-sight mechanism, then killing him now is pointless. We have to force him to show his true form, trigger the kill-on-sight response, then we can claim the reward." The brash young man finally came to his senses, murmuring in alarm, "So that means, if this guy really is Huangbo in disguise, and we kill him now, we might lose the reward entirely." Exactly. That was also why Lu Shen, despite having thought of all this, hadn't attacked Zhang Hao himself. Instead, he'd shared the idea aloud. Now that everyone had pieced it together, their looks toward Zhang Hao turned strange. Zhang Yi realized, the brash young man's voice matched the one who'd earlier shouted, "Kill on sight reward. It's mine. Mine." He also noticed that this young man seemed very familiar with Lu Shen. In fact, they even looked a bit alike. Which meant they were probably relatives? Just as Zhang Yi thought that, the young man's gaze toward him turned sinister and cruel. "So if we can't just kill this guy for that 1 in a million chance, maybe we can torture it out of him?" He stared at Zhang Yi with malicious intent, voice full of unrestrained sadism. "I've always wanted a game with brutal interrogation mechanics. Too bad the ones on the market never went that far. Well, now I get to try the real thing." This brat clearly had real power. And he was genuinely arrogant. This time, the middle-aged couple didn't stop him. Instead, the woman activated a compass in her hand. Moments later, faint sounds of electricity and flowing water filled the air. Room 6996, which had briefly been lit, plunged into darkness again. From Zhang Hao's point of view, his field of vision once more went pitch black. It was clear the middle-aged couple was being cautious, preparing for the worst, in case he really was a disguised light type. But then, in the couple's night vision perspective, they saw it clearly. This level 0 trash Zhang Hao suddenly pixelated, turned into a mosaic of blurred pixels, and within less than 0.1 seconds, vanished into thin air. The other 6 night vision equipped players also saw this. But their eyesight wasn't sharp enough to notice the pixelation effect. They just saw Zhang Hao vanish and exclaimed, "What the hell? Zhang Hao really was Huangbo in disguise? Did he escape using some god-tier ability? Where the hell is he getting all these op tools? Especially that arrogant young man." His shocked and furious voice was laced with disbelief. But then, from amidst the chaos, the middle-aged man's voice cut through the dark, firm and cold. "It wasn't an escape." "What? Not an escape? Then what was it?" "It was erasure. I saw it clearly. Just now, Zhang Hao was erased on the spot by some god-tier method." His voice was low and heavy. Under night vision, his face looked especially grim. The brash young man was stunned, eyes filled with disbelief. "Erasure? But who erased him? What about the kill on sight reward? Who does it go to?" This time, it was the sharp-eyed Lu Shen who replied quickly, "The kill on sight order is still active. Huangbo's not dead." The young man looked even more dumbfounded. The middle-aged couple echoed Lu Shen's analysis. This really is strange. Even in the whole Doomsday apartment, items with the power to erase are incredibly rare. And based on how erasure works, Zhang Hao is definitely dead. But if he is dead and a kill-on-sight order is still in effect, that proves he wasn't Huang Bo. But what doesn't make sense is, if he wasn't Huang Bo, why was he erased? Lu Shen, quick-witted, asked the middle-aged man for confirmation. Can you be certain? Erasure means guaranteed death? Could it be? No. The man cut him off firmly. Not just in the newbie apartment. In the entire Doomsday apartment, aside from the Divine Bird, no one can come back from erasure. So Zhang Hao's death is unquestionable. And since he died, but the kill-on-sight order remains, it's basically confirmed he wasn't Huang Bo. Hearing that, Lu Shen speculated further. Then I suspect Zhang Hao wasn't lying. Huang Bo really did implant some broken item on him. But that item must have had a side effect when switching positions. Zhang Hao's erasure was likely one such side effect. Huang Bo himself might be weakened right now from using it. The middle-aged couple's eyes lit up at Lu Shen's reasoning. Indeed, side effects from overpowered items were a common thing in the Doomsday apartment. And now that they thought back, before he was erased, Zhang Hao had shown zero signs he expected it. Which made sense. Because Zhang Yi himself hadn't seen it coming. The dice of fate had actually landed on the skull symbol. At that moment, the light-type replica was frozen in fear. He really felt the arrival of the Grim Reaper. Luckily, within a split second, replica substitution triggered. The one who died wasn't the light-type replica, but replica number 7. Zhang Hao. Far away in apartment 9669. The manner of death matched exactly with skull, instant death. He only experienced the terror of dying. The actual death process lasted less than 0.1 seconds, so there wasn't even much pain. Still, it was a shame. A replica had been wasted. More importantly, now that replica number 7 was gone, he'd lost his window into room 6996 completely. Who knew how those top players would interpret his sudden death? Actually, did they even realize he was dead? Maybe, since his body had vanished, they'd just assume he escaped? Didn't matter. As long as Zhang Yi never generated a new Zhang Hao, then that identity was as good as dead. The light-type replica still hoped to roll a crown from the dice of fate to create higher quality replicas. So, he threw the dice of fate once again. Meanwhile, back in apartment 1010, replica number 1 quickly opened the apartment group chat, which was made up almost entirely of his former classmates. But what he noticed was that 1010's group chat had grown eerily quiet. Occasionally, a classmate would say something. But the messages were immediately met with dead silence. After thinking for a bit, Zhang Yi guessed the reason. It was probably because Wang Lingaling, after forming her mutual aid group, had shifted communication to another platform, leaving out anyone who hadn't joined the group and no longer sharing any info with them. That was the vibe he got when Wang Lingaling first announced the formation of the mutual aid group. Zhang Yi then checked the member list. Sure enough, Lu Shen's name had gone dark. And he noticed several unfamiliar names were also grayed out. Among them, one name especially caught his eye. Lu Feng. This was very likely the brash young man from earlier. Zhang Yi didn't know much about Lu Shen's family background. He'd only heard vaguely that Lu Shen came from a well-off family. Though his clothes and behavior were pretty average, there was that one parent-teacher meeting. People said his family showed up in a luxury car. That had led to a lot of girls in school admiring Lu Shen. That was probably the real reason he became such a popular figure. Good grades, likable personality, and a mysterious but seemingly wealthy background. Of course, family status didn't mean squat in the Doomsday apartment. But in games, whales, players who drop loads of cash, usually come from well-off families. Zhang Yi had heard of people spending casually in games. Enough to buy a whole house for the average person. That Lu Feng was very likely one of those whales. Still, when did he join 1010? And why hadn't he caused a bloodbath in the apartment? Also, if Lu Shen had followed Lu Feng out of 1010, could it be that he already knew the name Zhang Yi of apartment 9999? As Zhang Yi mulled this over, he suddenly posted in the group chat, "Sister Ling? Has your mutual aid group moved to another chat? No one's been talking in here lately. At Wang Ling, I'm a member of the mutual aid group, right? Where should I go if I want to meet up with everyone now?" At Wang Ling, 2 messages in a row, tagging Wang Ling, without mentioning Lu Shen. He just implied that he wanted to rejoin the group meetup. But Wang Ling didn't respond right away. Instead, after a while, Yang Xiaoman replied, "Sister Ling is in her personal instance. Things with the mutual aid group are complicated right now. Sharing the meetup location in the group chat might not be appropriate, in other words. She was rejecting his request to rejoin. But Zhang Yi didn't give up and sent another message. If sharing the location here isn't convenient, how about we meet in the lobby on the first floor? Then you can take me to the meetup spot. Meanwhile, a few other group members also chimed in, saying they wanted to join the mutual aid group too. But Yang Xiamen didn't reply again. Not to Zhang Yi, and not to the others either. Back over in apartment 9999, replica number 2 finally received a reply from Lin Jing. The administrator we need the white-clad woman to deal with is from apartment 4444. Also, the crow egg is stored in the underground graveyard of apartment 4444, on B1. All we have is footage. Once the white-clad woman kills the 4444 administrator, she'll gain access to the graveyard and can easily retrieve the crow egg. Apartment 4444's underground graveyard. Zhang Yi had asked Wan Xin before about extreme dark-type environments. This one had come up. But now came the real issue. His light-type replica was clearly in the Void Mirror Palace, yet Lin Jing was asking to seal apartment 4444. As expected. His earlier suspicion had been spot on. Lin Jing and Duang were up to something. Zhang Yi immediately relayed these 3 messages to the white-clad woman via the glass feed. At the same time, he messaged Lin Jing, something doesn't add up here. Did you guys plant the crow egg in the underground graveyard yourselves? Lin Jing replied right away, Huang made arrangements with the 4444 administrator. The crow egg was placed in the graveyard by him. We did it as a precaution. After all, we never had the white-clad woman sign a contract with us. If she just wants to take the crow egg and not follow through, we'd lose everything, so we placed the crow egg in the underground graveyard. Only the administrator has the authority to access it. If she refuses to kill the admin and tries to use other means to get it, Huang will immediately alert the admin about the egg. At that point, if she still wants it, she'll have to kill the admin and claim the access rights. It was a fair explanation. Zhang Yi replied, hey. You guys really covered all the angles, but what a coincidence, huh? The apartment where the light type is staying just happens to have an underground graveyard, letting you use that to keep the white-clad woman from simply taking the crow egg. That line was clearly loaded with subtext. He wasn't sure whether Lin Jing would pick up on it, or choose to explain further. But then, surprisingly, Lin Jing replied a moment later, while we were chasing the light type, we ran into a player named Lu Shen. Is he one of your classmates? Chapter 120, Eye of True Sight. This was phrased as a question. But it was obvious. Since Lin Jing had taken the initiative to ask, he clearly already had the answer. Looks like he had gained some understanding of Zhang Yi's background. He probably even knew. There were 2 Zhang Yis existing simultaneously in apartment 1010 and apartment 9999. But that didn't matter. Zhang Yi didn't have the blackened replica skill early on, so the replicas he generated were bound to be exposed sooner or later. Besides, both the white-clad woman and the apartment administrator hadn't reacted much to the existence of replicas. In fact, whether it was Wang Lingling's talent skill, Wu Ying's glyph pattern ability, or items like the replica reflection mirror or phantom lantern, they all indicated that replicas weren't uncommon in the Doomsday apartment. You could even say they were quite common. Even in Zhang Yi's duel against Zhao Yudi had used a replica ability. In such an environment, Zhang Yi's replicas didn't have to stay hidden. He directly replied, whether he's my classmate or not, you've probably found out even better than I have, haven't you? Lin Jing replied again, don't worry, I mean no harm. It's just that, if you don't trust me, then maybe you'd be more willing to trust a former classmate. If you come to apartment 4444, maybe you'll get to catch up with your old classmate, and you'll also be more certain. We're not lying to you. As for your doubts about such a coincidence, like why a light type just happened to go to apartment 4444, I don't think it's a coincidence. That special numbered apartment, 4444, just happens to be better suited for light type growth. How much do you know about the airy graveyard? In the Doomsday apartment game, players usually go to the graveyard to dig up graves. Every grave mound could yield good or bad things. The good ones might give overpowered items, the bad ones might release powerful eerie beings. Ordinary players treat the graveyard as a gambling game. High risk, high reward, but for a light type, there's almost no risk. After all, no matter how strong the eerie being is, it's no match for light types, so those grave mounds, a light type can open them freely without a care. I think that might be why he ended up in apartment 4444, it all sounded logical. If Zhang Yi weren't a light type himself, and didn't know that the light type had hidden away in the Void Mirror Palace, he might have actually believed it. Of course, there were still holes in this argument. But Zhang Yi understood. If Lin Jing wasn't on his side, no amount of questioning would get anything useful. So, seemingly accepting the explanation, he replied to Lin Jing, "The white-clad woman hasn't responded to me yet." Lin Jing quickly replied, "Try to hurry. After all, the light-type player isn't under our control. The longer this drags on, the more likely things will change." Zhang Yi didn't reply again. He furrowed his brows deeply. But it wasn't because of Lin Jing's secrecy or deception. It was because, inside the Void Mirror Palace, the Dice of Fate had fallen a second time, and the symbol it landed on was still Skull. At the same time, Zhang Yi had lost another replica. Based on ability rank, it should have sacrificed the weakest D-tier replica. But the unspoken rule of replica substitution wasn't based on talent rank, but on attributes. So this time, it was the C-tier spatial affinity replica that got wiped out. Thank goodness the skill scroll hadn't been used early, or that would have been a massive loss. But rolling Skull twice in a row made Zhang Yi seriously wonder if the item itself was faulty, or if his light-type condition was somehow special. He thought for a while, then decided to try a third time. The result? Still Skull. This time, his C-tier with affinity replica was sacrificed. Of all the replicas created by his light-type, only one D-tier stamina enhancement replica survived. Because the stamina enhancement raised his stamina attribute, it ranked lower on the list of candidates for substitution. After losing 3 replicas in a row, Zhang Yi had a moment of going off the rails. It was like a desperate gambler thinking he was bound to win next round. A thought suddenly popped into his mind. That he'd definitely roll something good next time. But he quickly forced himself to calm down and decided not to be stubborn. That strange Dice of Fate was promptly returned to the replica shared space. Since he couldn't forcibly raise his luck, his light type went ahead and generated 3 more replicas. But again, 3 duds. C-tier Keen Instinct, D-tier Energy Enhancement, E-tier Combat Mastery. That C-tier Keen Instinct was at least passable. It made him more aware of danger and killing intent, even hidden gazes and the emotions within them. A kind of enhancement to combat instinct. Unfortunately, despite being C-tier, its base stats were low at level 0. It ranked high on the substitution list. Even the E-tier Combat Mastery had higher base stats. 3 more junk abilities in a row left Zhang Yi speechless. So he just went ahead and generated 10 more replicas. And finally, he got 2 decent ones. 1 A-tier Comprehension Enhancement, 1 S-tier Eye of True Sight. No need to say much about Comprehension Enhancement. His old classmate Zhao Likun had awakened a comprehension ability too, but had no skills to use. Now that Zhang Yi had this ability, any future skill scroll usage would fuse with his replica, increasing the chance of learning advanced skills. As for Eye of True Sight, it seemed like a top-tier version of the F-tier Talent Vision Enhancement. At first, Zhang Yi felt pretty disappointed. Finally got an S-tier talent, and it was just a visual enhancement type. Useless. But he quickly realized. Once this visual enhancement talent reached S-tier, it had a qualitative leap. The effect of the Eye of True Sight let him see clearly even in extreme environments. For example, in the pitch-black abyssal zone, where regular players' vision would be severely affected. With Eye of True Sight, darkness wouldn't impair his vision at all. And the skill that came with a replica of this talent let him directly access environmental data, item info, and even some hidden details. Compared to the D-tier detection that often returned results, this was on a whole other level. The key was, Zhang Yi wasn't a game player to begin with. He didn't recognize many items, and didn't understand many scenarios. Even though he later got a walkthrough from Wanzin, it was all just text. But with this Eye of True Sight, when he encountered something unfamiliar, he didn't need to ask anyone. He could rely on his insightful eye to figure it out himself. All in all, this S-tier ability didn't boost combat power, but it was incredibly practical. By now, Zhang Yi had finally surpassed 20 replicas. 6 generated by the main body, the remaining 14 all created through his light type. Among them were 2 S-tier abilities. 1 light type, 1 dark type, 3 S-tier abilities. 1 ice type, 1 hard work pays off, and 1 Eye of True Sight, 3 A-tier abilities. Besides comprehension enhancement, there was 1 earth and 1 water, both considered trash replicas by him. As for anything below A-tier, he regarded them all as trash replicas. Even if they died via replica substitution, he wouldn't feel bad. What was unfortunate was that he didn't get another spatial type replica. Of course, with the survival points held by the light type, he could do another 10 draws. But after organizing the current replica situation, one thing was very clear. Luck absolutely had a huge influence on replica generation. No doubt about it. First of all, the 2 S-tier abilities had only been generated under the lucky bonus effect of the Dice of Fate. Second, The reason his S tier count was on par with his A tiers was because 2 of those S tiers were also rolled during lucky boosts. So rather than generating a bunch of useless trash replicas under normal conditions, he'd rather wait and do another mass generation under a luck boost to get stronger ones. And so, the replica generation effort paused for now. Zhang Yi began planning how to allocate his replicas. First, the main bodies, personal instance. He'd only feel safe sending in a few more replicas. Second, the various apartments. His ultimate goal was to place a replica in every one of the 9,999 apartments. That way, he'd have a grasp on the overall situation of the beginner apartment. And with replica swap, he could travel freely between apartments without loss. Of course, his current number of replicas was far from 9,999. For now, he couldn't implement a full layout. He'd have to focus on a few key apartments. The first ones worthy of attention were the 2 flanking the Void Mirror Palace, apartments 6,996 and 9,669. Conveniently, both were in chaotic periods, so player activity in and out wouldn't be suspicious. Plus, the special environment of the Void Mirror Palace could serve as a kind of cover. So, his light-type replicas escorted the A-tier, Comprehension Enhancement, and S-tier, Eye of True Sight, replicas toward the Mirror Palace sections of apartments 6,996 and 9,669. Just like that, the 2 replicas remained inside the Void Mirror Palace, but were now classified respectively as members of apartment 6,996 and 9,669. And they didn't draw any attention. This way, 2 fairly valuable but non-combat replicas could safely monitor 2 different apartments. At the same time, Zhang Yi assigned one of his weakest F-tier trash replicas to roll the Dice of Fate, again at the center of the Mirror Palace. Meanwhile, 2 B-tier replicas were transferred to room 2025 in apartment 1010 through Mirror Replica Swap. After that, both B-tier replicas immediately entered their personal instances. At the same time, replica number 1 received further information from the white-clad woman through the glass bead. Looks like this might be a scheme by the apartment boss targeting me. Or maybe it's killing 2 birds with 1 stone. To wipe out both of us rebellious types at once. Zhang Yi still had a lot going on. It took replica number 1 a second to respond. So, is this about the mission to kill the apartment boss? The white-clad woman's voice sounded heavy and tired, pretty much. Zhang Yi had a vague feeling that her condition wasn't great, so he said bluntly, "So we're not going to apartment 4444 then?" "No. I'm going." Even though her voice was tired, her tone was firm. "Running won't solve the problem. The administrator of apartment 4444. I need to take him out. Because even if I don't, he can still trigger apartment fusion. Fuse apartment 4444 with 1010 and raid me directly. And you too. You should hurry and complete the first phase of the mission. Kill an apartment administrator." Zhang Yi was a little surprised and double-checked. "Actually go kill an administrator? You're sure it won't backfire?" "Don't worry, I've got a plan. Just pass the message on to those 2. "Alright then." The white-clad woman seemed confident. And Zhang Yi really did want the third part of the reward from Lin Jing and the others' contract. So, replica number 2 replied to Lin Jing. Lin Jing responded cautiously, saying that since the white-clad woman hadn't signed a contract, he didn't dare contact her directly. To verify the video evidence of the raven egg, it had to be traded to Zhang Yi first, and then passed on to her. Zhang Yi agreed to this. And the video trade didn't require a meeting. It was done through the player trading function in the apartment's high-end mall, where Zhang Yi spent 1,000 apartment coins to buy a recording talisman. The recording talisman was a black iron tier item and had some value on its own. It could record, store, and replay a video, and could be reused after deleting the current recording. Since the white-clad woman had already agreed, Zhang Yi just needed to go through the motions. He didn't think much of it at first. But now that he had just generated an S-tier, Eye of True Sight, replica, of course he was going to put it to use. So the replica with Eye of True Sight in the Void Mirror Palace fused into the second replica that was receiving the recording talisman. Thanks to the innate effect of Eye of True Sight, he didn't even need to activate a skill. Information simply surfaced on its own. Recording talisman, black iron tier, effect, record video, store video, play video. Can be reused after deleting the video. Note, this talisman has been enhanced with runes. The enhancement disappears once the video is deleted. Enhanced processing? Enhancement disappears after deletion? That meant the enhancement was applied to the existing video? Hey. So Lin Jing had done something to the video? But he'd signed a contract, and the raven egg was clearly specified. That couldn't have been faked, right? Zhang Yi checked the contract again, but didn't find anything suspicious. Time with the fused replica was limited, so he played the video in the high-end mall right then, using Eye of True Sight to carefully observe. A floating image appeared on the talisman like a projection. Pretty clear. The scene was indeed the eerie graveyard. More precisely, a close-up of a specific grave mound. A dark green, egg-sized oval object was half buried in the top of the mound, with the upper part covered by a special dome. The dome's material was unknown, covered in moss-like dark green markings. Additionally, the dark green hue of the egg itself looked like it had been applied. And to Zhang Yi's surprise, his Eye of True Sight could extract data even from this kind of virtual video. When he focused on the dark green egg, information surfaced before his eyes. Raven Egg, Mythic Tier, Chapter 121, Mythic Tier Raven Egg. Holy shit. It really is a raven egg. And Mythic Tier? No wonder the white-clad woman's tone completely changed just from hearing those 3 words. Even the light type didn't scare her anymore. Zhang Yi immediately focused more on his eyes and saw more detailed information about the raven egg. The divine bird raven lays this seed of death with endless death energy. From the moment of its birth, it feeds on death energy. Undying, indestructible, once the raven egg is laid, its mother raven sacrifices herself for the egg, nourishing it with her blood. Each feather transforms into endless death energy to nurture the raven egg. The raven egg can only hatch during the destruction of an apartment. If it fails to hatch, it must wait for the next apartment's destruction. A newborn raven is guaranteed to possess undying body and undead heart. Based on the number of cries it lets out at birth, it may gain traits like plague, virus, or voice of the death speaker. According to the rune on its beak, it may have traits such as necroprophecy, prophecy fulfilled, or words become reality. Of those, the words become reality bloodline is the highest tier. Capable of human speech, and deciding life and death with a single sentence, an adult raven can enter the mists. Raven feathers can form a death shield that allows other beings to enter the mists safely. Besides that, raven feathers, raven blood, and the raven's beak are highly nourishing for dark-type beings. The death energy released when a raven egg hatches is also a powerful tonic for the dead, with miraculous effects on resurrection. In summary, 2 words, insanely powerful. Raven blood, raven feathers, raven beak. Why didn't it mention raven meat though? Could you eat it, maybe? As for the raven's traits shown with probability, the Eye of True Sight could only reveal the names. Not any deeper info. But Zhang Yi guessed those raven traits were probably akin to human players' talents or the glyph pattern abilities of eerie beings. The kicker was, the raven had a lot of traits. Especially that words become reality one. Just from the name, you could tell how fucking up it was. It was literally speech equals law. Then again, maybe it was just a super-powered version of what people call a jinx synchro mouth. But seriously, if this ability was concept-based, couldn't it just say a sentence and instantly wipe out all of Zhang Yi's millions of replicas? Just when Zhang Yi had been feeling unbeatable, this raven made him realize he was nowhere near that level. Undying body. Words become reality. Sheesh. Fortunately, this thing was still just an egg. Whether it could hatch or not was still up in the air. Zhang Yi focused in, actually hoping to check if the egg had been tampered with. But after a thorough scan, he didn't see anything suspicious. So he turned his attention to the rest of the scene. That's when he quickly noticed the actual spot that had been tampered with. The grave mound where the raven egg was placed. To the naked eye, nothing seemed wrong. But the Eye of True Sight repeatedly threw up recognition errors when reading the mound. It was like Zhang Yi's vision was glitching. 1 second the info said, ordinary grave mound, contains a basic coffin. The next second, soul-devouring tomb, contains something about to be resurrected. What was about to be resurrected? The rest of the info was just garbled code. Completely unreadable. The 2 descriptions flickered back and forth, making his head spin and his skull throb. Zhang Yi pressed on his temples and ended the video playback. Then he tossed the recording talisman into the replica shared space, where replica number 1 in apartment 1010 could retrieve it. Replica number 1 was still at the ruins of the white-clad woman's apartment. Holding the recording talisman, he asked the glass bead, this bead only transmits voice, right? Can it handle video? Right after he spoke, a gust of ghostly wind swept past. A small black snake slithered out of nowhere and coiled around his feet. It took Zhang Yi a moment to react. He played the recording on the talisman for the black snake to see. At the same time, he asked the glass bead, is it possible this video was tampered with? He was trying to give the white-clad woman a heads up. But unexpectedly, her voice came back from the glass bead, crisp and direct. Of course it was. You don't even need to think too hard to know whoever's behind this pulled something. No need to look at the video. Just show me the contract you signed. So over on replica number 2's end, the contract was placed into the replica shared space, and replica number 1 took it out. The little black snake slithered up for a closer look. After a moment, the white-clad woman's voice came back again through the glass bead. As long as the contract's legit, we're good. Tell those two I'm going straight to apartment 4444. Zhang Yi blinked. You're going now? Should I go with you? Her tone, which had previously sounded tired, now came back full of energy. Had she taken some kind of booster? What does it matter to me if you go or not? As she spoke, the little black snake vanished with a whoosh. Zhang Yi thought for a moment, then spoke into the bead. I don't even know if they're really trying to gang up on the light type. If they really lured the light type to 4444 and trapped him, maybe I can use the chance to help him? Then maybe I can use the opportunity to team up with him and deal with the apartment administrator together? But the glass bead didn't respond again. The white-clad woman was seriously action first, no nonsense. Zhang Yi gave it some thought and messaged Lin Jing that the white-clad woman was making a move immediately. Then again, even if he didn't, if Lin Jing was really at 4444, he'd find out soon enough. Zhang Yi, on his end, started arranging for replicas to be sent to apartment 4444. But he had none stationed there, so he'd need to spend survival points to cross apartments. He really didn't want to cough up the points and found himself thinking something devious. What if the white-clad woman turned into him upon arriving at 4444, and then he used replica swap with her? That way, he could enter 4444 without any cost or loss. Of course, it was a sneaky idea. If he actually tried it, the white-clad woman would definitely catch on. Still, that devious thought sparked a new idea in Zhang Yi's mind. His eyes suddenly lit up as he turned toward his blackened replica. Hey, little Blackie. I remember when the light type showed up before, you were the first to bolt. So, does that mean you can actually cross apartments directly? Little Blackie didn't answer directly. He only said, I don't really want to go to the apartment where the light type might be. He said don't really want to, but his stiff as a board body language screamed, absolutely do not want to. No way. Never ever ever. Scream. JPG Zhang Yi had a knack for catching the important parts. He immediately said, not wanting to means. You can, right? Even the blackened replica's eternal grin twitched a little at the corners. His pitch-black eyes stared helplessly at Zhang Yi's gleaming ones. Zhang Yi clapped a hand on his shoulder and confidently reassured him, relax. I got insider info that the light type isn't at apartment 4444. He's somewhere between 6996 and 9669 inside the Void Mirror Palace. Plus, once you get to 4444, I'll instantly pull you out. Sound good? Little Blackie didn't answer. But in the very next second, his body turned into pale gray mist and sank into the ground. Meanwhile, in the Void Mirror Palace, Zhang Yi had swapped in an F-tier trash replica to throw the dice of fate, and the result was in. Looks like the problem really might have been with the light type. Earlier, the light type threw 3 times in a row and got skull, but after changing replicas, he now rolled Holy Grail. A beam of holy light hit the F-tier trash replica. And then, nothing happened. The effect of Holy Grail is healing, but he had no injuries, so naturally, nothing happened. Now that he thought about it, this dice of fate was kind of useless. Like, if you're dying and want to roll Holy Grail, but get skull instead. Game over. But if you're perfectly fine and roll Holy Grail, then it heals nothing. But thinking deeper, it made sense. The usual use case for this dice of fate would be when someone's backed into a corner, live hanging by a thread. You're already on death's door, so you take a gamble. Try to defy fate. Like, tossing it around when you've got nothing better to do, like Zhang Yi? That's probably one of a kind. Holy Grail wasn't a loss, so he threw it again. At the same time, he was thinking, should he send the S-tier, Eye of True Sight, replica into his personal instance? Sure, Eye of True Sight was useful in all kinds of situations. But outside the instance, if he didn't understand something, he could always ask the white-clad woman or the blackened replica. Inside the instance, though, he had no idea what he'd face. Maybe the S-tier, Eye of True Sight, would actually be really helpful to the main body. The only worry was that this replica wasn't strong, and might become a burden or get into trouble. After all, he didn't know what the instance environment was like. So, he fed the Eye of True Sight replica a full set of attribute fruits, before swapping it to apartment 1010. The one swapped out was the Ice-type replica number 3. This replica was also named Zhang Yi. As soon as he appeared near the section of the Void Mirror Palace that bordered apartment 9669, the name Zhang Yi showed up in the 9669 apartment member list, immediately drawing attention from room 6996. That arrogant young man who'd been loud with Zhang Hao earlier. Lu Feng shouted out from a dark room, "Holy shit! Brother Lu, look! Your classmate Zhang Yi just entered our apartment." Lu Shen's expression shifted. The two middle-aged men present, including Xiaobo, also couldn't hide their reactions. How'd he get here? Did he figure out the light types here? Isn't someone stationed on the rooftop? Why didn't we get advance notice? In an instant, the already dark room turned grim. Suddenly, a cool voice of a female college student came from the shadows. "Zhang Yi? That guy on the War God ranking? Is he that important?" Then a middle school-aged boy scoffed, "The War God ranking doesn't mean much. Plenty of strong people have better things to do than enter duels." Lu Feng shot him a glare and scoffed, "PFFFT. Little brat whose baby teeth haven't all come in, talking big like it means something." It sounded like he was just muttering, but then he looked back at Lu Shen. "Brother Lu, this classmate of yours." But whatever he was going to say was suddenly cut off. He gasped again, "Holy shit. Your classmate just tagged you in the group chat." Yep. Since Zhang Yi was here, and using his real name in the same chat group as his old classmate, of course he had to say hello. A message popped up in the group. "Eh? Lu Shen? Are you Lu Shen from Shen City number 3 High? Or just someone with the same name?" At Lu Shen, same name, huh? Right. Say it's someone with the same name. Lu Feng offered helpfully as soon as he saw the message. Lu Shen shot him a look and replied firmly, "Zhang Yi's not stupid." Not only was he not stupid, the guy was totally playing the long game. Back when they registered for the mutual aid group, Zhang Yi only had a C tier, golden light technique. But then, he hopped apartments, got connections, made the War God ranking. The way he worked the beginner apartment? Flawless. At first, Lu Shen hadn't believed it. But reason wouldn't let him deceive himself. Zhang Yi really was a wolf in sheep's clothing. Even though Xiaobo, fresh from apartment 9999, claimed Zhang Yi was a non-gamer who'd stumbled into 9999 by accident. Lu Shen, scarred by being fooled before, didn't believe a single punctuation mark of it. Zhang Yi was definitely a gamer. And one who was damn good at it. No wonder things between him and Yang Wenchao had always felt a little off. Yang Wenchao even went up to the rooftop to rescue him. Their classmates all thought Zhang Yi was clinging to Yang Wenchao's leg. But now, looking back, who was really the big leg in that situation? The more Lu Shen thought about it, the more convinced he became. Zhang Yi was a schemer through and through. The whole thing with killing Ding Deng? Probably not self-defense. Later, killing Xing Man? Probably not just luck and connections. Probably pure strength. Once you've been burned by someone playing dumb, you just can't help but assume they're hiding everything. Lu Shen didn't believe for a second that Zhang Yi bought the whole same name excuse. And just as he was carefully crafting his reply, someone tapped his arm. It was the round-bodied Xiaobo, giving him a look and whispering, "Lin Shen says the light type is in apartment 4444. Lu Shen frowned, but Zhang Yi isn't dumb. He's already come to 9669 himself. Xiaobo's chubby face and beady eyes held a businessman's sharpness. "Then that's your problem. How do you get him to believe you? Or better yet, get him to want to believe you? You've got a C-tier talent and think you're clever? Then use that brain of yours to prove you're worth keeping around, yeah?" That was a threat. Barely disguised. Lu Feng's face clearly changed but quickly returned to normal. He was younger than Lu Shen, and not as smart. But he wasn't stupid. Lu Shen was his cousin, not his real brother. And in this dog-eat-dog game, the fact that he hadn't killed Lu Shen and even helped him out was already more than generous. If Lu Shen had value and could bring him benefits, then sure, being relatives was great. But if Lu Shen was dead weight, then Lu Feng had to weigh his options. Besides, before entering this Doomsday apartment game, adults always compared him to Lu Shen. Lu Shen was good at this, good at that. Grades, reputation, loved by classmates and teachers. And what about Lu Feng? Just some gaming delinquent. Like he was born to be inferior to Lu Shen, doomed to be the disappointment. But now, tables had turned. In this new world, he was the one doing well. And Lu Shen? Aside from knowing Zhang Yi and being kinda smart, was nothing. Of course, Lu Feng didn't totally want to abandon Lu Shen. But he felt Xiaobo's little threat was just the right thing to take Lu Shen down a peg. Get him off that pedestal he used to be on, help him see the brutal truth. Otherwise, with no real power and that old arrogant attitude, he'd just cause trouble. Lu Shen didn't even need to think to know exactly what that idiot was thinking. His face darkened slightly. Shabo gave another of his shrewd, small-eyed grins and added kindly, if this really is too difficult for you, then maybe dying would be easier? Chapter 122, Scouting the Eight. Lu Shen lowered his eyes and said in a deep voice, I replied. In the group chat, after several other messages, he finally responded to Zhang Yi, yeah, I'm your classmate. But how did you end up in apartment 9669? At Zhang Yi, he didn't go with the same name excuse. Instead, he directly acknowledged his identity. Shabo immediately frowned. In the chat, Zhang Yi's reply came instantly, well, that's weird. From what Lin Jing said earlier, I got the impression you were in apartment 4444, but here you are in 9669. Did Lin Jing lie to me? As soon as that message popped up, Shabo's face darkened even more. He even shot Lu Shen a sharp look, clearly warning him, watch what you say. But Lu Shen stayed calm and replied plainly, it's hard to talk in the group chat. Why don't you come to room 6996? We can talk face to face. That reply made Shabo's face change instantly. Let him came to 6996? Who the hell do you think you are to make the call? What a joke. Back in apartment 9999, they already figured it out. Wang Chengjin had died at Zhang Yi's hands. Which meant Zhang Yi probably had the strength to one-shot him. Letting him come here? That was like inviting a wolf into your house. But before Lu Shen could even reply to Shabo's panicked scolding, a familiar voice suddenly rang out near his ear. What's the matter? I'm not allowed in room 6996 now. In a flash of darkness, Zhang Yi's figure appeared like a phantom, seemingly out of nowhere. In that instant, it felt like the air pressure in room 6996 dropped by several pascals. The 8 players stationed around the room tensed up, their bodies stiff with dread. Especially Shabo, who'd spent time in 9999. He felt like he'd been clubbed in the head, overwhelmed with a paralyzing fear of death. He was instantly focused on how to react or survive, barely even considering how to answer Zhang Yi's question. A top-tier player like him was scared shitless of Zhang Yi. And yet Lu Shen, with his C-tier talent, looked way calmer in comparison. In fact, standing beside these panicking elites, Lu Shen suddenly remembered something he'd read online. The anxiety of the poor comes from having no money. The anxiety of the rich comes from fear of death. The calm of the rich comes from being wealthy. The calm of the poor comes from knowing everyone dies anyway. If all 8 of them got wiped out by Zhang Yi right now, the strongest, richest ones had the most to lose. Lu Shen, the weakest, poorest, was actually the most at peace. Thinking that way, he felt more relaxed. He tossed out the reply he hadn't dared post in the chat just now, directly at Zhang Yi. Lin Jing said I was in 4444, but I'm here in 9669. As for that, I figured someone who could exist in both 1010 and 9999 apartments at once, like you, would understand. That statement made Shabo, who was also part of Lin Jing's 9999 crew, pause. He didn't react outwardly, but inwardly, he was impressed at Lu Shen's guts. The red handkerchief woman and the middle school-aged boy also looked mildly surprised. Clearly they hadn't heard this theory before, and gave Zhang Yi another once-over. At this moment, Zhang Yi still had Eye of True Sight fused in. Even in the darkness, his vision was perfectly clear. But he wasn't here just to catch up with an old classmate. He wanted to use the Eye of True Sight one last time before sending it into the personal instance to investigate just who these 8 people were, and what anti-light type measures they laid out. So, in the dark, those pitch-black eyes casually swept the room. But the first person he focused on was the red handkerchief woman. It wasn't because he had any special interest in her. It was just that when he'd come here as the light type, he'd felt something strange about her. Her previous battle with Lin Jing had also seemed weird. Like she had a split personality. The blackened replica had even speculated she might be a reincarnated Eri. But she hadn't shown any signs of being affected by light-type skills like Light Scorch. Zhang Yi was dying to know. Was it because she wasn't a dark type at all? Or did she have some insane ability that could block Light Scorch? With that thought in mind, his gaze swept casually across her. At that moment, he concentrated all his energy into his eyes. Logically, her information should have immediately popped up. But instead, it felt like something attacked him. His eyes stung sharply, and his brain buzzed loudly. It was like someone had plucked a string in his mind hard. He felt nauseated and ready to puke. At the same time, an intense mental fatigue washed over him. It felt just like when his main body had weak stats but tried to control too many replicas at once. Utter exhaustion. This sudden reaction made Zhang Yi's heart jolt. He kept his expression neutral, but out of the corner of his eye, he saw a faint glimmer in the girl's otherwise calm eyes. He maintained his usual expression, but inside, he was stunned. Did this girl have some secret even an S-tier, eye of true sight, couldn't penetrate? He'd been able to scan the mythic tier, Raven Egg, just fine. How could she possibly be harder to read than a mythic tier item? No. That couldn't be it. Zhang Yi quickly realized. The reason he'd been able to inspect the Raven Egg was because it had no defense against probing. But this girl, she must have been using some kind of concealment item to hide her secrets. Looks like she was carrying something big. Without changing his expression, Zhang Yi moved on to scan the middle schooler. This time, there was no resistance. The info appeared immediately. Hyulian, level 3, stamina 68, energy 52, combat power 568, survival points 0, talent, void stomach, SS, effect 1, devour metals, equipment, and items to gain boosts in stamina and energy attributes, effect 2, devour corpses of players or eerie beings to gain enhanced resistances. Physical, mental, poison, elemental, etc. Skills, void ruminate, S, stomach acid spray, B, void ruminate, S, store multiple corpses in the void stomach for nurturing. Over time, gain a chance to extract their memories or awaken their talents. Stomach acid spray, B, spray corrosive acid from the void stomach to inflict corrosion damage on the target. Holy shit. Only level 3, but his combat power was already over 500. And both main attributes were way above average. Most importantly, this brat actually had an SS tier talent and an S tier skill. Which meant, even Zhang Yi's Shadow Curse couldn't seal that over S tier ability. Of course, that SS tier talent didn't directly boost combat much. But it had insane growth potential. As long as he keeps devouring, his attributes will keep going up. Even the S tier skill, Void Ruminate, had a chance to awaken new talents. Sharingan had been willing to pawn the Dice of Fate, just to get a body enlightenment fruit that might give him one more talent. But this brat, Hyulian, could gain new talents just by killing and eating corpses. Still, judging from the data panel alone, Hyulian seemed to have raw stats but lacked real combat methods. Who knew what powerful items he might be hiding on him? With that thought, Zhang Yi subtly shifted his gaze downward. Next up was the low-profile bald guy. Back when facing Zhang Hao, this bald guy had remained calm and almost invisible the whole time. But when Zhang Yi checked his panel now, he was shocked again. Chen Kang, level 8, stamina 32, energy 33, combat power 358, survival points 0, talents, divine favor, SS, with element affinity, S, divine favor, SS. When you follow the flow of fate, the god of fortune blesses you. When you defy fate, destiny bites back. Skills, non-action, S, wall of thorns, S, wrath of nature, S, wood spirit summon, A, root bind, B, a double talent user. And not just that. One SS tier and one S tier. That, divine favor, sounded like a luck-based boost talent? Though it came with a possible downside. Still, based on the description, this Chen Kai could basically just sit around and wait for good fortune to drop on him. Especially with his S tier skill, non-action, which automatically reduced his presence and made all nearby beings less hostile toward him. As long as he did nothing. This guy could probably turtle his way to the end of the world. Wait, no. If the Doomsday apartment really does blow up on day 11, then turtling to the end might not be something worth celebrating. Zhang Yi gave Chen King another look, feeling oddly conflicted. This guy came all the way to room 6996 in apartment 9669 just for the light type. Wouldn't that break his go with the flow and do nothing conditions? He really wasn't afraid of triggering destiny's backlash. Zhang Yi turned his gaze to Lu Feng. From the perspective of his replica Zhang Hao, he remembered Lu Feng tossing a black talisman paper at him. He'd assumed it was just an item. But now looking at Lu Feng's panel, he realized the guy had an S tier, rune mastery, talent. And with good comprehension too. His S tier talent came with an S tier skill, Deathmark rune, plus 2 A tier skills, Dream rune, and Tracking rune, and 2 B tier ones, Fire Serpent rune, and Rune Analysis. Deathmark rune could lock in a kill on weaker players, delivering instant death. Dream rune was for illusion-based attacks, highly effective against ordinary players. Tracking rune could be used for locating targets, while Rune Analysis acted like an advanced detection skill, deciphering items or environments with complex rune structures. Fire Serpent rune was a fire-type attack. From this angle, Lu Feng really was a jack of all trades. Most players with elemental affinity talents only specialized in one element. But Lu Feng could use gold, wood, water, fire, and earth elements. Not to mention mental type and eerie style attacks too. Of course, being a jack of all trades usually came at the cost of mediocrity. His B tier, Fire Serpent rune, probably wasn't as powerful as the same skill cast by someone with fire element affinity. After all, elemental talents typically boosted the power of matching skills. So it looked like Lu Feng's path required tons of skill scrolls to build out a wide variety of attack options. He was the exact opposite of Hyuga, who had high stats but lacked combat techniques. After glancing at Lu Feng, Zhang Yi turned to Lu Shen. He already knew his situation from the mutual aid group. C-tier fire element affinity. Level had climbed to 3, but in a group like this, he was still just small fry. Next was Shabo. His talent was the same S-tier lightning affinity as Jiao Cheng. But unlike that guy, who only had a C-tier and B-tier skill even with an S-tier talent, Shabo was far from disappointing. He'd reached level 10, had over 40 attribute points, and even had 2 S-tier skills. Lightning-type skills already packed serious punch, and Shabo likely had more powerful items on hand too. If he ranked high on the War God ranking, his combat instinct had to be solid as well. Still, to Zhang Yi, he was just meh. Finally, Zhang Yi looked at the mismatched middle-aged man and woman. They stood out more than anyone, especially since they were openly holding items in their hands. With Eye of True Sight, Zhang Yi first targeted the compass in the man's hand. But before he could see more than the name, Dark Spirit Compass, the man instantly stored it into his spatial item. Then, with eyes sharp and dangerous, he locked gazes with Zhang Yi. Following up on what Lu Shen had said earlier, the man opened his mouth. 1010, 9999, and now 9669. The name Zhang Yi has appeared in 3 apartment rosters, hasn't it? Zhang Yi focused slightly but felt the sting in his eyes and gave up on probing further. He didn't respond to the man at all. Instead, he turned to Lu Shen and asked in a casual, old friend tone, "So, Lu Shen, you have a replica in apartment 4444 too?" Man, he was generous. He even called him Lu God. Lu Shen looked back at Zhang Yi, his mood complicated. His reply came out a little stiff. "I don't know if our old classmate bond means anything to you anymore, but..." "No but," Zhang Yi cut him off with a wave. "That's not needed." As he spoke, his gaze swept the room again, and he spoke boldly as he looked around. "Lin Jing wants to seal off apartment 4444. Or maybe someone backing him does. Whether it's to hunt the light type or for something else. Doesn't matter to me. I didn't come to room 6996 just to catch up with old classmates, either. The blockade on apartment 4444? An NPC big shot on my side has already agreed to intervene. So yeah, it's about time I went to apartment 4444. It's just for that cross-apartment teleport fee. I was thinking of borrowing some survival points from you guys." That sentence sounded casual, but the fire underneath it was unmistakable. Borrow survival points? How? The most direct method was taking lives. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, the entire dark room turned stiff again. It felt like a brutal battle was about to explode at any moment. Chapter 123 Arrogant Brat. Arrogant Brat. Amidst the tense and anxious atmosphere, the middle-aged man's face was grim. As he spoke, he suddenly pulled out the compass again. The intricate mechanisms on the compass made clicking and clattering sounds as they were manipulated. Accompanied by the man's gloomy voice, "You'll pay the price for your arrogance." Zhang Yi's face in the darkness looked calm. But in reality, he was already in full combat mode, not daring to let down his guard for a second. The replica he used most often in duels was replica number 2. But this time, he fused a whole batch all at once: replica number 2, the blackened replica's mirror replica, and several other A-tier, B-tier, and C-tier replicas, 7 or 8 in one go. The fusion was already complete when he first started talking tough. Now that the middle-aged man was throwing out threats, he naturally wouldn't hold back either. He led with an S-tier ice-type domain skill, Frozen Domain. This domain skill, more than anything, was a form of crowd control. But now that he had fused so many replicas and his attributes had skyrocketed, the chilling cold itself carried an invisible, terrifying threat. Even Hyuga, a middle schooler with over 500 combat power, couldn't help shivering under the pressure, blurting out a "holy shit." Chen Kang, the bald guy, had a slight change in expression, but quickly regained composure, as if unafraid. But Lu Feng's eyes were full of fear as he suddenly pulled out a copper coin item covered in runes and dragged Lu Shen back with him. Lu Shen's attributes were too weak, he was frozen solid instantly. Ice crusted over his hair and eyelashes, and his face turned ghostly pale, completely bloodless. And that wasn't all. The blood mist from the blackened replica also exploded out instantly. With his previous battle experience against Wang Changjin, and the continuous growth from battles under Replica Number 2's hard work pays off effect, his deployment of both the Ice-type domain and blood mist was incredibly fast. His reaction speed crushed the other 8 people present. And at the same time, several hairy severed hands appeared out of nowhere, each holding different weapons, slicing through the air as they rushed at the middle-aged man and woman. Just moments ago, the middle-aged man had been talking big, now his expression was tense to the extreme. The black hair on his head lifted as if windless, amplifying the intensity. He clearly noticed Zhang Yi's attack but kept his attention locked on the compass. The woman beside him raised a hand, controlling 2 wooden combs. The teeth of the combs were particularly strange, uneven, and razor-sharp. From their tips, strands of black thread-like lines shot out, trying to block the oncoming weapons aimed at Zhang Yi's enemies. In the dark air, a cacophony of sharp metallic clangs echoed non-stop, occasionally sparking bursts of metal. At the same time, streaks of lightning flashed, Shabo's lightning-type skills. But under the blood mist shroud, his attributes were severely nerfed. The resulting effects of his skills were so weak it was pathetic to watch. Shabo looked terrified. Only now did he truly believe Wang Changjin didn't die in vain. With the battle triggered, both sides seemed to be going all out. But in reality, after just a brief clash, the man controlling the compass moved his hands swiftly, and with one final push, slammed his palm down on the top. Zhang Yi had already realized the woman was buying time for the man to operate the compass. So in this 1v8 battle, his main focus had been on that middle-aged man, trying to interrupt his control of the compass. But the duo was in perfect sync, and others kept interfering with Zhang Yi. In such a short time, he simply hadn't managed to break through the woman's defense and interference. He could only watch as the man's hand slammed into the compass. Then, boom. Zhang Yi felt like the entire space had been torn apart. A force from all directions threatened to rip him to shreds. In that instant, he instinctively thought to use replica swap to escape. But then he realized he wasn't the only one in pain. Even the middle-aged man who had pressed the compass was now twisted in agony, his expression contorted with a pain 1,000 times worse than Zhang Yi's. And as Zhang Yi took note of that, he saw the man's grotesque face, with blood-red eyes glaring at him. Then came a clenched, teeth-grinding snarl, words forced out through gritted teeth, "You'll pay the price for your arrogance." As he spoke, the darkness in room 6996 seemed to shatter completely. It was a bizarre feeling. It was Zhang Yi's first time witnessing this kind of darkness breaking apart scene. It felt almost like the Big Bang, and the birth of a universe. From the perspective of someone who had been stuck in darkness for so long, it really was like something had torn the dark apart. But from the view of someone raised under sunlight, the scene looked like beams of light piercing the dark. A strange and surreal experience. Zhang Yi suddenly remembered how Aang had once explained entropy increase and the cycle of world destruction and creation. Back then he thought the jump from destruction to creation might just be light emerging from the dark. Like that phrase, "Let there be light." He hadn't thought much of it at the time. But now, the world needs light to be born. But in Doomsday apartment, there's no place for light. This strange and mysterious light type. Could it be tied to the apartment's destruction and creation? So, have massive groups like the Duo organization considered this? Maybe the secret they've been desperately searching for is hidden in the light type they fear the most? Those thoughts flashed through his mind. When Zhang Yi snapped back, room 6996's darkness had completely shattered. The whole room was filled with light again. And his perception had changed too. The middle-aged man and woman had vanished. Zhang Yi didn't let his guard down. His nerves were still tightly wound, eyes scanning his surroundings. And then he realized the dark setting of the room had been specially prepared by the duo to suppress light type. Something like dark spirit barrier? And the entire effect of the barrier felt similar to the Abyssal's own? Now, had those two just run off? Zhang Yi wasn't sure, until he suddenly saw a message in the apartment group chat. The two of them had left something before fleeing. But the message wasn't for him. It was Wang Hai, the barrier in room 6996 of the Void Mirror Palace has been lifted. This is your best chance to escape, at Huangbo. Oh? So the man's name was Wang Hai. And the pay the price thing, was he actually calling on Huangbo to give Zhang Yi hell? Right after the message, Wang Hai and Wang Lin's names went gray in the apartment 9669 member list. Looked like they weren't a couple, but siblings? Zhang Yi wasn't the least bit scared by their threats. With limited fusion time, he instantly shifted focus to the 6 people still in the room. But now that the dark spirit barrier had vanished, Spatial type teleportation was no longer restricted. In the blink of an eye, while Zhang Yi was reading the chat, Shabo had disappeared. The room really did only have 6 people left. Well, 5 if you don't count Zhang Yi. And dealing with 5. That's a lot easier. Zhang Yi was about to strike again. But suddenly, a strand of red covered his eyes. When did that happen? From what angle did the red come flying in? He hadn't noticed it at all. Zhang Yi's nerves instantly tensed. He was about to rip off the red ribbon while strengthening his frozen domain. But just then, he heard a familiar female voice. That college girl's voice was a kind of cool, younger-sounding one. However, instead of provocation, she followed up on Zhang Yi's pre-fight words and offered a suggestion. If it's just borrowing survival points, how about the 5 of us here each give you 10 survival points, enough for 5 round trips between 4,444 and 9,669. By then, Zhang Yi had already pulled off the ribbon. To be precise, that faint red strip disappeared on its own the moment his fingers touched it. His sight returned, and he fixed a sharp look on the red handkerchief woman, his gaze unfriendly. Naturally, his tone wasn't any nicer. If you've got something to say, then say it. What was the meaning of that red thing covering my eyes just now? The woman, however, looked completely calm, nothing special, just wanted to get your attention. As she spoke, she flipped her hand to reveal a survival jade token. Holding the token between her fingers, she showed it to him and gave a slight chin lift. 2 survival points. Survival points shown on a player's data panel can't be transferred. But the ones on survival jade tokens can. That's what that traveling merchant from the apartment told him when he gave him the token. However, even though Zhang Yi had killed plenty of people before, he'd never gotten any survival jade tokens. If he really could get 10 survival points all at once, it wouldn't be a bad deal. The real issue was, this woman was way too eerie. And besides, Zhang Yi had also noticed out of the corner of his eye. That bald guy with the SS tier divine favor ability seemed like he'd been waiting for Zhang Yi to attack ever since the battle started. Back when he killed Wang Chengjin, Zhang Yi had thought about it. In this Doomsday apartment, survival was hard, and killing wasn't simple either. One misstep, and unexpected things could happen. And 10 survival points could be used to generate 10 replicas. Which worked out, what he needed most right now was more replicas. In his personal instance, he needed to invest more replicas. And over at apartment 4444, he needed more combat power too. After a moment's thought, Zhang Yi also pulled out his survival jade token. At the same time the red handkerchief woman transferred the survival points to him, she also sent a friend request. That's how Zhang Yi learned the college girl's name, Guanhe. And right after that, Guanhe sent him a private message. Guanhe, you know light type? Zhang Yi frowned, glanced at her, but didn't reply. The replica fusion time was limited. Especially the replica fused with the Eye of True Sight had already run out. He immediately swept a cold gaze toward the remaining 4 people. Bald guy Chen King had an unreadable expression. Yulian, the middle schooler, had previously been pretty snarky about so-called war god ranking powerhouses. But right now, he seemed to know the drill. He transferred 2 survival points on his own, then politely asked, "Can I go now?" Zhang Yi didn't answer, and Yulian didn't dare move. Next were Lu Feng and Lu Shen. Lu Shen looked particularly miserable. Because Zhang Yi's strength was far beyond what he'd imagined. When he saw Wang Hai and Wang Lin fighting Zhang Yi, he thought a real brawl was about to break out. But holy shit, those 2 just dismantled the dark spirit barrier and bailed. Even top-tier apartment 9999 fighter Shabo took off right after. They didn't even have the guts to fight Zhang Yi. Lu Shen had already suspected that Zhang Yi was hiding his strength. He'd even let his imagination run wild, going for the most exaggerated guess. But even so, he never imagined it would be this exaggerated. He remembered after Xingman died, Wang Lingeling and Jiao Chang had argued about how to deal with Zhang Yi. Lu Shen had even chimed in with some analysis. Now that he thought about it. What a joke. Xingman was a joke, Yang Wenchao was a joke, Wang Lingeling, Jiao Chang, all of them, just a bunch of ordinary classmates, and jokes. But now, Lu Shen couldn't laugh. Because he didn't have any survival points. And whether Lu Feng would be willing to cover those 2 points for him was still a big question. More importantly, if Lu Feng didn't read the room and tried to play the we're classmates card with Zhang Yi now. Lu Shen was very clear, Zhang Yi accepting this 2 survival points per person deal was entirely giving that college girl face. The 4 of them were just riding her coattails. Being classmates with Zhang Yi had nothing to do with it. But just as Lu Shen was thinking that, he heard Lu Feng actually pulling the classmate card. Lu Feng was a real chameleon. Back when dealing with Zhang Hao, he'd been cocky as hell, always threatening torture. Now facing Zhang Yi, He was acting like the teacher's pet, politely saying, "Brother Zhang, Brother Yi, I've heard my brother talk about you all the time back in school." Total BS, came out of his mouth like breathing. Lu Feng wasn't worried about being exposed, since he knew Lu Shen had a good reputation and got along with everyone. After that line, he smoothly added, "Since we're classmates." At that moment, Lu Shen honestly wanted to die. No, scratch that, he didn't need to want to die. He was about to die. That dumbass couldn't read the room to save his life. Lu Shen was cursing in his heart. But his frozen body was so weak he couldn't even make a sound, let alone signal anything to Lu Feng. Yet surprisingly, what Lu Feng said next totally threw him off. "Since we're classmates, of course we won't shortchange you. I've got exactly 6 survival points left in this token, take them all. My brother and I, 3 each." The moment those words landed, Lu Shen was dumbstruck, and even Zhang Yi looked a bit surprised. Lu Feng thought to himself, "I've played games for years. I've never sucked up to anyone, but I've had plenty suck up to me. In peacetime, broke people still know how to speak politely to the rich. In a world of blood and killing, if you're not smart, how do you expect to survive?" This Zhang Yi, his strength was off the charts. Lu Feng didn't have time not to curry favor, much less try to pay less. Not only did he not short Zhang Yi, he gave him 2 extra points. And he didn't even highlight that he'd given more, he said it was 3 from each of them. Zhang Yi was surprised too, thinking this arrogant punk might be another one pretending to be weak. He accepted the 6 survival points from that guy, then finally set his gaze on bald guy Chen Kang. Chen Kang was still standing there, completely unmoved. That calm gaze wasn't provocative, but it was as if he was waiting for Zhang Yi to strike. Chapter 124 Symbiotic Reincarnated Eerie. This guy. He definitely understood his own ancestor ability, divine favor, better than Zhang Yi did. Right now, he was clearly relying on that ability to remain fearless. As if Zhang Yi attacked him, the one who'd suffer would only be Zhang Yi. But for Zhang Yi, rather than just taking this guy out, what he really wondered was, did this guy's blood also have some special property? Even more, if this guy got some of Zhang Yi's blood on him, would divine favor mutate somehow? He actually wanted to try it. But spilling blood directly, wouldn't that be too weird? Could he mix his blood into the blood mist using the glyph pattern ability of the blackened replica? That way, he could infect this lucky guy with his blood more discreetly. Thinking that, Zhang Yi really did start sneakily trying to mix his blood into the blood mist. His fingernails had gotten a bit long. Just enough to quietly scratch a cut from beneath the nail. In an instant, the blood dyed the skin between his fingers red, and silently dispersed into the blood mist. However, his blood and this eerie blood mist didn't seem to fuse easily. Still, because the blood mist was there, this faint trace of blood was nearly invisible to the naked eye. Under cover of the mist, he subtly manipulated the trace of blood to drift toward Chen Kang. But with so little blood, what part of Chen Kang's body should he aim for? Zhang Yi considered 2 options, the eyes, or the nostrils. Near the eyes, he might be noticed. Toward the nose, who knew if it would actually get inhaled? Zhang Yi tried both. But just as a trace of blood neared Chen Kang's nostrils, a voice suddenly broke the tense silence. "Then how about I cover his 2 survival points instead?" It was Guan Yi who spoke. Chen Kang immediately turned to glance at her, frowning slightly. Zhang Yi took the opportunity to let the blood thread drift into Chen Kang's breath. Of course, he didn't show anything on his face, and also turned to look at Guan Yi. Guan Yi gave him a faint smile, waved her survival jade token. Zhang Yi frowned again and looked at Chen Kang. Taking advantage of this eye contact, his aura surged suddenly. Even the blood mist seemed to erupt explosively. It really looked like he was about to attack Chen Kang. But in reality, Zhang Yi used this bluff to push another trace of blood toward Chen Kang's pupil. With the blood mist density spiking so suddenly, Chen Kang didn't seem to notice anything unusual. In fact, he seemed excited by Zhang Yi's sudden move. But just as the bluff ended, Zhang Yi suddenly dispersed the blood mist. Then he turned to Guan Yi, raised an eyebrow, and smiled, "All right. As long as the survival points arrive." And just like that, Guan Yi transferred 2 survival points for Chen Kang. After the transfer, she even gave Chen Kang a slight smile. Chen Kang's expression turned a little dark. He gave her a meaningful look, then vanished from the spot. Seeing him disappear, Hyuga wanted to bolt too. He'd asked Zhang Yi earlier, but with no response, he hadn't dared run. But now, even the blood mist was gone. His attributes were back to normal. Hyuga was just about to make a break for it when Guan Yi's voice rang out. She wasn't speaking to him, but looking at Zhang Yi. "You came here specifically to go on a killing spree. It must have been for Huangbo, who's trapped in the Void Mirror Palace, right?" With the dark spirit barrier gone, Huangbo can now escape easily. Hearing that, Hyuga's urge to run stalled. Because if that were true, then Zhang Yi's real target was Wang Hai and Wang Lin. No wonder he let the rest of them off so easily. But why help a light type? Must be aiming for the kill on sight or the reward, right? Actually, Hyuga wasn't like the others. He wanted the reward too. But he knew very well. That kind of high-profile prize isn't something you can get just by wanting it. Luck plays a big part. And he didn't trust his luck much. Still, he was curious. Maybe he could seize the light type's corpse while he had the chance? If Zhang Yi was also aiming for the light type, then by staying put, maybe he had a shot at it too? So Hyuga stayed where he was. But what Guan He said next crushed his hopes. Seeing Zhang Yi silent, she continued, with your power, you probably can't kill the light type. But at the same time, you're not really afraid of the light type either. And we're the same in that regard. Hyuga frowned. With Zhang Yi's strength, even Wang Hai and Wang Lin had to flee. How could he not be able to kill the light type? Was it because the dark spirit barrier was gone and couldn't trap the light type anymore? But if that were it, why scare off Wang Hai and Wang Lin? Wait. Hyuga suddenly realized. The blood mist Zhang Yi had just used clearly had a dark type aura. He must be a dark type being. But then why did Guan He say he wasn't really afraid of light type? How could a dark type not fear light type? And that were the same, what did she mean by that? Hyuga was totally confused. But Lu Shen, whose head was sharper, had started to put some pieces together. Zhang Yi, more than anyone, understood his own condition. He naturally understood what Guan He's 3 sentences meant. From Guan He's perspective, with his current ability, he couldn't kill the light type. Because in combat mode, his abilities clearly had a dark type aura. In other words, even though he overwhelmed Wang Hai and Wang Lin enough to make them run, that power was still countered by light type. So he couldn't use it to fight the light type directly. But at the same time, he wasn't that afraid of light type. Because in his normal state, he wasn't a dark type being, and not subject to light type suppression. As for we're the same, that meant we're both able to switch between dark type and non-dark type forms. Right. That's what Guan He seemed to mean. And also, a hint at her secret. No wonder Zhang Yi had found her strange before. Based on what he knew, she had a high chance of being a dark type being. Now it made sense. She could be a dark type. But she could also switch between dark type and non-dark type. That kind of bizarre situation was honestly amazing. Just like how during her duel with Lin Jing, spectators compared her to Blue Dragon Ku and Red Dragon Ku. Which meant, when in Red Dragon Ku state, she was a dark type. And in Blue Dragon Ku state, she was not. Aside from that, Zhang Yi couldn't help but let his thoughts wander. Could she actually be some kind of light-dark hybrid? When she's not in dark type mode, could she possibly be light type? No way, no way. Absolutely not. Aside from his own replica fusion, no one should be able to be both light and dark type. He quickly shut down that unrealistic train of thought and refocused on the girl in front of him. We're the same. Zhang Yi repeated Guan He's last words, then raised an eyebrow slightly and said, so, you're also looking to cooperate with the light type? Guan He nodded and said directly, I want to find the light type and join forces to kill the apartment boss. As soon as she said that, Hyuga, Lu Shen, and Lu Feng were all utterly shocked. Especially Hyuga and Lu Feng, who'd played games before. When they looked at Guan He, it was like seeing a ghost. Even Zhang Yi himself was somewhat surprised. He stayed silent, but Guan He offered an explanation on her own. You should have seen me in the spectator stands when Lin Jing fought, right? Like I said in the arena, I've been through Midnight Ring. What I didn't say is that Midnight Ring also brought me something unusual. She paused here, sweeping her gaze over Hyuga and the other onlookers. After thinking for a moment, she continued, there's a reincarnated Eri coexisting inside my body. Symbiotic reincarnated Eri? Hyuga and the others were still stunned by the idea. But Zhang Yi stayed rather calm. That's what he had suspected too. He could switch between dark type and non-dark type thanks to replica fusion. This woman must also have a special reason for switching forms. And now it seemed that special reason was the symbiotic reincarnated Eri inside her. According to what the blackened replica had said earlier, reincarnated Eri in the beginner apartment kept reincarnating because it refused to invade players. So the one inside Guan He should have also refused to invade players. Yet, somehow, it had invaded Guan He. But not completely. It had formed some kind of symbiotic relationship. That caused Guan He to have a dual soul state, with both red and blue forms. Still, for a reincarnated Eri to break its own principles and enter her, then her body before being invaded must have been something special too, otherwise the reincarnated Eri wouldn't have taken interest. And this idea of killing the apartment boss clearly didn't originate from Quan He. It must have come from the symbiotic reincarnated Eri inside her. Which meant they might even know the white-clad woman. But isn't that too much of a coincidence? What, two reincarnated Eris in the same reincarnation cycle both planning a revolt? Was it just that they'd reincarnated too many times, and the risk of continuing was too high? Or was there some other reason? Zhang Yi suddenly thought. How many days had passed on the moon phase clock in Doomsday apartment? In this perilous moment, maybe not just the reincarnated Eris, but even light-type reincarnated players wanted to kill the apartment boss. Man, being an apartment boss really was a high-risk profession. Still, actually pulling off the kill probably wouldn't be so easy. Zhang Yi's thoughts shifted. The light-type replica in the Void Mirror Palace transformed again via light and shadow escape, fleeing toward apartment 9669. Meanwhile, during the time the replica number 3, Ice-type, had driven off Wang Hai and Wang Lin, replica number 2 had returned to the duel machine, continuing his win streak. Replica number 1 had swapped places with the blackened replica that had reached apartment 4444, arriving there without any cost. The Eye of True Sight replica, which had exited fusion, entered the personal instance. At the same time, the F-tier trash replica in the Void Mirror Palace rolled the dice of fate 5 times. It was the results of those 5 rolls that made Zhang Yi form a new theory about the repeated rolls of the skull symbol. In those 5 rolls, the first 3 landed on Scepter, Sword, and Holy Grail. The Holy Grail effect was nothing new. Just healed some non-existent injuries again. The sword summoned a weapon. Scythe of Entropy Erasure. The weapon looked like a black scythe. But its material didn't seem to be metal. It felt like some eerie kind of energy. The dark energy made the blade look like a twisted space rift to the naked eye. To Zhang Yi, it felt very similar to the dark spirit barrier created by Wang Hai's compass. And the Scythe of Entropy Erasure was absolutely broken in power. It had 3 main effects. Entropy slash, targets struck by the scythe will disintegrate at the molecular level, the wound will not heal, and the disintegration spreads until total destruction. Entropy drain, each enemy killed causes the scythe to absorb some life entropy. The wielder can extract it to temporarily boost their stats. Void entropy state, consumes large amounts of life entropy, letting the user enter an entropy state immune to all attacks for a short time. The Scythe of Entropy Erasure was clearly a concept-level item, absurdly overpowered. Unfortunately, weapons summoned by the Dice of Fate came with time limits. No matter how strong, Zhang Yi didn't get to keep it. It only lasted 1 hour. A 1 in 6 chance of death, traded for an hour with an insane item. Guess it was kinda worth it. As for the scepter, it gave a flat attribute boost. After the F-tier replica rolled the scepter, both stamina and energy went up by 10 points each. These boosts were permanent. Not timed. So the effect? Insane. The first time you eat a silver tier attribute fruit, you only get plus 5 points. Only the golden tier attribute fruit gives plus 10 per stat. Which meant the scepter was equivalent to eating a golden tier stamina fruit and a golden tier energy fruit. Even the exchange list on the golden tier duel machine didn't offer golden tier attribute fruits. You had to find the traveling merchant and trade survival points for them. And they likely weren't cheap. Plus, there were limits on how many attribute fruits you could consume. Those limits meant top players couldn't just widen the gap endlessly through attribute fruits. But if you could roll the scepter several times, wouldn't that mean skyrocketing attributes and crushing top-tier players? Too bad. After 5 rolls of the Dice of Fate, Zhang Yi finally noticed a pattern. Because the last 2 rolls both came up as skull. Just like the light type before. Now Zhang Yi suspected. Rolling a skull wasn't about the light type. It was about the player rolling the dice. He figured the Dice of Fate considered the light type dead after the first skull roll. Even though the light type had survived thanks to replica substitution, from the dice's perspective, the light type was already a skull. A skull rolling dice gets a skull result. Simply put, even if his replica avoided death through replica substitution, once a skull was rolled once, that replica would always roll skull from then on. A single replica couldn't use replica substitution to endlessly roll the Dice of Fate. So the idea of one replica rolling the scepter 100 times and stacking infinite stats? Not gonna happen. But that was fine. He could still fuse replicas. By having multiple replicas roll multiple scepters, then fusing them into the main body, he could still raise his main body's stats high. To generate more replicas, his main body needed high base attributes. And the Dice of Fate was another shortcut to power, aside from attribute fruits. Chapter 125 Madman Mask acquired such a great item obviously had to be put to good use. The F-tier replica would now always roll skull. So Zhang Yi passed the Dice of Fate to a replica with A-tier comprehension enhancement through the replica shared space, continuing the dice rolls. At the same time, in room 6996 of apartment 9669, a flicker of light, barely visible to the naked eye, flashed by. Right after, a low voice rang out, "Symbiotic reincarnated dearie? TSK TSK. So because it's symbiotic, you're not afraid of me?" This was in response to Guanhe revealing she had a symbiotic reincarnated dearie. And the sudden voice instantly froze the just relaxed atmosphere of room 6996. However, people like Hyuga weren't dark-type beings. So they didn't have that instinctive fear of light-type. On the contrary, they were all eyeing the kill on sight order reward. Especially Lu Feng. His eyes were practically glowing red. But they also knew very well. Without Wang Hai and Wang Lin's dark spirit barrier, their chances of hitting the light form Huangbo were almost nil. And right now, they didn't seem to be the main players here. Their eyes all drifted to Guanhe, occasionally glancing at Zhang Yi. Both Guanhe and Zhang Yi stood stiffly, their expressions a bit unnatural. Of course, Zhang Yi was just mimicking Guanhe to keep up appearances, avoiding suspicion. And more importantly, at this moment, he was literally playing two roles in the same scene. His real focus was naturally on the light type. Guanhe, likely due to the symbiotic reincarnated dearie, still had an instinctive fear of the light type. She was honest about it though. While glancing around, she replied, "Of course I'm afraid. That's why we can keep each other in check." That statement sounded strange. Then a voice from above drifted down, "We?" Guanhe nodded, "That's right, we. Me, Zhang Yi, and you." The light-type Huangbo let out a deliberate laugh, his tone faintly mocking, "Keep each other in check, and then what? You want me to help kill the apartment boss? But this kind of high-risk move has no benefit for me at all." Guanhe still gazed upward as she wandered her eyes around, expression feigning confusion. How could it be no benefit? Killing the apartment boss would help you get rid of the kill on sight order, wouldn't it? Kill the apartment boss to lift the kill order? Zhang Yi hadn't heard that before. The light-type companion had told him the way to break free was something like the reincarnated dearie's fake death, just more complicated, requiring rare and special items. Was it possible those items came from killing an apartment boss? As he was thinking, Guanhe's calm, cool voice continued, "All you have to do is kill all 26 apartment bosses, and the kill order will be lifted naturally. If you don't believe me, I heard the administrator of apartment 9999 also issued a small kill order on you. If you kill that one, the small kill order gets lifted. Should be proof I'm not lying." Guanhe made it sound so logical. But Zhang Yi was speechless inside. "Is this seriously about whether I believe you? Kill all 26 apartment bosses? You've got some guts saying that." Even the white-clad woman didn't set him up with something this outrageous when she gave him a mission. Not just Zhang Yi. Even Hyuga and Lu Feng were mentally screaming that maybe they weren't even playing the same game as Guanhe. Lu Feng could barely stop himself from shouting, "Have you read the stuff you're saying?" Guanhe wasn't stupid. In the eerie silence, she slowly spoke again, "Actually, once we get started, we'll realize. There's not that much difference between killing one apartment boss and killing 26. Zhang Yi thought, "Yeah, sure. Just like there's not much difference between positive infinity and positive infinity. The thing is, if he really wanted to lift a kill order, he didn't need to go through all that. Hell, under the right conditions, he could even claim the kill on sight reward himself." So Guanhe's proposal didn't really appeal to him. Just as he was thinking about throwing out a snarky line to keep up his reckless persona, Guanhe suddenly raised her hand, holding a black mask-like item between her fingers. His Eye of True Sight replica had already entered the personal instance, so it couldn't fuse or be used directly. But skills possessed by the main body were still easily usable by replicas. So he cast detection and immediately got results. That black mask was actually the legendary Madman mask. Wait, what? No one in this zone had hit a 100-win streak, right? So how was the Madman mask showing up? Zhang Yi thought for a moment and quickly realized. This Madman mask probably belonged to the symbiotic reincarnated dearie. That thing had gone through who knows how many beginner apartments. It was possible it had gotten the item early. In his light form, Zhang Yi's eyes lit up. He hadn't even spoken yet when Guanhe raised the Madman mask and said, "You should know very well. Running away will never solve the problem. Team up with us, go big. This is practically your only way out. Because when day 8 comes and the veteran players arrive, barriers like the one Wang Hai and Wang Lin used on you, the Dark Spirit Barrier, will flood in like a net. And even if you survive those, what then? Go to Doomsday apartment? You think you'll be able to do whatever you want once you get there?" Guanhe made a lot of sense. If Zhang Yi were just a regular light type, yeah, chances of survival were slim. He might as well go all out. But the thing was, Zhang Yi wasn't a regular light type. He had an entire army of replicas backing him up. Hell, if it came down to it, he could even sacrifice the light type to get a reward. As he was thinking, Guanhe suddenly glanced in his direction. Then she swept her gaze through the air and said meaningfully, "Also, if I'm not mistaken, you and Zhang Yi already know each other, right? What's your relationship?" That question was aimed at light form Huangbo, but also subtly directed at Zhang Yi himself. Neither of them answered. Then a streak of light shot across Guanhe's fingers. The madman mask in her hand vanished in a flash. And moments later, the name Huangbo disappeared from the apartment 9669 level ranking. Wait. Did he just snatch the madman mask and run? What the actual? In room 6996, Hyuga and the others were all dumbfounded. This. What the hell? Did a light type just do that? Snatched something and ran off. That's seriously low, man. Even Guanhe froze a little, eyes wide as she stared at her now empty, delicate hand. After a moment, she stiffly turned her head toward Zhang Yi. Only to see Zhang Yi also looking shocked, cursing angrily. That light type has no shame at all. Isn't there a phrase called the righteous light of the path? With behavior like that, he's just disgracing the whole righteous path. After cursing, he cleared his throat and said seriously, he probably went to apartment 4444. I'm heading there too. See you all if fate allows. With that, he vanished with a flash, leaving behind the four players, confused and scattered like leaves in a windless storm. While things wind down here, the real show was just beginning in apartment 4444. The white-clad woman and the blackened replica had both arrived ahead of time. When they first got there, they were each a little relieved. No light type in sight. The blackened replica was fine. When replica number 1 swapped places with him, he automatically left 4444 and returned to his native apartment 1010. The white-clad woman, though, wasn't so lucky. To be precise, when the light type arrived at apartment 4444, every dark type being in the place was screwed. That included Lin Jing. Lin Jing, being a dark type with glyph pattern ability, naturally had an instinctive fear of light type. It hadn't been obvious before due to no face-to-face encounter. But now, with the light type landing in 4444, Lin Jing's righteously firm face instantly turned pale. He, along with Uing and other elites, was stationed right on the rooftop of 4444. That's also where the teleportation array between apartments was. So they were confident no one could enter or exit 4444 without passing under their eyes. Well, except the white-clad woman. She had her own cross-apartment methods. When Zhang Yi showed up later, they didn't catch him at the rooftop either. But since they knew he was familiar with the white-clad woman, and that they arrived around the same time, they assumed he'd borrowed her method and skipped the rooftop. But now, light-type Huangbo suddenly appeared in the apartment 4444 member list, and still hadn't passed through the rooftop. The elite players stationed there all had varying expressions. Dark types like Lin Jing were obviously terrified. But a few non-dark type elites actually looked a bit delighted. Also on the rooftop were Wang Hai and Wang Lin, who had crossed apartments from 9669. When they saw Zhang Yi on the member list, their eyes darkened slightly. But soon, Wang Hai spoke up, "If the light type is here, should we set up another dark spirit barrier?" Among the rooftop players, Lin Jing wasn't the leader. But because he was connected to Zhang Yi, his status was different. Before the actual leader could speak, Lin Jing replied seriously, "Pointless. So what if you set up another dark spirit barrier? Zhang Yi can break through it anyway. On the contrary, the two of you are already on Zhang Yi's hate list. Staying with us might drag us down. So my suggestion: leave 4444 as soon as possible." Wang Hai and Wang Lin actually wanted to bail. The light type was tempting, but Zhang Yi's pressure was no joke. Especially after learning from Lin Jing. Zhang Yi probably knew the light type. Him suddenly heading to room 6996 of apartment 9669 was likely to break the dark spirit barrier and rescue the light type. If Zhang Yi and the light type joined forces, that would be unbeatable. Zhang Yi breaks the barrier with dark type might, the light type crushes all dark type beings with innate advantage. Together, they'd be unstoppable. Wang Hai and Wang Lin immediately leaned toward agreeing with Lin Jing. But maybe considering something else, they looked toward the real leader among the rooftop elite players. If Zhang Yi were present, he'd be shocked. Among the gathered elites on the rooftop, the leader was someone he recognized. It was the mysterious bald guy who had matched with Lin Jing 5 times. Because Zhang Yi had interfered, Lin Jing had surrendered, and the bald guy didn't get a 6th match. Back in the spectator stands during Lin Jing's match, Zhang Yi had heard Duang say that Lin Jing had thrown a fake match, giving up quick battle mode, perhaps to kill the mysterious bald guy in real life. But now, what a twist. Lin Jing and Duang were standing with a bald guy. And all the elite players seemed to treat this bald guy as their leader. The mysterious bald guy met Wang Hai and Wang Lin's questioning gaze, thought for a moment, then didn't echo Lin Jing's suggestion for them to leave. Instead, he suddenly removed the disguise mask he was wearing. The bald image vanished, replaced by a haggard young man with dark eye circles. He looked like one of those urban legends. A sand god. Totally slouched, eyes half-lidded like he hadn't slept in 3 days. Expressionless, he handed the disguise mask to Wang Hai, and said lazily, "Put on this mask. Find a corner in 4444 to hide. Just make sure the name Wang Hai stays on the member list. Then, hand me your dark spirit compass." Wang Hai felt nervous at first putting the mask on. But then he thought. Anyone seeing that bald image would hesitate to attack. Even during match 5 with Lin Jing, this guy had been pulling out all the stops. No one dare take him lightly. So wearing that disguise mask, others would think he was the mysterious bald guy. Nobody would mess with him. With that in mind, Wang Hai put on the mask, handed over the dark spirit compass, and disappeared from the rooftop. As soon as he left, the haggard young man held the dark spirit compass, then waved his other hand across his face. His face changed. He now looked exactly like Wang Hai. His build and aura too perfectly mimicked the middle-aged man. Seeing this, Lin Jing immediately understood. He'd told Wang Hai to leave because he feared Zhang Yi would come after him again. But this guy wanted Zhang Yi to come after him. Recalling all those duels with the mysterious bald guy, Lin Jing's expression darkened, eyes lowered, silent. Wang, however, tried to flatter the man now disguised as Wang Hai. With things like this, the setup's perfect. If Huangbo dares come, the dark spirit barrier will trap him for sure. If Zhang Yi tries to rescue him again and breaks the barrier, then we'll finally know his secret. But Wang Hai only glanced at him coolly and corrected, "Not we. I." Wang chuckled awkwardly and edged closer to Lin Jing. Lin Jing was now tense all over, and it took all he had to suppress his fear of the light type and squeeze out a line. "The light type is approaching the rooftop." Chapter 126. 3 replicas sent by the enemy light type. Zhang Yi was indeed approaching the rooftop using light and shadow escape. But on the way up, he stumbled upon an unexpected surprise. His light and shadow escape was spiraling upward through apartment 4444, tracing a curved path. And during this winding ascent, he unexpectedly spotted a sneaky figure. What was key was, the figure's appearance was none other than that of the mysterious bald guy who'd matched with Lin Jing 5 times. Since Lin Jing's quick battle could match players across all districts, Zhang Yi had thought that guy might not be from the same district. But to actually bump into him here, in their very own apartment 4444. Coincidence? No. This was no coincidence. Back when Lin Jing had tried to get Zhang Yi to throw a match, he'd mentioned some players might be sponsored by NPCs. Lin Jing had even speculated that the mysterious bald guy was backed by the Duo organization, which was why he could casually throw out 5 privilege cards to match with him. Later, Lin Jing left apartment 9999 for a while. When he returned to 9999 to negotiate with Zhang Yi, he had a raven egg as his bargaining chip. And according to Wang, the divine raven was the Duo organization's sacred bird. So then, that must have been when he got connected to the mysterious bald guy? Or rather, the mysterious bald guy found him? More accurately, the Duo organization behind the mysterious bald guy sought him out? Either way, from any angle, this mysterious bald guy had an extraordinary identity, background, and power. Logically, upon running into someone so dangerous, Zhang Yi should have kept his distance to avoid trouble. But instead, he used his light-type replica to chase the suspicious figure. He'd been on his way to the rooftop. But thanks to mysterious bald guy, he veered off course and headed downward. He followed him all the way to the 4th floor, where he saw mysterious bald guy heading to the end of the hallway. Naturally, Zhang Yi followed. Just as mysterious bald guy was about to slip into a barrier space at the hallway's end, Zhang Yi flashed forward and blocked the entrance. This mysterious bald guy was actually Wang Hai. The real mysterious bald guy was up on the rooftop disguised as Wang Hai. Wang Hai had used a disguise mask to take the mysterious bald guy's identity. They had effectively swapped places. And all Wang Hai had to do was find a hiding spot and make sure Wang Hai stayed on the apartment 4444 member list. That way, the fake Wang Hai on the rooftop wouldn't be exposed immediately. But Wang Hai hadn't expected this simple task would be exposed by Huangbo right at the start. Seeing Huangbo appear in front of the barrier space, Wang Hai panicked. His first instinct was to flee. But Wang Hai was no stranger to chaos. He quickly composed himself. Right now, he wasn't Wang Hai. He was the mysterious bald guy who'd matched Lin Jing 5 times. Anyone who knew that name wouldn't dare strike first. Even Lin Jing, despite all his tricks on the battlefield, had never dared go all out against a mysterious bald guy. And even if this light type didn't know about that legacy, Wang Hai still wasn't scared. After all, he wasn't a dark type being. He wasn't weak to light type. What he feared was the weird and unpredictable Zhang Yi. Confirming that the only one blocking him was Huang Bo, Wang Hai steadied himself and calmly asked, "Why are you blocking my path, stranger?" Zhang Yi didn't know this mysterious bald guy was Wang Hai, but he had a weird feeling. He'd thought the mysterious bald guy was a dark type. But clearly, this guy wasn't. In fact, Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow and said, "Hey, that's odd. You're the first player who, upon seeing me, neither fears me nor eyes the kill on sight or the reward." Wang Hai was screaming internally, who the hell isn't eyeing the reward? But so what if he was? Without the dark spirit barrier, what use was it? The guy could vanish in a flash using light and shadow escape. Still, Wang Hai couldn't help but grow greedy. This light-type rat was cocky as hell. If Zhang Yi hadn't helped him break the dark spirit barrier, he wouldn't have escaped the Void Mirror Palace. And now that he's free, he still had the guts to run straight into danger. Charging into apartment 4444? Not scared of another barrier trap, huh? Even worse. He had the nerve to show his human form. If he could attack this human form light-type player. Right now, Wang Hai didn't have the dark spirit compass, so technically, he had no way to deal with light-type. But the itch in his heart said maybe. Just maybe. He should try. So, he put on the mysterious air of the mysterious bald guy, and slowly replied, "I'm not a dark type, so why would I fear you? As for the kill or reward, what good is wanting it? You've got light and shadow escape, don't you?" He said this to draw Zhang Yi's attention. But in reality, he quietly took out an item and suddenly flung it at Zhang Yi. To be honest, it was a gamble. Because the light type could easily dodge. Just turn into light and vanish. Wang Hai was betting. This light type player was too new to have developed that instinctive reaction to dodge by turning into light. And sure enough, the ugly human face didn't become light. He instinctively raised his hand and caught the projectile. Seeing that, Wang Hai's eyes lit up with joy. Zhang Yi looked curiously at the item in his hand. He'd assumed it was some hidden weapon. But now that he took a closer look, he saw. It was a triangular prism, 3-sided. From the cross-section, it was clearly a triangle. The hollow center looked like a black hole. Each of the 3 reflective surfaces showed Zhang Yi. Or rather, Huang Bo's face. What was weirder? Zhang Yi barely gripped the prism, didn't squeeze hard, and the corners weren't sharp. Yet his palm started bleeding, and blood dripped onto the mirror. He watched as the fake mysterious bald guy burst out laughing, ha 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 ha. A newborn light type. Still too green. And with that laughter, the blood-stained prism suddenly shattered into 3 pieces. Crack. The 3 reflective shards hit the ground, splintering into mirrored fragments. And from those fragments, 3 figures stepped out. Zhang Yi was stunned. And Wang Hai, seeing his shock, became even more gleeful. That's right. Don't be too surprised. Each one of them has 100% of your strength. They won't follow anyone's orders, but from the moment they were born from your blood, they had one goal. To kill you. Until one of you dies, they won't stop. You can run. Use light and shadow escape and flee all you want. But wherever you run, these 3 light and shadow escapes will chase you. Of course, this kill prism-generated replica had one fatal flaw. Light-type Huang Bo could cross apartments by paying survival points. But these 3 replicas couldn't. They also couldn't use light and shadow escape to directly cross apartments. So theoretically, if Huang Bo left 4444 through cross-apartment transfer, he'd shake them off. But to do that, he'd have to go to the rooftop. And up on the rooftop, they already set the dark spirit barrier, just waiting for the light type. If the light type went, he'd be trapped. If Zhang Yi went, he'd be baited into killing the fake Wang Hai. And most players couldn't do anything about light and shadow escape. But light and shadow escape itself had to be able to counter it. 3 light and shadow escapes chasing 1 light and shadow escape. This Huang Bo might not even make it to the rooftop before being cornered by his own replicas. And if they could trap him, Wang Hai might really claim the kill on sight order reward and shock everyone. How could Wang Hai not be ecstatic? But what Wang Hai didn't know was, Zhang Yi was even more ecstatic than he was. The only unfortunate part was, Zhang Yi couldn't show how thrilled he was. So while struggling to suppress his laughter, his face twisted a little. But that twisted expression made his acting look even more real. Zhang Yi shot a murderous glare toward Wang Hai, full of unhidden killing intent. Then, with a grand sweep of his hand toward the 3 identical light-type replicas, those 3 light-type replicas vanished instantly. Wang Hai's ecstasy froze on his face. He was stunned. What? How was this fair? The kill prism. Wasn't it supposed to create 3 replicas to hunt the target? How could 3 of them not beat 1? How the hell did they all just disappear? 3 against 1, and they got one-shotted? Wang Hai was freaking out. But he quickly realized. There was only one explanation for this outcome. This Huangbo must have been holding some insanely overpowered item. One so strong it could crush 3 copies of himself with ease. At that thought, Wang Hai's eyes nearly burst from their sockets in shock. And Zhang Yi, meanwhile, grew increasingly suspicious. He'd already had a hunch. This mysterious bald guy didn't feel like the same one who fought Lin Jing 5 times. That one was quiet, emotionless. But this one clearly lacked composure. The vibe was totally different. And the more he thought about it, the more it seemed likely they weren't the same person. After all, the bald guy's identity came from a disguise mask. So, if the real one lent or sold his mask to someone else, then it was totally possible for someone to impersonate him. Was it lent? Or traded? What was the purpose? A few thoughts flickered through Zhang Yi's mind. But what he cared more about was that triangular prism. So he asked in a low, cold tone, "What's that item that created 3 of my replicas? Got any more of it?" Wang Hai thought Huangbo was scared of it. That maybe defeating those 3 replicas had come at a huge cost? If he had another kill prism, could he really threaten this guy? Unfortunately, he didn't. 1-use items were rare enough. But a kill prism, nicknamed the mini kill order, was ridiculously rare. Having 1 was lucky. More? No way. Still, wearing the mysterious bald guy's identity, Wang Hai bluffed confidently, "If you've got guts, kill me. I dare you to touch a hair on my head." Zhang Yi thought, what a weird request. But he was a cautious man. He only suspected this bald guy wasn't the real one. He couldn't be 100% sure. If this guy was the one who fought Lin Jing, then killing him might be a problem. Still, Zhang Yi didn't show up at 4444 without being fully prepared. He flashed a grin at the bald guy and said, "Since you're so sincere in your request, I suppose I'll be kind enough to grant your wish." SZZZ. As he finished the word wish, the bald guy let out a shriek like a pig being slaughtered. A pitch-black scythe, like a rift in space, sliced straight at his face. Scythe of entropy erasure. A concept-level weapon with a mere 1-hour time limit. Zhang Yi had to go wild with it while he had the chance. Otherwise, what a waste. But there's a limitation to Dice of Fate weapons. Only the replica who rolled it can use it. Others can't. However, that limitation could be bypassed by replica fusion. Zhang Yi had fused the F-tier trash replica who rolled the Scythe of Entropy Erasure into his light-type self. So now the light-type could wield the scythe. At that moment, the scythe struck the disguise mask on the bald guy's face. The mask immediately shattered into shimmering particles. With the mask destroyed, the man's true face was revealed. It was Wang Hai. Oh, wow. So Wang Hai had fled 9,669. And came straight to 4,444. Sure enough, the apartment 4,444 member list included Wang Hai and Wang Lin. In the blink of an eye, Wang Hai's entire face looked like it had been erased. As if someone had rubbed a drawing clean with an eraser. Like a faceless man from a comic. But it didn't stop there. The glowing particles on his face spread like a virus, devouring his flesh without spilling a drop of blood. Wang Hai kept screaming, still barely conscious. He quickly pulled out another item and crushed it. His body vanished on the spot. But the light particles on him didn't disappear. Zhang Yi, gripping the scythe of entropy erasure, chased after the floating light trail. Straight to the rooftop. And now, he realized. The fake mysterious bald guy, Wang Hai, had come down from the rooftop earlier. Which meant the rooftop must be a trap. A hangman banquet. Zhang Yi was even a little excited at the thought. However, as Wang Hai, now horribly disfigured and faceless, stumbled into the dark spirit barrier while screaming for help, the real mysterious bald guy, disguised as Wang Hai, suddenly locked eyes on those glowing wounds. His gaze was one of shock, terror, disbelief. "Who is it?" he shouted, grabbing Wang Hai's arm, losing control. He demanded in a fierce voice, "Who did this to you?" Chapter 127, Little Bay, I'm here to help you. Wang Hai's screams were growing weaker and weaker. After he managed to squeeze out a few yeses from his throat, the eerie injury in his light spot state spread to his throat. His vocal cords were destroyed, and he could no longer make a sound. It even felt like he could suffocate and die at any moment. Such a terrifying condition made all the players inside the dark spirit barrier feel a chill run down their spines and their scalps go numb. They had never seen such an eerie kind of injury before. It just instinctively filled them with fear. But the fake Hueco, the real bald guy, recognized the injury. If you looked closely, you'd see. The injury spreading across Hueco's face looked just like light scorch. But light scorch only occurred on dark-type beings. And Hueco clearly wasn't a dark type. The only thing that could cause such a terrifying effect on a non-dark type being was a concept-level weapon. No wonder the mysterious bald guy was scared shitless. What he couldn't understand was how the hell could a mere beginner apartment have a concept-level weapon? This shit was just way too outrageous. Could he have fallen into some kind of heaven-defying illusion? Or was this not even a beginner apartment to begin with? Bottom line, the mysterious bald guy was beyond shocked, questioning his entire life. In the midst of this shock, he was already thinking about running away. But suddenly, he sensed a fear like the Grim Reaper himself had arrived. Logically, he had already died many times. He should have long gotten used to the feeling of death. Shouldn't even feel afraid. But at that moment, he just couldn't help it. His whole body trembled uncontrollably, scalp tingled, and his mind was filled with nothing but sheer terror. In that instant, his heart pounded so hard it felt like it leaped into his throat. His pupils shook, and only one word remained in his mind. Run. Get the fuck out. But then, suddenly, a dark flash of light actually broke in from outside the dark spirit barrier. That scene, like a black hole space suddenly shattering, looked exactly like what had happened back in room 6996 of apartment 9669, when Zhang Yi forced Hueco to flee and the barrier was dispelled. It was just like a black curtain being ripped apart, a black hole space collapsing. Only this time, as the dark spirit barrier shattered, the dark spirit compass in the fake Hueco's hand suddenly let out a cracking sound. Ka-cha! All the players trapped inside the barrier went stiff, their eyes nearly bursting out of their sockets. Right before their eyes, they all saw a flash of light. A flash of light holding a scythe that looked like a rift in the darkness, charging straight at them. Light moved with blinding speed. In that moment, as the dark spirit barrier shattered, the entire audience was left shocked. Terrified. All their eyes widened in disbelief, like their pupils were literally about to shatter. But then, that flash of light suddenly changed direction in the blink of an eye. Bang. Bang. Bang bang. Amid those booming sounds, the entropy scythe struck the teleportation consoles on the rooftop at incredible speed. Those consoles, which were used for teleportation, were rapidly breaking apart under the assault of the entropy scythe. That's right. As soon as Zhang Yi arrived at apartment 4444, he made a beeline for the rooftop. Not for anything else, but to destroy those teleportation consoles. Lin Jing and Duang wanted to seal off apartment 4444, right? Want to seal the apartment? Fine, he'd just do it himself. By force. With the entropy scythe. And this kind of physical lockdown seemed even more effective than an administrator's authority-based seal. Not only were all the players inside apartment 4444 now trapped. Even players from other apartments couldn't teleport in anymore. However, just as Zhang Yi, in his light and shadow escape state, was happily smashing consoles with the entropy scythe, he accidentally bumped into someone. Why would someone suddenly appear? Because those consoles themselves were teleportation arrays. Someone had just teleported over from another apartment. And that person was none other than Guan He, who had been robbed of her madman mask back in apartment 9669. Guan He hadn't even had time to react. She saw that scythe, like a rift in darkness, coming at her with terrifying force. Her expression changed drastically, instantly losing all composure, and blurted out, "Holy shit." Right after that, like a reflex, she turned red in an instant. A red headband appeared on her head, and her entire state shifted. Yeah, just like Blue Dragon Kuat turning into Red Dragon Ku in a flash. Guan He instantly transformed into the Red Handkerchief Woman. But even in that form, she still lost all composure and shrieked even louder, "Holy shit." Then, she freaked out and turned blue again. No wait, she reverted to her normal Guan He form. Having gone through 2 rounds of such extreme fear, her face was now ghostly pale, and tears were about to fall. She even instinctively cried out "Mommy." And then, trembling, crushed an item. In the next second, her shaking figure disappeared from the rooftop. Yep, Guan He ran away. But she didn't make it out of apartment 4444. Because in that insanely short period of time, Zhang Yi had already destroyed all the teleportation consoles on the rooftop. Any normal player couldn't have done it. First off, the consoles weren't the kind of items you could break with just anything. If not for the entropy scythe, Even a light type couldn't have pulled this off. Second was the speed. There were too many consoles. Without light and shadow escape, it would have been impossible to destroy them all this fast. Unfortunately, while Zhang Yi was swinging the entropy scythe and wrecking consoles, Guanhe ran, Bald Guy ran, Lin Jing and Duang ran, everyone on the rooftop ran. Of course, Wang Hai didn't run. He was dead. And now that the consoles were destroyed, the rest couldn't teleport to other apartments either. So even if they ran, they were still stuck in apartment 4444. And for someone like Zhang Yi, who had light and shadow escape and the entropy scythe, this was basically like catching turtles in a jar. Effortless. So satisfying. Lin Jing's reason for wanting Zhang Yi to seal apartment 4444 was to trap and kill the light type. But now, the situation had flipped. The light type sealed apartment 4444, ready to hunt everyone else instead. Zhang Yi, completely satisfied, smashed the final console and eagerly anticipated the upcoming game of cat and mouse. He even publicly posted in the now silent apartment 4444 chat group. Huangbo, weren't you all the ones willing to go all out to seal off apartment 4444? So how come now that I've helped you seal it, you don't look too happy? At Lin Jing a Duang fan, now that was the peak of arrogance. Lin Jing and Duang were too busy running for their lives to even think about replying. But just then, a sudden announcement echoed in every apartment 4444 player's mind. Ding. Beginner apartment emergency announcement. Administrator of apartment 4444 has issued a kill on-site order against player Huangbo. Any player who successfully kills Huangbo will receive the following rewards. 1. Madman Mask 5, 2. Platinum Treasure Chest 5, 3. Survival Points 5,000, 4. 1 free housing unit in this apartment. The reward wasn't as generous as what the administrator of apartment 9999 had offered before. Still, it was pretty generous. Back when that announcement popped up in apartment 9999, the whole chat group had exploded. But right now, the chat group for apartment 4444 remained quiet as a mouse. Looks like these players had at least a decent sense of self-awareness. They were clearly aware of their current predicament. As for this administrator of apartment 4444, he seemed a bit out of touch. Zhang Yi let out a slight smile, then used light and shadow escape to dive straight for the first floor. At the same time, in just this brief moment, his comprehension replica, far away in the Void Mirror Palace, rolled the dice of fate 2 more times. The first roll landed on Scepter, boosting both stamina and energy attributes by +10. The second roll finally landed on the one Zhang Yi had been hoping for, Crown. The Crown's effect was an increase in luck. His 2 powerful SS tier replicas, the light and dark ones, were both generated after he had previously rolled a crown. So Zhang Yi kept rolling the dice of fate hoping to get another crown, to create more overpowered replicas. Now that he had the crown, the comprehension replica had no survival points. But that wasn't a problem. Zhang Yi had already planned ahead. Back in room 6996 of apartment 9669, Guanhe and 4 other players had transferred a total of 12 survival points to him. Those survival points were stored inside a survival jade token. And the points inside could be extracted into the data panel. Of course, once transferred to the data panel, the survival points could no longer be traded. Zhang Yi didn't care. He immediately extracted 2 survival points for the comprehension replica, testing the waters by creating 2 new replicas. And sure enough, with the added luck, these 2 new replicas were not ordinary. Fuzai, level 0, stamina 10, energy 10, combat power 100, survival points 0, ability 141 extremes, SS, effect, you can choose to die in exchange for the guaranteed death of a target. Both deaths are SS tier. Skills, Artistic Explosion, S, Eyes of Hatred, S, Artistic Explosion, S, you may sacrifice your body or a bound item to explode the target. Explosion power is based on the value of the sacrifice. Sacrificing your body usually yields greater value than sacrificing bound items. Eyes of Hatred, S, you can mark a target with hatred. When the hatred value reaches a certain threshold, you may sacrifice your eyes to kill the target. If the hatred value is too low, the target will be injured instead. The death tier is based on hatred level, up to a maximum of S tier. On an average player, this SS tier ability might be a bit of a gimmick. But for Zhang Yi, who had replica substitution, this was basically a point-and-kill move. Could this ability let him directly trade for the apartment boss's death? Wasn't this a bit too OP? That said, the reason why all his replicas currently had access to replica substitution was mostly thanks to the effect of the soul link, S-tier skill. And that S-tier skill had a time limit. Once it expired, the replicas would no longer have access to replica substitution, and pulling off a 1-for-1 extreme would require fusing the replica back into his main body at midnight and letting the main body use this game-breaking ability. Of course, there was an even better solution: to make Soul Link a permanently owned skill. That was also one of the main reasons Zhang Yi hadn't rushed to kill Lin Jing and Duang yet. He was still counting on those two to help him upgrade the trial version skill into a permanent one. The second replica was also SS tier. Lize, level 0, stamina 10, energy 10, combat power 100, survival points 0, ability, lofty ambition, SS, skill, vow, S, you may set a timed goal. If you succeed within the time limit, you gain a reward. If you fail, you suffer a penalty. Another growth type ability. No offensive power at the beginning. Would need time to grow. Zhang Yi wasn't disappointed, though. In fact, he was kind of excited. After all, with his army of replicas backing him up, this ambitious replica couldn't possibly fail in his vows. He was pretty curious what kind of rewards he might get for fulfilling those vows. But the most urgent thing now was to create more high-quality replicas while the luck boost was still active. So he immediately extracted 5 more survival points for the comprehension replica and continued generating replicas. Meanwhile, back in apartment 4444, Zhang Yi had just charged down to the first floor, and from afar, he saw the white-clad woman's head full of black snakes had all been severed and were lying all over the floor. And surrounding her were dozens of identical white-clad women. They clawed and lunged, the snakes on their heads writhing as if blown by wind, forming an all-out assault against the white-clad woman. A middle-aged man, suspected to be the administrator of apartment 4444, was holding a strange-looking mirror and aiming it at the white-clad woman from a distance. On top of that, the floor beneath the battle was covered in eerie runes. The runes appeared to be under the administrator's control. And judging from the current situation, it looked like the white-clad woman was losing the fight. But when Zhang Yi saw the floor full of white-clad women, his eyes gleamed with excitement. He put on his madman mask, swung the entropy scythe, and shouted from afar, "Little Bay, I'm here to help you." That one excited roar completely stunned the white-clad woman. The black lines above her head, just the snake bodies with no heads, suddenly stood up straight. It looked like she'd been struck by lightning. She didn't even need to turn around to see where Zhang Yi was coming from. Her mind instantly filled with one thought: holy shit. Can you not? From the administrator's point of view, he also froze completely and didn't even need to look to know the light type had arrived. His scalp tingled, his pupils shook, and just like the white-clad woman, a line popped into his head: holy shit. Are you fucking serious? At that moment, the whole battle scene seemed to be screaming just one thing. Don't come over here. Unfortunately, no one heard the heartfelt cries of these two suddenly kindred-spirited dark-type beings. Zhang Yi certainly didn't. His eyes sparkled with even more excitement as he charged toward the cluster of white-clad women. In an instant, dozens of white-clad women let out ghostly, blood-curdling screams. And the administrator of apartment 4444 suddenly flung the mirror in his hand at one of the white-clad women. Then, in the blink of an eye, he operated the front desk console and his trembling figure disappeared. Chapter 128, Apartment Destruction Time moved up. Come to think of it, the reason that guy managed to escape was mainly because he threw away the mirror in his hand. Zhang Yi's eyes had been locked onto that mirror. With a flash step, a beam of light shot forth. Amid the chaotic crowd of white-clad women, the mirror was instantly snatched into his hand. Unfortunately, the Eye of True Sight replica had already entered a personal instance, and couldn't be fused back. And the regular detection skill didn't seem capable of identifying the mirror's info at all. No matter. Zhang Yi just stashed the mirror away. In the next second, he noticed that the dozens of white-clad women that had been in the hall were now completely gone. Most of them had simply vanished like phantoms. The original white-clad woman had regrown snake heads atop the black snakes on her head, the snakes wrapped around her, and she vanished in an instant. She ran. Likely terrified of the light type. Zhang Yi was speechless. Didn't he just shout, "Little Bay, I'm here to help you"? He clearly stated he was an ally. Why run? Helplessly, the hidden replica number 1 of Zhang Yi swapped in from within apartment 4444. He pulled out the glass orb used to contact the white-clad woman and called out, "Bay." "No, Big Boss Yin Su, where'd you go?" "I've already teamed up with this light type, Huang Bo. He was trapped in the Void Mirror Palace by some setup, and I helped him break the Dark Spirit barrier to get out. Now he's agreed to join forces with me to go after the apartment boss. And also the apartment administrator." He has a madman mask and can help kill him too. So now, Huangbo is our ally. You don't have to hide from him. Zhang Yi spoke with all the earnestness in the world, but the glass orb remained unresponsive. The white-clad woman definitely heard him. She just hadn't recovered from the shock yet. In another space, she was calming her shattered nerves while mumbling internally. Damn it. Is this really about being allies? This is about light and dark. Instincts, nature, principle. Don't have to hide, he says. Even if the apartment boss came, I'd still hide. How could a mere reincarnated Eri like me not hide? Still, instinct and fear aside, saying it out loud would be too embarrassing. So once she had collected herself, she deliberately dodged the topic of fleeing and cut straight to the point. We'll talk about dealing with the apartment boss later. Right now, the issue is, that light-type Huangbo just ruined something big for me. The 4444 administrator got away before I could kill him. At this, Zhang Yi interjected, but I heard that apartment administrators can't leave their own apartments. Where could he have gone? He's probably gone to the underground dairy graveyard, a feature unique to apartment 4444. And that's exactly where the real trouble begins. First problem. The authority to access the Eerie graveyard lies solely with the administrator. He hid in the graveyard, and we don't have the authority to go in. There's nothing we can do about it. That light type thought I was losing the fight and came charging in to help. But I was deliberately playing weak, waiting for the perfect moment to kill the administrator in one strike. What I feared most was him hiding in the graveyard. Now thanks to that dumb light type barging in, the administrator really did get away. Seriously? She was faking being at a disadvantage? So he really made things worse by helping? Replica number 1 and Huangbo exchanged awkward glances. Still, it wasn't the end of the world. He asked the orb again, you said that's the first problem. What's the second? Second problem is, my raven egg is still inside the graveyard. According to the 2 players I made a contract with, the administrator didn't know there was a raven egg in the graveyard. Those 2 even used that as leverage to pressure me into action. But now that the administrator has personally entered the graveyard, he's bound to find the raven egg. If we don't get in there and stop him soon, something might happen to it. Zhang Yi nodded slightly. He'd been curious about that so-called Eerie graveyard for a while now. Had always wanted to check it out. So at this point, he switched over to Huangbo, who addressed the orb. Here's the thing. My light and shadow escape lets me move freely within the bounds of an apartment. But I've searched all over 4444 and found no sign of the so-called Eerie graveyard. What gives? That voice, clearly not Zhang Yi's, was immediately recognized by the white-clad woman. There was a long silence from the orb. Then, when a voice finally came through, her tone had clearly changed. She wasn't nearly as snappy as she'd been with Zhang Yi. Light can indeed pass through many things. But there are some special barriers that even light can't penetrate. The light type subconsciously weighed the entropy scythe in his hand and asked again, do you know where that special barrier isolating the Eerie graveyard is located? Another pause. Then the white-clad woman replied matter-of-factly, usually, it should be between the first floor and the basement. But I'm not completely sure. Alright then. Zhang Yi, hearing this, had the light type replica immediately transform into light and shadow escape again. This time, he shot straight downward. Earlier, he would sense resistance and get bounced back. But this time, upon encountering resistance, he simply swung the entropy scythe. This concept-level scythe didn't even seem real. As if it were a frozen rift of darkness itself. And when it slammed into the barrier blocking the light, Zhang Yi, still on the first floor, suddenly felt as though the entire apartment 4444 began to shake. It felt just like an earthquake. Not just him. The entire apartment on every floor, including all the players and the shivering eerie beings that couldn't escape, felt the tremor. And then, along with the shaking, a sharp alarm blared throughout apartment 4444. Warning. Warning. This apartment is under unknown attack. Warning. Warning. This apartment is under unknown attack. After the alarm blared 5 times, the message suddenly changed. Warning. Warning. This apartment is under unknown attack. Destruction time will be moved up by 2 hours. What the hell? So the apartment destruction time can actually be moved up? Only now did Zhang Yi fully realize just how insanely overpowered a concept-level weapon truly was. His imagination started running wild. If that's the case, could you actually destroy an entire apartment just by wielding a concept weapon? Sure enough, after another 5 rounds of shrill alarms, the message changed again. Warning. Warning. This apartment is under unknown attack. Destruction time will be moved up by 4 hours. It really could. Zhang Yi was stunned, but quickly thought of something else. Normally, an apartment administrator should also be responsible for protecting the apartment from destruction. The reason why apartment 4444 could be destroyed so easily by him now was probably related to the administrator running away. Warning. Warning. This apartment is under unknown attack. Warning. Warning. This apartment is under unknown attack. This sharp, piercing alarm rang out non-stop throughout all of apartment 4444. The entire atmosphere of apartment 4444 became filled with a sense of urgency and tension. For players with weaker mental fortitude, just hearing this warning was enough to drive them into irritation, panic, emotional instability, and complete unrest. Even the light type, still swinging the entropy scythe at the special barrier, couldn't help but think. Was he going too far? Was this too insane? But Zhang Yi thought it over and realized. Being insane was perfectly reasonable. If he didn't have an army of replicas and replica substitution as a safety net. If the whole world were really targeting and hunting him. He'd probably go even crazier than this light type. Everyone wants me dead, huh? Then fine. None of you are getting out of this in one piece. Smash. Smash. Smash it to hell. He swung the entropy scythe faster and faster. And the interval between alarms kept shrinking. Originally, it took 5 alarm sounds to trigger a warning about the apartment's destruction being moved up. But in the blink of an eye, it became almost every single alarm. Warning. Warning. This apartment is under unknown attack. Destruction time will be moved up by 20 hours. Warning. Warning. This apartment is under unknown attack. Destruction time will be moved up by 28 hours. Warning. Warning. This apartment is under unknown attack. Destruction time will be moved up by 42 hours. The number of hours being moved up kept increasing. As if silently announcing that the lifespan of apartment 4444 was bleeding out at a terrifying rate. And yet, in the entire apartment 4444, it seemed no one could stop it. Inside the eerie red light elevator, Guanhi pressed every floor button. At this point, she didn't even know what floor she was on. Her hands and feet were ice cold, her heart filled with fear. She couldn't help but ask herself. If this apartment really gets destroyed the next second, what will happen to all the players inside? From within her mind, a cold voice slowly emerged. Ordinary players. Nothing much. They'll just go through the usual procedure. Any player with a survival stone will be sent straight to the Doomsday apartment. Those without one will be destroyed along with the apartment. Guanhi actually let out a breath of relief. Because she had a survival stone in her hand. But then the inner voice coldly poured a bucket of ice water over her. But you're different from ordinary players. More accurately, reincarnated Eries are different from ordinary players. When trying to survive in a beginner apartment, a reincarnated Erie must be prepared for fake death and resurrection, in sync with the apartment's destruction and rebirth. And usually, even 10 days is barely enough to prepare. But this time, I'm completely unprepared. And without any preparation, I'll be destroyed along with the apartment. And just like we agreed before, if you can't kill the apartment boss, and can't guarantee that I survive and make it to the Doomsday apartment, then I'll replace you, and carry your share of life forward. Alone. Those words were final and chilling. And when the words "replace you" came out, Guanhi's face went visibly pale. This part, after all, had been agreed upon long ago between her and the reincarnated Erie. What they called symbiosis really meant. If they could coexist, they'd live together. But if they couldn't coexist, then Guanhi dies, and the reincarnated Erie lives. But Guanhi didn't want to die. So she had to find a way to stop this insane Huangbo. Her pale face twitched as her mind raced. Just as she pieced together the right words and was about to add Huangbo in the chat group, the apartment's warning finally reached. Warning. Warning. This apartment is under unknown attack. Destruction time will be moved up by 240 hours. 240 hours. That's 10 days. Warning. Warning. This apartment is under unknown attack. This apartment will be destroyed at the next midnight. The destruction of apartment 4444 had been directly pushed forward to the next 0. Guanhi took a deep breath and posted her carefully crafted message in the chat group, tagging at Huangbo. Basically, her message said that destroying the apartment early wouldn't benefit Huangbo in any way. If he didn't have a survival stone, he'd die with the apartment. Even if he did, he'd just get sent straight to the Doomsday apartment. Sure, he could do whatever he wanted here in the beginner apartment. But once he got to the Doomsday apartment, there were countless heaven-defying items and powerful beings that weren't afraid of him at all. Once the apartment was gone, Huangbo's fate wouldn't be that great either. She laid out a very rational analysis of the pros and cons. But Guanhi knew. Trying to reason with a madman was useless. Even if she said all that in the group, it might not move this crazy light-type player at all. But the result was, she didn't expect that. Almost right after she posted her message, the apartment's tremors and alarms suddenly stopped. Guanhe was stunned. This Huangbo. Sure, he was ugly, but was he actually open to reason? Or maybe he had always planned to stop, and just needed a way out? Well, that was a misunderstanding on her part. The alarms had stopped because light and shadow escape had finally broken a gap through the special barrier and dropped into what was probably the legendary underground graveyard. Back when Wanzin gave Zhongyi the guide, he mentioned that this underground graveyard was an extremely dark type environment. As soon as the light type fell in, he immediately felt a physiological sense of discomfort. It was the same kind of disgust he usually felt toward dark type beings, other than his replicas. Only here in the graveyard, the intensity of that discomfort felt amplified 100-fold. Still in light and shadow escape mode, Zhongyi frowned slightly. He took a sip of diluted moonlight essence to recover and tried to recall the part of Wanzin's guide about the graveyard. So, this underground graveyard was basically a massive burial site. The whole place had been split into 3 zones. The Tombstone Zone, the Grave Mound Zone, and the Blackened Zone. What players commonly called the Blackened Zone was actually referred to in the official system as the Greening Zone. But because all the plants in this apartment's greening zone were pitch black, players replaced green with black and started calling it the Blackened Zone. Most of the plants in the Blackened Zone were aggressive, but as long as players didn't attack them first, they wouldn't actively attack. The Blackened Zone's main purpose was for creating new tombstones or grave mounds. If a player wanted to bury something, they could clear out a patch of these black plants, claim the land, and then turn it into a new tombstone or grave mound. In the game, players would often do this when they were planning to abandon their account or quit playing, but weren't totally committed. So they'd build a grave mound or tombstone in the Blackened Zone and bury their game character. That way, if they ever wanted to come back later, they could return to the graveyard and resurrect the buried character. Interestingly, during the period the character was deleted, it would continue existing as an NPC in the graveyard and go through various experiences. Some purely entertainment-focused players would even deliberately delete a character, let it turn into a graveyard NPC, then use a new character to trigger its events. And after it had accumulated stories, they'd come back to reclaim it. Just to see, what kind of adventures did their old self go through. A unique and creative gameplay style, for sure. Of course, that was all just in-game behavior. But in real life, building new tombstones or mounds in the Blackened Zone likely had to do with fake death and resurrection, right? Chapter 129, Wanzin is gone? Zhongyi thought for a moment. Should he build a new grave mound and bury a replica in it just for fun? But then he realized. This whole apartment 4444 was about to be destroyed, and the graveyard would probably vanish with it. So he gave up on the idea. Besides, his main goal now was to hunt down the apartment administrator. So his gaze quickly shifted from the Blackened Zone filled with black plants to the Tombstone Zone and Grave Mound Zone. There were actually very few tombstones. Looking from a distance, there were only 4. Each one had strange glyphs engraved on it, as if telling a story. According to Wanzin's guide, analyzing those glyphs could reveal information useful for figuring out what was buried beneath the tombstones. If a tombstone held an item, it was usually something rare. If it contained an eerie being, it was usually powerful. Because creating a tombstone was far more complex than creating a grave mound. And destroying a tombstone was also much harder than destroying a grave mound. Wanzin had said that during the beginner phase, almost no players could destroy a tombstone. So most players lucky enough to enter the graveyard just played the open grave mound game. As for the grave mounds, there were way more of them. At a glance, there were easily over 10,000. In his light and shadow escape state, Zhongyi toured the entire graveyard, but found neither the administrator nor the raven egg. So he swung the entropy scythe and casually smashed open 2 grave mounds. After smashing them, he quickly put the scythe away. The reason being, entropy scythe was just too powerful. If a grave mound contained an eerie being, that was fine. They'd be one-shotted anyway. But if it contained items, one hit from the entropy scythe would completely destroy them too. To avoid wasting any valuable items, Zhongyi switched to another weapon. Meanwhile, while the light-type replica Huangbo was opening grave mounds looking for the administrator. On the first floor of apartment 4444, replica number 1 Zhongyi held up the glass orb again and asked the white-clad woman, "Big boss, are you still in 4444? The white-clad woman didn't answer directly, but asked in return, "What do you want this time?" "Oh, nothing much. Just wondering. If an apartment is destroyed ahead of schedule, what happens?" "Destroyed ahead of schedule? That's impossible." Zhongyi instantly realized from that line. The white-clad woman wasn't in 4444, so she hadn't heard the destruction warnings at all. He quickly summarized the light type's glorious achievements for her. During the whole explanation, the glass orb remained silent. Zhang Yi wrapped it up with, so basically, that guy already broke through the graveyard barrier, and he's inside chasing the administrator now. And the price was that the apartment's alarms kept saying the destruction time has been moved to the next 000. Still, no reaction. He tapped the orb. Big boss, did you hear me? A moment later, the white-clad woman's slightly stiff voice came through. Give me a moment to process this. Fine. But hey, you want to come back to 4444 and help us hunt the administrator? The graveyard barrier's broken. You can go in now. White-clad woman, I said give me a moment. Alright then. Zhang Yi put away the orb and directly used replica swap to enter the graveyard himself. Still a pity that the Eye of True Sight replica was stuck in a personal instance, otherwise he really would have liked to use it to inspect the grave mounds. If he'd known earlier, he would have used the replica reflection mirror to leave a mirror replica of the Eye of True Sight outside. Well, whatever. He had plenty of replicas now, and the cooldown on replica fusion could be eased using different replicas with a replica fusion skill. Still, sigh. While the light type replica and replica number 1 wandered around the graveyard. Replica number 2, located in apartment 9999, came back out of the duel machine. He'd hit a 39 win streak. Now there was a problem. If he got matched with Wu Ying again for his 40th win, and Wu Ying surrendered again, then the reward he could claim for 40 wins would be drastically downgraded. At 30 wins, his reward of the Void Mirror was downgraded to the Blood Spirit Comb, and Wanzin got screwed. Now at 40 wins, he didn't want to screw himself. So he had to think of a way to stop Wu Ying from surrendering and win through real combat, to claim a top-tier win streak reward. Just as he was about to go ask Wanzin for advice, he suddenly saw some explosive news in the 9999 chat group. After signing a contract with Lin Jing and Duing, a new player named Li Aliang had arrived at 9999. This guy had been asking around about Wanzin in the group. And recently, he dropped a bombshell: Wanzin is dead. Zhang Yi immediately checked the level ranking and member list. Sure enough, Wanzin's name had vanished from the ranking, and in the member list, his name had gone gray. In the group, Li Aliang was confirming the truth of Wanzin's death with another player, Fangs. Of course it's true. I heard it from Chengkun. Wanzin and Chengkun went into a dungeon deep in the 22nd floor hallway, and Chengkun saw him die with his own eyes. Li Aliang, But I also see that Chengkun's name has gone gray too? Fangs, Chengkun didn't come out in good shape either. He left 9999 and moved cross apartment. If you want to find Chengkun, wait for apartment 0000 to open. He's likely to head there and look for the Zhuangzhu dreaming butterfly. Li Aliang, I wasn't looking for Chengkun. I wanted to find Wanzin. But now. Sigh, Fangs, nothing to sigh about. Wanzin was a total unlucky bastard. We all knew he wouldn't last long. And look, sure enough. Poof, gone. Zhang Yi stared at the chat and frowned slightly. The fuck? Wanzin's gone? But their deal. Wanzin hadn't given him the second half of the guide yet. No telling if Chengkun picked up his body. Maybe he could ask Chengkun for the other half of the guide later. Zhang Yi felt a little wistful, but wasn't too upset. He had too many replicas anyway, so his attention quickly shifted back to the Void Mirror Palace. The central area of the Void Mirror Palace had become his secret base for replica generation. The Comprehension replica, still blessed with luck, had just generated 5 more high-quality replicas in one go. This batch didn't include any S-tier abilities, but luckily, all 5 had S-tier abilities. 3 were element affinity types, lightning, fire, and spatial affinity. 1 was an enhancement type, super stamina. 1 was a weapon mastery type, sword art enlightenment. Lightning affinity granted the S-tier skills lightning prison, chain thunderstorm, and the A-tier defensive and counterattack skill thunder god armor. With this setup, that replica alone could probably beat Shabo, another lightning type. Fire affinity granted the S-tier skills infernal dragon's breath, scorching domain, and the A-tier flame that burns the heart. Even on its own, that replica could go toe-to-toe with most non-dark type powerhouses. The spatial affinity skills were even stronger. 1 S-tier skill, Void Singularity, summoned a 10-second micro black hole to swallow trash mobs. When attended, it caused a space collapse dealing massive AO damage. Another S-tier skill, Spatial Matrix, was a domain skill that created a 30-meter grid where gravity direction could be freely manipulated. Within the matrix, attacks could also be controlled to bounce and reflect freely. Overall, a seriously powerful combo. The only downside, the domain's range wasn't very large. There was also an A-tier skill, Rift Storm, which counted as a fairly powerful offensive move. It could deal defense-ignoring damage to targets by cutting through spatial rifts. These three-element affinity replicas, along with the previous ice-element replica, were all high attack types. But it was obvious that the spatial and lightning elements had noticeably higher combat power than fire and ice. As for the other two replicas with Sword Art Enlightenment and Super Stamina, Zhang Yi tried them out as well. Both possessed combat power not inferior to the S-tier elemental abilities. Sword Art Enlightenment significantly increased the power of sword-type weapons. It came with two S-tier skills, Thoughtless Sword and Invincible Sword, as well as one A-tier skill, 36 sword forms. Super Stamina was essentially natural brute strength. Not only did it provide immense raw power, but more importantly, it allowed 200% efficiency on the stamina attribute. It came with two S-tier skills, Savage Force and Titan's Grip, and one A-tier skill, War Stomp. Even at level 0, the Super Stamina replica could barehandedly snap bronze-tier equipment without using any skill. With skills activated, even silver-tier gear could be snapped easily. If a gold-tier weapon showed up, it would probably still get cracked. These two non-elemental replicas specialized in powerful physical attacks. When fused or used in coordination, the result would be absolutely terrifying. Together, these 5 replicas each had massive development potential. Zhang Yi hoped that once they grew stronger, each one could be powerful enough to stand on its own. So, without hesitation, he fed all 5 S-tier replicas and the 2 S-tier replicas a full set of black iron, bronze, and silver attribute fruits. With a team like this, Zhang Yi naturally began to think about replica leveling. Raising a replica to level 10 would grant an additional plus 10 in both stamina and energy. And in his case, leveling up was practically effortless. Of course, there was another important reason. He'd taken time to carefully study the SS-tier replica Lizi. And this research brought a surprising discovery. Although this SS-tier replica only had a single S-tier skill, Vow, the value of this skill far exceeded Zhang Yi's expectations. When Lizi activated the skill Vow, 3 options would automatically appear in his mind: set goal, set time limit, and reward tier. Among them, set goal and set time limit were input manually by Lizi. Reward tier, however, was auto-evaluated by the skill itself based on the chosen goal and time frame. In other words, if the goal was too easy, the reward tier might only be F tier or D tier. But if the difficulty was extremely high, the tier could reach S, SS, or even SSS. Of course, higher isn't always better. If you completed the goal, sure, you'd get an SSS tier reward. But if you failed, the penalty would also be SSS tier. Worst case, the character might just straight up get deleted. If a regular player had this ability, they'd probably need a lot of time to grow. Since it had no offensive moves at the start, they'd need to start with some small vows, gradually grow stronger, and only then take on high difficulty challenges. But Zhang Yi was different. He had an army of replicas behind him. He could take on SSS tier objectives from level 0. His biggest surprise, though, was, according to the system prompt, if he completed an SSS tier goal, the entire SS tier ability Lofty Ambition could be upgraded to SSS tier. That meant Lofty Ambition might become his first ever SSS tier ability. Even more exciting. When testing an SSS tier goal, he had set the objective as, kill 3 apartment administrators. Time limit, 30 minutes. And killing apartment administrators was already something on his to-do list. At the right time, he could simply swap in Lizi to complete the kill. 30 minutes for 3 kills? Piece of cake. He even had the 3 targets in mind already. The administrators of apartment 4444, 1010, and 9999. Perfect set. Still, to better understand the details of the vow skill, Zhang Yi decided to first use leveling up as the objective, to test what kind of S-tier rewards it would give. And so, 5 S-tier replicas, along with 2 SS-tier ones, used replica swap to head to apartment 9999. Then, they marched straight for the depths of the 22nd floor hallway. He chose the 22nd floor hallway not just for leveling, but also to investigate the cause of Wan Xin's death. What Zhang Yi didn't expect was, back in apartment 4444, replica number 1 and the light-type replica split up to smash grave mounds. The loot was random, and Zhang Yi didn't study it closely. But replica number 1 used this chance to level up quickly by killing eerie beings. After reaching level 8, he casually smashed open another grave mound, only to find a pitch-black wooden coffin inside. Though it was wooden, special glyphs were engraved on it, making the coffin look quite high-end, and radiating a sinister, eerie aura. Zhang Yi's goal was to find the apartment administrator as soon as possible. So he suspected, could the administrator be hiding in this coffin? The light-type replica, who had split off earlier, rushed back to regroup. After fusing in a few strong replicas, he cautiously approached the coffin and tried to pry open the lid. But whether it was due to the glyphs or something else, the lid couldn't be opened by brute force. Not even by the replica fused with super stamina. No choice. Zhang Yi pulled out the entropy scythe. Even if the coffin was incredibly valuable, finding the administrator was more urgent. The scythe struck the coffin, finally breaking through the glyphs. At that moment, with a gap torn open, Zhang Yi faintly heard something from inside. He focused. And the light type turned into light and shadow escape, circling the coffin with the entropy scythe in rapid sweeps. In no time, the entire coffin was destroyed. The voice inside also became clearer. Help. Someone, let me out. Once the coffin was fully smashed, a humanoid figure inside suddenly shouted in excitement, no way? Someone actually heard me and got me out? I'm actually alive again? Ha 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 ha. Halfway through his laugh, he abruptly stopped. Because this humanoid turned stiff the moment he saw Huangbo, the light type. His pupils trembled violently. Me? Holy shit? Chapter 130, The Revived Wanzin. Apparently, the guy inside the coffin, just like the white-clad woman and the administrator, had an instinctive fear of light type. That stiff body and trembling pupils were exactly like what Zhang Yi had seen with the 4444 administrator when he chased him down to the first floor. But unfortunately, he wasn't the 4444 administrator Zhang Yi was looking for. What was ridiculous, though? He actually was Wanzin, whom Zhang Yi had just heard had died from the 9999 apartment. Wait, no. Was he really Wanzin? Even though he had Wanzin's face, and his way of speaking and mannerisms were identical to Wanzin's. But back in 9999, Wanzin wasn't a dark type being. He shouldn't have had this instinctive fear of light type. Feeling suspicious, Zhang Yi used his light type replica and asked in a low voice, who are you? I. Wanzin was so scared he couldn't even speak properly, stammering for a long while before blurting out, I don't know. Zhang Yi was speechless, so he had his light type replica back away and switched to using replica number 1 to ask instead. He also remembered that most of his interactions with Wanzin had been with him wearing the disguise mask as the bald guy. So he retrieved the disguise mask from the replica shared space and put it on. Then, using the familiar bald appearance, he asked, who are you? Wanzin was still frozen stiff. But when he saw the familiar bald figure, his eyes clearly showed a flash of shock. He still didn't answer, but instead cried out, you're Zhang Yi? At that moment, Zhang Yi had a faint feeling that this might really be Wanzin. After all, if this was some fake Wanzin trying to set a trap, it would be hard to mimic the detail that Wanzin only recognized the bald guy persona and not Zhang Yi's true self. Of course, gut feeling was one thing, he still didn't fully trust it. He said in a low voice, you are Wanzin? But I saw a message in the chat group saying you already died? Why are you here? Wanzin clearly hadn't figured out what was going on yet. He looked around the surroundings, his eyes turning from dazed to shocked. This? Where is this? Why am I here? I don't know. I'm Wanzin. I did die. I was invited to help Cheng, but that dog betrayed me. I really did die. But after dying, I don't know how long passed, when I regained consciousness, I was already in a dark place, like a coffin. I couldn't get out, I kept calling for help, until... He glanced toward the light-type replica digging at the grave mounds, swallowed, and said stiffly, until I was rescued. I really don't know what happened. Am I revived? I wasn't a dark-type being before and wasn't afraid of light either, but after reviving, I seem to have become dark-type. But why did I revive? I didn't have any rare resurrection item. As he spoke, sorting through his thoughts, Wanzin seemed to gradually realize where he was. After explaining what had happened to him, he suddenly widened his eyes and asked Zhang Yi, this place. Isn't it the underground graveyard of apartment 4444? At this point, Wanzin's expression was utterly shocked. And in Zhang Yi's mind, a bold idea took root. Instead of answering, he countered, when you used to play the game, did you ever bury one of your accounts in the graveyard? Wanzin stared back at him, eyes wide with shock. He didn't answer, but the answer was already clear from his expression. Zhang Yi couldn't hide his own shock either. If this was true, it meant those players who buried accounts in the graveyard actually got a hidden resurrection benefit. Then the Wang Qingjin and Xingman he had killed earlier. Could they revive too? And among the tens of thousands of grave mounds here, could there be second or even third coffins reviving other players? And also, Zhang Yi directly asked Wanzin, after you revived, is your data panel the one from before you died, or the panel from the abandoned account you buried in the game? This. Wanzin seemed to check his data panel, and then looked a little stunned. He glanced toward the light-type replica again and swallowed, saying, "It's basically my game data panel, but it seems a bit different from the one in the game. I had several accounts in the game. The one I buried was the trashiest one, with only E-tier stamina enhancement. But now, it's turned into S-tier super stamina. And I seem to have also." Wanzin's voice trailed off. He simply demonstrated. He casually raised his hand. A pair of blood-red eyes floated up around him. "Swallowing," he said, blood-eyed. Then, with a snap of his fingers, the blood-red eyes turned into blood-red hands. He followed up, blood hand. Then a blood-red gaping mouth. After showing off a whole range of organs, Wanzin swallowed hard, unable to hide his shock. "My revived version seems to have a nerfed version of Lin Shen's abilities. Holy shit." He suddenly raised his voice and guessed in shock, could it be that Lin Jing's abilities were also obtained through resurrection? He also buried an account in the graveyard when he was playing the game, then after entering the real beginner apartment, he died once, revived, and that's how he got so strong? Obviously, after being revived in the graveyard, Wanzin had mastered the eerie ability, flesh weaving. The blackened replica had mentioned before that this was one of the most widespread, most common eerie abilities. Zhang Yi himself had used this ability when he fused with the blackened replica. But what shocked him now wasn't just that Wanzin had gained an eerie ability. It was Wanzin's speculation. Honestly, on first listen, it made a lot of sense. It was very possible that Lin Jing had gotten his powerful eerie ability through graveyard resurrection. But then again, Zhang Yi felt something was off. Because earlier, the special coffin that had trapped Wanzin had to be opened with a concept-level weapon like the entropy scythe. Wanzin, on his own, couldn't seem to open it from the inside. If Lin Jing had also strengthened through resurrection, who helped him open his coffin? So, either Wanzin's guess was wrong, and Lin Jing obtained his eerie ability by some other means, or Wanzin's guess was right, and Lin Jing had a benefactor who helped him. After thinking it through, Zhang Yi felt the latter was more likely. He had always been confused why Lin Jing, after finishing his quick battle, left 9,999 once, and came back wanting to seal off apartment 4,444. At first, he had simply thought Lin Jing was plotting against him. Plotting against him and the white-clad woman. Maybe Lin Jing had already sided with the apartment boss and was working for him. Sealing off the apartment would have been a way to eliminate Zhang Yi and the white-clad woman, both of whom were hostile to the boss. But thinking about it now, that wasn't the whole story. It was likely that apartment 4,444 had some other reason it had to be sealed. And that secret, most likely, was hidden right here in the graveyard. Exactly. Zhang Yi remembered. Back when Lin Jing matched with the mysterious bald guy for the 5th time, he had been invaded by the mysterious bald guy. Lin Jing's face changed at that time, leading to him throwing the match and surrendering. Huang had speculated that the mysterious bald guy had discovered some secret about Lin Jing. Lin Jing had rushed to end his quick battle so he could kill the bald guy to cover it up. After the duel ended, Lin Jing left 9,999. The chat group had guessed he was chasing after the light-type replica. But based on what was happening now, Lin Jing had instead connected with the mysterious bald guy. Obviously, he hadn't managed to kill him. Instead, he'd been forced to join forces with him. Gaining administrator permissions and sealing 4,444. It seemed to be the mysterious bald guy's idea. And the purpose seemed tied to this graveyard. With this line of reasoning, Zhang Yi repeatedly checked with Wanzin to see if there was anything else special about him. Wanzin was very cooperative and sensible throughout. But besides the S-tier ability and one eerie ability, there didn't seem to be anything special about his revived body. However, very soon, Zhang Yi noticed a detail. The blackened replica also had flesh weaving. And the tattoos associated with it were all organs. Eyes, nose, mouth. That could appear anywhere on the body based on the blackened replica's will. But Wanzin's tattoo was fixed at the center of his chest. And the pattern wasn't an organ, but a special sigil. Zhang Yi remembered. When Lin Jing was dueling the mysterious bald guy, at the critical moment, his black combat jacket exploded, revealing the tattoo on his chest. However, the time back then was too short, he only saw that there seemed to be a tattoo at the center of the chest but didn't get a clear look at the exact pattern. And now, judging by the fact that both of their tattoos were located at the center of their chests, it might just be that Wanzin's speculation was 90% true. Lin Jing had also abandoned an account in the graveyard during the game, and had revived here in the real world too. Including the secret of the mysterious bald guy. It was highly likely related to this graveyard as well. Thinking this, Zhang Yi's light-type replica flashed over to Wanzin again. Wanzin immediately stiffened up, wishing he could find a hole to crawl into. Huangbo was playing the role of an arrogant villain, directly saying to him coldly, Out of respect for Zhang Yi, I'll spare your life. If you don't want to die, help us dig up the grave mounds. Wanzin nodded frantically, oh okay. After that, the light-type replica flashed away again, and Zhang Yi played the good guy beside Wanzin, explaining to him, the administrator of 4444 also put out a kill-on-sight order against Huangbo. Huangbo is now hunting the administrator instead. So the eerie beings we dig up from the grave mounds could very well be the administrator in disguise. In a bit, we're only responsible for digging. If we encounter any eerie beings, don't fight back, just let Huangbo handle it. Wanzin listened in shock. He's hunting the administrator. Isn't he afraid of getting erased? Zhang Yi put on a mysterious face and lowered his voice, saying, he has the madman mask. Wanzin's eyes widened again, glancing fearfully in the direction of the light-type replica, not daring to say anything else. Just like that, Wanzin and Zhang Yi worked side by side, digging up adjacent grave mounds to cover each other. If any eerie being appeared, the light-type replica would rush over instantly to kill it. During this process, Zhang Yi noticed Wanzin's luck was ridiculously bad. Almost every mound he dug up had an eerie being, he never got a single item. In contrast, Zhang Yi realized. Walking alongside Wanzin, his own luck seemed to improve. Almost every time he dug up an item. He even teased Wanzin about it. Wanzin sighed and said to him, what else did you think? Why do you think someone as unlucky as me still has good popularity? Because no matter how unlucky I get, I never drag down the people around me. I actually make them seem especially lucky. For example, when danger strikes, I'm always the first one attacked, giving others a chance to react. For example, with these grave mounds, I trigger all the eerie beings, so the good stuff naturally falls to you. Chink, that damn dog, too. That dice of fate of his. He only got it thanks to my bad luck rubbing off. When we were running the dungeon on the 22nd floor, same thing, damn it. He shoved me forward to take the fall and ran off with the loot. He probably never thought that not only did I survive, but after reviving I even got an eerie ability. If I ever make it to apartment 0000, I swear I'll take revenge on him. Even if I die, I'll drag him down with me. Nobody was chatting in 4444's group chat, but Wanzin's chatterbox persona was still going strong. Zhang Yi half-heartedly chatted with him while keeping an ear on his words. Meanwhile, over at 9999 apartment, his replica number 2 made another delightful discovery. Though the surprise wasn't in apartment 9999. It was in the virtual duel hall. Replica number 2 was still stuck at a 39-win streak, deliberately not pushing for the 40th. He had one body gathering intel from Wanzin, and another body taking the trial for a title promotion. He upgraded, Nameless Black Iron, to Stubborn Bronze. Before, he had been reluctant to spend the 1 million required to promote the title. Now that he was rich, upgrading the title was easy. The key point was, with a Stubborn Bronze title, he could now get discounts in the exchange shop. Even though it was just a 5% discount, little savings add up over time. After completing the title upgrade, he gained access to the 3rd and 4th floors of the duel hall. And the surprise was, in the 3rd floor duel space lobby, he actually spotted Lin Jing and Duing. Not only that, there were 6 others who also looked very familiar. Besides one sleepy-looking, slouchy young man, the other 5 had all been seen back when the dark spirit barrier was broken at the rooftop. Wait. He had also seen a fake Huanghai at that time. So this slouchy young man should be the fake Huanghai. Back when Zhang Yi dashed down from the rooftop to the 1st floor using light and shadow escape, he had noticed those rats fleeing from the rooftop, and the original 4444 players, were all scrambling to avoid the light-type replica. Some used strange items, some hid deep inside corridor instances, some hid in the red light elevator. Meanwhile, the group inside the dark spirit barrier had hidden inside private duel machines. With the power of the entropy scythe, he probably could have easily destroyed those duel machines and flushed them out. But back then, Zhang Yi's main body lost connection because of the personal assistant robot in the white-clad woman's room. He had been suspicious of those unfamiliar duel machines. And with his priority on killing the administrator, he didn't destroy them immediately. Besides, with apartment 4444 sealed, they weren't escaping anywhere. Now he hadn't expected that replica number 2 would spot them, sitting together in the 3rd floor duel space. They seemed to be discussing how to deal with the berserk light-type replica? Zhang Yi's thoughts stirred. He walked straight toward their booth. As he got a little closer, he felt a barrier. At the same time, a prompt popped up, telling him that this booth was already claimed and protected by special permissions. He couldn't get any closer. Zhang Yi didn't mind. He shamelessly knocked on the barrier, pulling all sorts of faces at Lin Jing and the others inside. The 8 people inside, of course, saw him. Their expressions varied. Finally, it was the sleepy, slouchy young man who signaled to Wang to go out and meet him. Wang stepped out, looking stiff and a bit forced. "You. What do you want?" Zhang Yi exaggerated his expression, looking shocked. "You're asking me what I want? Don't you know that Huang Bo has gone nuts? The entire apartment 4444 almost got destroyed. Now, the apartment destruction time has been moved up to the next midnight. And I don't even have a survival stone. When the apartment blows, I'll get destroyed too. How could I not be desperate? What about you guys? Do you have survival stones?" He put on a frantic act, looking at Wang and the others inside the booth with a hint of longing. Though that longing only seemed like he was eyeing their survival stones. Wang looked surprised. "You." He fumbled for words for a moment, before asking very seriously, "What exactly is your relationship with Huang Bo?" "As far as I know, Huang Bo was able to escape from apartment 9669 because you helped him break the dark spirit barrier." Chapter 131, The Original Residents of 4444. What relationship? Zhang Yi thought, blood-related. Closer than a real mom. Of course, no matter how close he felt inside, on the surface, he still put on a serious face and argued, "What do you mean I helped him break the dark spirit barrier? Where'd you hear that rumor? Totally slander. I just realized what you told me before we signed the contract was unreliable, so I went to apartment 9669. The reason I ended up in that room was because my classmate Lu Shen was there. As for breaking the dark spirit barrier, that's complete slander from Wang Hai and Wang Lin. I only had a little scuffle with them, didn't even fight seriously, and then they bailed on the dark spirit barrier and ran off. Before running, they even tagged Huang Bo to come out and deal with me. And the most important point. After laying out a string of reasons, he also presented the key evidence. You guys saw what happened at 4444, right? Huang Bo has an insanely powerful weapon. It can tear through a dark spirit barrier directly. So he didn't need me to save him at all. If I had to guess, the ones spreading the rumor that I went to rescue Huang Bo are probably Wang Hai and Wang Lin. They had a beef with me, so of course they'd talk shit about me. Gotta say, Zhang Yi's defense actually sounded pretty reasonable. The stuff at 9669. They had only heard about it verbally from Wang Hai and Wang Lin. But to be fair, it wasn't like Wang Hai and Wang Lin were totally making things up when they thought Zhang Yi was there to rescue Huang Bo. Wang stayed silent for a moment, then said gravely, "Wang Hai's words were indeed one-sided. But yours are as well. Neither side is entirely trustworthy. But based on what we know, Huang Bo visited your 1010 apartment and seemed to be hunting a player named Kuxing? And all that had nothing to do with you?" Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow, his tone getting a little unfriendly. "There are tons of players in 1010 apartment, and there are also reincarnated Eri. 2 players crossed over into 1010, why should that have anything to do with me? Besides..." His attitude grew even more annoyed as he shot Wang a displeased look, then scanned the 7 people inside the booth with a sharp gaze. Only then did he say coldly, "What gives you the right to interrogate me like I'm a criminal? I went to 9669 because you guys lied to me before we signed the contract. If anything, I should be the one interrogating you. When you guys requested to seal off 4444, the light-type replica wasn't even in 4444. The reason you gave, to kill the light-type, was complete bullshit. What exactly were you scheming? Targeting me? Or targeting the white-clad woman?" A string of questions instantly shifted the momentum to his side. Wang's expression kept changing, he didn't answer for a long time. Instead, the booth's barrier suddenly opened, and a slouchy youth inside spoke with a slightly cold tone, "Come in. Let's talk." Wang exchanged a look with him, then led Zhang Yi into the booth. Zhang Yi didn't hold back at all, swaggering in and slumping into a chair. He locked eyes directly on the slouchy, sleepy-looking young man and spoke first. "You guys should have heard everything I just said to Wang, right? So? Are you going to keep interrogating me, or are you going to give me a reasonable explanation?" Clearly, he had figured it out. Among these 8 people, this slouchy young man was the boss. That's why he locked eyes with him straight away. However, the slouchy young man didn't speak. Instead, one of the other guys, an aggressive-looking, hot-tempered youth, snapped at him, "Don't get too full of yourself, Zhang Yi. This is the virtual duel space. No matter how strong you are, it's useless here." Zhang Yi thought, "How am I being arrogant? I'm just sitting more relaxed, that's all. If being relaxed is considered arrogance, no wonder the internet loves hyping up the whole relaxed vibe thing." At the same time, He analyzed from that hothead's words. These guys' duel machines probably really had some kind of defense feature. Normally you couldn't fight inside the duel space. But their duel machines were still sitting all over the 4444 apartment. It wouldn't be hard for Zhang Yi to find them. Yet, this guy, knowing Zhang Yi had strength, wasn't scared at all. That confidence probably came from the duel machines. The duel machines. Humphrey. Probably another trick by the duo organization. Zhang Yi thought. He noticed the slouchy young man didn't bother to rebuke the hot-tempered youth. A sneer flickered in Zhang Yi's heart. On the surface, his expression stayed cool as he raised an eyebrow. Looks like your duel machines are really something, huh? Even Huang Bo's black side weapon can't break them? He said it casually, but there was an undercurrent of threat hidden inside. The hot-tempered youth immediately shot back, and you still dare say you and Huang Bo aren't in cahoots? If you weren't, why would you use him to threaten us? Zhang Yi almost laughed out loud. Dude, were you top of your high school reading comprehension class, or did you never even go to high school? I used Huang Bo to threaten you? How? Lin Jing, you tell me. Did anything I just said sound like a threat? Lin Jing stayed silent. Because honestly, reading into someone's words is a whole art form. Just like those exam questions where the test makers invent all kinds of author's intentions the author never had. Zhang Yi's words could very well have been just probing about their duel machine's strength. Even if he really was threatening them, it could just be him bluffing, using their suspicion of his ties to Huang Bo to intimidate them. Lin Jing, getting called out, could only helplessly answer after a moment, no. That tilted things in Zhang Yi's favor. Zhang Yi chuckled coldly at the hothead. The hot-tempered youth was about to snap back again. Finally, the slouchy young man made a move. He didn't scold either side, he just calmly tapped the low coffee table in the middle. The hot-tempered youth immediately fell silent. Only then did the slouchy young man look at Zhang Yi and introduce himself. My name is Zhu Kaiming, considered one of the original residents of apartment 4444. Considered? Zhang Yi immediately latched onto the wording, considered as in what? Either you are or you aren't. What do you mean, considered? Just as he finished speaking. Just as things had finally quieted down, the hot-tempered youth suddenly snapped at him again, watch your mouth. TCH. Zhang Yi immediately shot back, were you being polite yourself? This time, the hothead was silenced by a sharp look from Zhu Kaiming. The moment he shut up, it was obvious he was still full of resentment. The look he gave Zhang Yi remained hostile. Zhang Yi couldn't be bothered and turned his attention back to Zhu Kaiming. However, Zhu Kaiming didn't intend to answer his earlier question at all. Instead, he simply said, I can believe you weren't trying to threaten us with Huang Bo. But if I'm not wrong, you and Huang Bo do have some kind of connection. Some kind of connection. Through the glass orb and the white-clad woman, and also from what Huang Bo said in the graveyard about sparing Wanzin for Zhang Yi's sake, Zhang Yi indeed had been building the impression that he and Huang Bo had a relationship. But that information hadn't been leaked to Zhu Kaiming yet. So how had this guy guessed it? Could it be? There were surveillance devices in the graveyard? Maybe there really were. Considering what the Eye of True Sight revealed, that raven egg was a mythical level item. It couldn't possibly be discarded in the graveyard like trash. So there might really be surveillance in the graveyard. Fortunately, Zhang Yi had been cautious from the start, worried that the administrator might be hiding nearby, and hadn't exposed any real secrets. Especially after Wanzin came out, Zhang Yi had been even more careful. Throughout, he and Huang Bo had stayed separated. Even when there was no one else around, their interactions had been normal, without anything suspicious. Thinking this, Zhang Yi decided not to deny Zhu Kaiming's guess, and straightforwardly admitted, there is some connection. The white-clad woman wants to kill the apartment boss, and Guan He, whom I met later in 9669, also wants to kill the apartment boss. The three of us all hope to ally with the light type. So yeah, I did try to cozy up to the light type. But our relationship is kind of like you and that idiot over there? He naturally meant the hot-tempered youth, jerking his chin toward him deliberately. But before the hothead could explode, Zhang Yi grinned and clarified, I'm basically the idiot, and you're basically Huang Bo. Huang Bo says jump, and I wouldn't dare say anything else. Even when he went berserk and wrecked 4444, putting me in danger since I didn't have a survival stone, I didn't dare complain. To him, my only value is probably. When he runs into tough non-dark type players, I might be able to help out. As he said this, he casually glanced at the hothead again and muttered, but what's this idiot's value? It sounded like random trash talk, deliberately insulting the guy. But actually, Zhang Yi was secretly speculating. This hot-tempered youth, and the four other players clearly submissive to Zhu Kaiming, were probably players Zhu Kaiming had dug up from the graveyard too. including Zhu Kaiming himself. Being called an original resident of 4444. What did that mean? He hadn't explained what he meant by considered. But Zhang Yi had a guess. It might mean that this guy wasn't a normal player who entered the beginner apartment at 0:00 on day 1 of game time. Instead, he might have been buried under those grave mounds long ago. Maybe he was a player from the previous generation? In other words, a reincarnated player? Maybe even. Zhang Yi remembered something Xingman had once mentioned. In the game, there had been a player who triggered a server-wide kill on-site order. At the time, after the kill order was issued, that player was betrayed and killed by his own teammates. The weird thing was, the player who was marked for server-wide hunting wasn't just killed in the game. He also coincidentally dropped dead in real life. Back when Zhang Yi first heard Xingman talk about this, he didn't know much about the game yet. But now, having seen real revival happening in the grave mounds, he couldn't help but wonder. Was that player, the one hunted and killed both in-game and in reality? Someone who had entered the game even earlier than everyone else? This Zhu Kaiming really did seem different from the others. At first glance, with his dark circles and sleepy look, he seemed like a punk who'd spent 3 days straight in a net cafe. But spending a little time with him made you realize there was a certain confidence, pride, and dignity to him, the kind that comes from growing up wealthy. It wasn't obvious, but it reminded Zhang Yi of Lu Shen, who had a similarly privileged background. And if he remembered right, Xingman had also said that the player who suddenly died was a rich second-generation kid, a heavy spender in the game. While Zhang Yi was busy speculating over here, back at the graveyard, Zhang Yi's light-type replica was having new developments. Or more precisely, Wanzin. That unlucky guy had dug up a second resurrection coffin. Repeating the same method, the light-type replica flickered over, circling the coffin once with the entropy scythe. But this time, even before the coffin was fully destroyed, there was no cry for help from inside. Instead, before the coffin was completely broken, a black shadow suddenly leapt out, launching a fierce attack at Wanzin. In that instant, Zhang Yi really experienced firsthand Wanzin's bad luck for himself, good luck for others' curse. There were 3 people around the coffin, and Wanzin wasn't even standing the closest. Yet the one attacked first was still him. Luckily, with an eerie ability and S-tier's super stamina, Wanzin was way stronger than before. A massive palm appeared in front of him. Like some divine Buddha's palm. Trying to push the black shadow away. The light-type replica reacted even faster, circling the black figure with light and shadow escape, even exclaiming, "You're not afraid of me?" He could clearly feel the dark attribute from the black shadow, something light normally despised. Yet this dark being wasn't scared of light at all. The black shadow looked almost ghostly. No facial features, no human form. If it hadn't come from the coffin, it would have looked like a regular eerie being. But after being tightly wrapped by the light-type replica's light-speed movements, it froze, not daring to move recklessly. Wanzin let out a sigh of relief, though now that he was closer to the light-type, he was also frozen stiff, heart pounding with fear. While grappling with his instinctive terror, he suddenly heard a stiff yet steady voice coming from the black shadow. Being controlled by instinct is the nature of beasts. The nobility of man lies in restraining instinct, overcoming fear. Light. Huh, what's there to fear? I too was once light? What the hell? You were once light? Those words were pure gold. Zhang Yi's interest was instantly piqued. Could it be? He had guessed wrong? Maybe Zhu Kaiming wasn't the player who triggered the server-wide kill order. Maybe it was this black shadow? And maybe the real-world sudden death was because he entered the game earlier than anyone else? But just as he was thinking that, the black shadow suddenly said, "Zhang Yi?" Chapter 132, God said, "Let there be light." That shout of Zhang Yi startled Zhang Yi quite a bit. Because right now, he was still wearing the disguise mask, looking like the bald guy. The people who knew this bald appearance was called Zhang Yi. Should only be the top players from apartment 9999. But if it were one of the 9999 players, they should be more familiar with Wanzin. He was even closer to Wanzin, so he should have called out Wanzin instead. Yet this black shadow didn't seem to recognize Wanzin. And the way he said Zhang Yi, it sounded genuinely familiar. Not like how the strangers from 9999 would call him. A sudden answer flashed through Zhang Yi's mind, but he felt it was impossible. Before he could ask, the black shadow trapped by the light type circling around him actively returned to human form, revealing his appearance. And sure enough, it was exactly who Zhang Yi had thought of. He was Yang Wenchao? You're here? And clearly, Yang Wenchao already knew that the mysterious bald guy who went up to the rooftop to save Zhang Yi was no savior. It was Zhang Yi himself. Actually, it wasn't that hard to figure out. After the light type appeared and before Zhang Yi's main body entered his personal instance, he had a half-revealing conversation with Yang Wenqiao. Yang Wenqiao had realized that Zhang Yi possessed impressive strength. So figuring out that the bald guy was Zhang Yi was a logical conclusion. Even the blackened replica that looked exactly like Zhang Yi. Yang Wenqiao probably realized it wasn't some powerful ally but just another one of Zhang Yi's replicas. And the fact that Zhang Yi had replicas wasn't much of a secret anymore. Only the blackened replica with a different appearance remained a hidden trump card. At this moment, the light type that had been circling around Yang Wenqiao backed off. Before retreating, it left a message for Zhang Yi, "I'm not convenient." Hueco questioned him. After the light type departed, both Wanzin and Yang Wenqiao visibly relaxed. Yang Wenqiao scanned the surroundings, frowning slightly. He quickly answered Zhang Yi's earlier question and added, "And you guys? How are you here?" "I entered a secret realm through the red light elevator. Just when I was about to clear it, I found a coffin. I struggled like crazy to open it, but then something inside swallowed me up. After that, I guess I ended up inside the coffin?" Hearing this, it seemed like Yang Wenqiao didn't even realize he had died. Wanzin immediately pressed him, "You're a game player, right? Did you bury an account in 4444's graveyard?" "Yeah." Yang Wenqiao answered straightforwardly, his expression thoughtful. Wanzin, the chatterbox, blurted out, "Then you should be the same as me. You died and revived inside the coffin. But you're dumber than me. You don't even know you died." Yang Wenqiao looked thoughtful, a bit surprised. "So this is the underground graveyard of apartment 4444? Wanzin, being naturally chummy, nodded quickly, then frowned in shock, "But something's not right. You're the same as me. So why aren't you afraid of light?" Yang Wenqiao, still partly lost in thought, casually answered, "Maybe because I have AIDS." Zhang Yi's face instantly filled with question marks. The next second, Wanzin abruptly raised his voice, sternly objecting, "No way. Absolutely impossible. I have AIDS too, but I'm scared of light." "Zhang Yi? Wait, what? What are you two talking about? Why do I feel like I can't even join this conversation? Are we even in the same chat room? Why do I suddenly feel so out of place?" Zhang Yi was mentally flooded with question marks, even starting to question life itself. Meanwhile, Yang Wenqiao finally snapped out of his thoughtful state. He looked at Wanzin oddly, paused a moment, and calmly said, "No. I was just joking. I don't have AIDS." "Wanzin? No. 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 Wanzin looked like he had lost all strength and reason. Finally, Zhang Yi managed to jump into the conversation and asked Yang Wenqiao, "So? What's the real reason? Why aren't you afraid of light? And what did you mean by saying you were once light?" Yang Wenqiao, having worked through his thoughts earlier, answered smoothly and calmly now, "It doesn't mean much. I just wanted to express. I once had a noble, dignified soul. I once was unyielding, with iron bones. I once was my own light. As for why I'm not afraid. Because I've experienced fear, experienced despair, because I overcame fear, conquered despair, because I tamed my body with my own will, and told it who its true master was. My will, not my brain." When Yang Wenqiao spoke, his tone was calm. Wanzin, still mentally collapsing beside him, was a little shocked. Zhang Yi, too, felt a small jolt in his heart. But more than that, he felt suspicious. Because what Yang Wenqiao was saying, while it sounded pretty reasonable, actually felt kind of empty, boastful, and vague. Yang Wenqiao seemed to sense his skepticism and continued indifferently, "It's actually simple. Fear is just an emotion. And all emotions have thresholds. And humans can, through training, raise these thresholds. For example, a horror movie that could scare you to death. Your first time watching it, you'd be terrified, second time, still scared, third time, still scared. But when you've watched it 10,000 times, you go numb. Just like a forensic doctor. The first time performing an autopsy, they'll be scared, nauseous, have nightmares. But a seasoned forensic doctor? No feelings at all. And I." He paused, still looking calm as he continued, "Once forced myself, through all kinds of methods, to face every kind of fear head-on. Of course, that process was dangerous. I could have fallen into depression, even self-destructed at any moment. But just like that saying goes, what doesn't kill me, makes me stronger. So, the me that didn't get killed, personally made myself stronger." Yang Wenqiao's expression stayed light and steady as he said all this. It gave the feeling of a small boat passing through countless mountains, everything already behind him. Zhang Yi felt a ripple inside. He vaguely remembered hearing from classmates that Yang Wenqiao had some mental problems. He hadn't thought much of it at the time. Gossip was gossip. But now, he suddenly realized. Maybe. What people saw as his silence, his strangeness, his inability to fit in, was actually his own path of self-cultivation. Zhang Yi believed that Yang Wenchao was telling the truth. He had indeed forced himself, through all kinds of brutal methods, to overcome various fears. But he still felt. The tone when Yang Wenchao said I too was light didn't just mean I was my own light. Still, Zhang Yi didn't question him directly. Instead, he had the light-type Huangbo flash over from a distance. Huangbo's tone was extremely rude, domineering from the get-go. That kind of bullshit might fool Zhang Yi, but it won't fool me. I'll give you one more chance. Explain clearly, what exactly did you mean by saying you used to be light? Otherwise, I'll show you. You might not have been able to kill yourself, but I sure can help you. Huangbo and Zhang Yi had very different personas. Yang Wenchao glanced toward the light, then looked at Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi sighed, shook his head, lowered his voice as if warning, he's really the kind who kills without blinking. He even wrecked the entire 4,444 apartments so badly, the destruction time got pushed forward to the next midnight. That was a heavy statement. Yang Wenchao's expression grew serious. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke. This time, his tone wasn't as calm and casual as before, but serious and deliberate. I once possessed a light-type ability in the game. The moment those words came out, Zhang Yi and Wan Xin both widened their eyes. Yang Wenchao took a deep breath, looked toward the light, and asked, "You're a game player too, right?" The light was still rude and overbearing. "Just talk about yourself. Don't even think about prying into me." So Yang Wenchao didn't ask again, simply continued, "Like I said earlier, the reason I played the Doomsday apartment game was because of its horror effects. So, my approach was different from others. Wherever it was scariest, that's where I went. Always eager to dig up even scarier secrets to challenge myself." He paused. "I came into contact with the main storyline, about the Doomsday apartment being destroyed on day 11. I encountered a concept. Entropy increase law, and reversing entropy increase." At this point, he didn't explain much, just gave a simple summary. The basic idea is, reversing entropy increase is possible, just like in-game data overflow, where the data jumps instantly from the positive end to the negative starting point. So this game universe would cycle too. From destruction to birth, then destruction again, then rebirth. Just like the beginner apartment. It endlessly loops. Of course, I didn't join any big factions in the game. So even after touching the main storyline, I didn't follow the big factions to explore. I used my own method. I created tons of accounts, specifically to study the beginner apartment's cycle. During this process, I discovered. In the beginner apartment, there are lots of starting abilities, and dark-type ones were almost as common as the elemental ones. But light-type abilities were nearly non-existent. And combining that with the game's main story about the birth of the universe, God said, "Let there be light." I started wondering, was the birth of the Doomsday apartment also tied to light? Is that why light-type abilities are so rare? In order to explore this secret, I kept creating and abandoning accounts, trying to roll a light-type ability. At this point, Wan Xin was completely stunned. He swallowed hard, the chatterbox in him completely unable to hold back, and immediately asked, "So, how many accounts did you abandon? All buried in the graveyard?" Yang Wenchao nodded, "A few hundred at first. Later, to save time, I started just deleting them. Because rolling a light-type ability was insanely difficult. At one point, I even suspected. Maybe the game didn't even have light-type abilities." Zhang Yi followed up, guessing, "But eventually, you managed to roll an account with a light-type ability?" "That must be the real reason," he said. "I too was light." Yang Wenchao nodded again, glanced at the light, and continued, "But unfortunately, I wasted too much time creating and deleting accounts. By the time I finally got a light-type account, I barely had any time to research anything before the game shut down. I was hoping that when the game reopened, I could continue studying it. But I never expected. The game didn't reopen. Instead, we were all dragged into the real Doomsday apartment." Yang Wenchao sighed as he spoke, sounding genuinely regretful. However, Huangbo the Light wasn't willing to let it go, still pressing skeptically, "That's it? You rolled a light-type account and didn't discover anything else? What about the light-type personal instance? You should have cleared it, right? What's inside?" But Yang Wenchao shook his head. "When I saw the light-type on my data panel, I immediately realized. This light-type account would be hated by every dark-type player. To protect the light-type account, I didn't dare reveal it at all. Plus, I was a student, and most of my time was spent studying. The light-type account never really had a chance to develop, and I didn't clear the personal instance before the game shut down. If you really want to know if I discovered anything, I figured out how to hide the light-type identity. In the game settings, dark-type players had special reactions to light-type players. So even without using skills, it was very hard for a light type to hide. My early research focused on how to conceal the light attribute. At this point, he paused, glanced at Wanzin, and continued, the reason I joked about having AIDS earlier was because I got an item in the game called AIDS Blood. That item, when combined with certain herbs, could help a light type hide their light aura, making dark type players unable to instinctively detect them. Wanzin, damn it. Seeing Zhang Yi also looking over, Wanzin suddenly forced himself to suppress his fear of light and solemnly said, actually, I was just joking earlier too. I don't have AIDS. Zhang Yi, you think I'm buying that? Wanzin looked utterly defeated, but kept arguing, even if I did have AIDS. Don't you think, now that this world is extraordinary, everything's different? After I got my ability, I had no AIDS symptoms at all. Even when injured, I recovered just like normal people. So I believe, here in the Doomsday apartment, I don't have AIDS. Besides, according to what Brother Yang said, AIDS blood seems like a pretty powerful item. No way it would be something just anyone could have. Plus, I just survived once. My data panel matches the one from the game now, which further proves I probably don't have AIDS anymore. Clearly, Wanzin was desperately trying to prove. Even if he had once had AIDS, now he didn't, and he was totally normal. But Zhang Yi wasn't about to let him off easily. He immediately said, better still draw some blood, just to be safe. But Yang Wenchao raised an eyebrow, you have a container for preserving special blood? Zhang Yi thought for a moment, then changed tactics and said to Wanzin, alright, we'll save it for later. He patted Wanzin's shoulder encouragingly, hang in there. Stay alive. Wanzin cursed inwardly, first time realizing. Apparently even AIDS could have benefits here. He let out a long breath and muttered, I was just selling blood back then. Zhang Yi patted his shoulder again, it's alright. I get it. Wanzin, you get it my ass. I really was selling blood. Chapter 133 Zhu Kaiming's Challenge Invitation. Of course, Zhang Yi didn't care whether Wanzin really sold blood or not. He was about to steer the derailed conversation back on track when he saw Yang Wenchao suddenly looking thoughtful and glancing at Wanzin. Then, he directly asked, sold blood? Is your family situation that bad? I remember in the regular strategy guides, if you want to delete an account and bury it in the graveyard, it costs 100 survival points per account, which is about 100 RMB. If you're so broke that you have to sell blood, how could you afford to spend 100 just to bury an account? That was blunt, to say the least. Zhang Yi was a bit surprised too, burying an account in the graveyard actually cost 100. So in the game, players who were really willing to spend money to bury their accounts must be rare. And it would mostly be those from wealthy backgrounds willing to throw away that kind of money. And a blood-selling Wanzin definitely raised some questions. Zhang Yi turned his gaze over as well. Sure enough, Wanzin's expression looked a bit off. But after a short while, he suddenly let out a heavy sigh, looking like he was giving up completely. Ah. Since the AIDS thing is exposed, I've got nothing left to hide. Actually, my situation is really bad. Yeah, not family situation, just my own situation. Because I don't have a family. I've got nothing, no car, no house, no kids, no parents, no bad habits like smoking or drinking, and my material desires are super low. I can survive without spending a penny a day. But in the game world, I'm actually pretty generous. In the eyes of ordinary people, I'd seem rich. In fact, even in apartment 9999, no one knows my real situation outside. Honestly, I really like this Doomsday apartment. After all, in real life, I'm basically someone living on society's margins, a useless waste who's of no use to anyone. Or maybe, the kind of good-for-nothing gaming addict that everyone looks down on. But here, I'm not a waste. Even if I'm a bit unlucky, I'm still considered a strong player. Here, I can earn respect and recognition. I can find my dignity and value. And that kind of feeling, I've only ever experienced it in the game. Never once in real life. Wanzin's tone grew more and more emotional. And Zhang Yi, listening to the earlier parts, just found it absurd and unbelievable. Not spending a penny in real life but splurging in the game. Even selling blood just to keep up his in-game persona. This kind of bizarre behavior was completely beyond a normal person's understanding. It was exactly the kind of thing you'd expect from the most degenerate, incomprehensible gaming addict. Escaping reality, lost in the game, people like that really were ruined. But when he heard Wanzin's final sentiments, Zhang Yi felt a sudden, blurred realization. People who didn't understand would only ever despise, sneer at, and look down on gaming addicts. Maybe they never really thought about. Why would a gaming addict need to escape reality? Why would they throw themselves so irrationally into a virtual world? Maybe only people like Wanzin truly knew. Because this fucked up reality had never once given him any respect or recognition. In the real world, he had no dignity, no value, no connection to anything. But in the game, he did. So he was willing to abandon reality for the sake of that dignity. Not spending a penny in reality, but being lavish in the game. Because to him, the game was worth it. Reality wasn't. Zhang Yi wasn't addicted to games, but even he felt a little emotional at that. He was silently thinking, when he saw Yang Wenchao suddenly reach out and pat Wanzin on the shoulder. He said, in that case, you should hold on tight to that feeling. The feeling of success, the feeling of being recognized, the feeling of defending your dignity. A person needs that feeling to really live like a human being, and to grow stronger. Yang Wenchao's tone was heavy, clearly, he was feeling emotional too. However, Wanzin suddenly jolted, shook his shoulder free, and snapped angrily, I don't care if you're serious or just joking. Either way, I'm fucking not into guys. That reaction left Yang Wenchao completely speechless. He took a step back and casually raised his hand, the one he had just patted Wanzin with, and it detached. The severed hand fell to the ground, melted into a puddle of rot, and soaked into the soil. Meanwhile, a new hand grew out from his wrist. The whole sequence was smooth as hell, clearly expressing his desire to draw a firm line between them. Zhang Yi was speechless too. He quickly changed the subject and asked Yang Wenchao, I remember your family situation wasn't so great either, right? Each account burial costs 100, and you said you buried hundreds. That's tens of thousands. Where'd you get the money? Yang Wenchao answered smoothly, I didn't spend a penny. Wanzin? Zhang Yi wasn't surprised. He raised an eyebrow and said, didn't spend a penny. So, you found some hidden strategy, discovered a secret about apartment 4444? Yang Wenchao's eyes flickered slightly, but instead of answering, he asked back, what secret does apartment 4444 have? Before Zhang Yi could reply, seeing Huangbo looking a little hostile, Yang Wenchao proactively explained, remember when Xing Man told you about the server-wide kill-on-site order in the game? Zhang Yi nodded, thinking, so that kill-on-site order really was connected to 4444 after all? Yang Wenchao didn't hide it and said straight out, the kill-on-site order was in the game, but in reality, that player actually died. This incident is pretty sensitive. That's why the game must have imposed some restrictions, so a lot of details about the kill-on-site order didn't spread widely, and players hardly talk about it. So Xing Man and many other players only know the general idea. But I dug deeper and got one solid piece of information. The player who got hit with the kill-on-site order had just killed the 4444 administrator with his teammates. After that, he was slapped with the kill-on-site order. His teammate killed him on the spot to claim the kill-on-site reward, then rose to become the rookie king of that newbie apartment season, joined one of the big forces in the official apartments, and became the strongest rookie king ever. Also became what players call the #1 strongest player. This version wasn't very different from what Xing Man had hinted before. But Zhang Yi had gone through a lot more now. Hearing Yang Wenchao talk about it gave him a different feeling. There were 3 special figures involved in that whole game accident. First, the player who got hit with a kill-on-site order, he died in real life. Second, the player who completed the kill-on-site and became the top player. Third, the one revealed this time, the apartment administrator they killed was the 4444 administrator. Before, Zhang Yi had made a lot of guesses about this accident. When he first heard Xing Man mention it, he suspected that player had taken on the task to kill the apartment boss, and after completing the first phase, killing an administrator, got the kill-on-site order. When he learned about light types being hit with kill-on-site orders, he had suspected the player might be a light type too. But now, he suddenly remembered. What Xing Man said about the kill-on-site order reward, it was unknown. No one knew what the player who later became the strongest actually received from the kill-on-site. And that didn't really match the light-type kill-on-site cases. So, the player hit with the kill-on-site order likely wasn't a light type. He had been targeted for some other reason. And that reason was probably tied to the 4444 administrator. Thinking along these lines, the team that had killed the 4444 administrator must have been pretty extraordinary. Zhang Yi pondered silently, turning his gaze back to Yang Wenchao. Meanwhile, during the time Zhang Yi and Yang Wenchao were talking about the graveyard, replica number 2 in the dual space was also observing Zhu Kaiming. However, Zhu Kaiming's expression didn't change at all, as if he had no idea what had happened at the graveyard. During this short period, Zhang Yi and that idiot hot-headed youth bickered a few more times, no helping it. After all, they couldn't actually fight in the dual space. Meanwhile, the slouchy youth Zhu Kaiming seemed to be considering something. Suddenly, he said to Zhang Yi, "You want to know the secret of 4444, right? Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow, saying nothing. Zhu Kaiming thought for a moment, then said in a low voice, how about this? We're already in the duel space, and you seem to be stuck at your 39th win streak. So it's perfect? I'll be the one to accompany you for your 40th win. After the match, I'll tell you about the secret of 4444. How's that? How's that? Like hell. What Zhu Kaiming said was basically a direct confession of his connection to the Duo organization. After all, player win streak blocking was something completely controlled by Duo. And now Kaiming was able to confidently match into Zhang Yi's 40th win. The only explanation was, he was already one of Duo's people. But clearly, this battle had another layer of meaning. This guy had matched against Lin Jing 5 times before and got killed in 5 different ways. After that, it was like he had become immune to all 5 of those deaths. Now, he was talking about matching for the 40th win. Obviously, he wanted Zhang Yi to exchange his own secrets for the secret of 4444. Zhang Yi had no clue what kind of methods this guy had up his sleeve. If he killed him once, who knew what secrets he might expose? So naturally, he couldn't just agree so easily. But after thinking for a moment, he didn't rush to refuse either. Instead, he smiled calmly and said, exchange secrets, huh? Then before that, why don't I take a guess about the secret of 4444? Or more precisely, the secret of the graveyard? As soon as he said that, Zhu Kaiming's expression became a little strange. Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow and continued, based on what I know so far. In the game, players who buried their accounts in the underground graveyard under 4444 seem to be able to revive from it. The graveyard, buried accounts, resurrection. So I was thinking, even outside the current game state, could players possibly use that graveyard to keep reviving over and over? And you? Killing an administrator, sealing the apartment. Are you trying to monopolize that resurrection ability for yourself? As he spoke, the atmosphere in the entire booth space grew subtly tense. Zhu Kaiming's face darkened, his gaze fixed intently on Zhang Yi. After a while, instead of answering, he mimicked Zhang Yi's tone and said coldly, I was thinking. That weird black side in Huang Bo's hand must have been summoned when the dice of fate rolled a sword, right? A summoned weapon like that surely doesn't last long. And do you really think the dice of fate is a good thing? When Zhu Kaiming said this, there was a clear sense of arrogance, looking down on him from above. At the same time, far away in the Void Mirror Palace, after generating 2 A-tier replicas and 1 trash replica, the comprehension replica was once again rolling the dice of fate. As Zhu Kaiming said those words, the comprehension replica's eyes just happened to fall on the dice of fate, spinning in midair, trailing a ghostly afterimage. The comprehension replica's specialty was, as the name implied, higher comprehension than average players. His attributes were weak, and he hadn't learned any skills yet. Zhang Yi's plan for this replica was that, when other replicas later used skill scrolls, he could be merged into them to raise the chance of unlocking high-grade skills. But at this moment, the replica with stronger comprehension stared at the dice of fate, spinning overhead, and suddenly felt something that no other replica who had rolled the dice had ever sensed. Somewhere deep inside, he inexplicably felt. Fate should be gripped in one's own hand. Not something spinning endlessly above you, dazzling your eyes yet never clearly visible, like a die. In that instant, he even wanted to reach out and grab the spinning die. And at that same moment, back at replica number 2's side, he heard Zhu Kaiming's comments about the dice of fate. Zhang Yi didn't care about his arrogance, and instead casually asked, I remember that on the dice of fate, rolling a skull means death. Can that kind of death be revived through the graveyard too? Zhu Kaiming gave a snorting laugh and didn't answer directly. Instead, he asked back, what do you think? Zhang Yi didn't hesitate and replied, I don't think so. Because if it were possible, then the dice of fate wouldn't have ended up just being Chenku's item. Zhu Kaiming raised an eyebrow. Zhang Yi pressed on, so, when you said the dice of fate isn't a good thing, is it simply because the skull represents death of too high a level, unavoidable death? Or is it that, aside from death when rolling a skull, the dice of fate has other ominous aspects? However, crafty as always, Zhu Kaiming still didn't answer. He just raised his eyebrow and said again, same deal. I'll match your 40th win. After the match, I'll tell you the secret of 4444, and the ominous nature of the dice of fate. At that, he deliberately sized up Zhang Yi a few times, and continued, don't tell me you've already rolled the dice of fate? Replica number 2, Zhang Yi thought, I haven't had the chance to roll it yet. But my main body has. And that's the real problem. Thinking it through. Actually, who he matched for the 40th win wasn't something he could decide. It was controlled by Duo organization. So even if he refused Zhukaiming now, he would probably still end up matched against him for his 40th win. Maybe even for the 50th, 100th win streaks too. So whether he accepted or not, the result would be the same, just a matter of sooner or later. Unless he completely gave up on the win streak. Having thought it through, Zhang Yi put on an indifferent look and raised an eyebrow. My 40th win, you want to fight now? Zhukaiming nodded, now. Chapter 134 The Consequences of Grasping Fate. Zhang Yi didn't really mind fighting for his 40th win now. However, just as he was about to speak, his expression suddenly shifted. He didn't hesitate to change his words, give me a few more minutes. Zhukaiming narrowed his eyes, raised his brows, thought for a moment, and then nodded, alright. I'll wait, but no more than 3 minutes. On replica number 2 Zhang Yi's side, there wasn't any big problem. It was just that, over at the comprehension replica's side, he finally couldn't resist and reached out to grab the dice of fate, spinning endlessly in midair. At that moment, fate was gripped in his hand. And the consequences were pretty severe. Among the rules for using the dice of fate, besides having to toss it over 3 meters into the air and let it spin, there was another forbidden rule. During the rolling of the dice of fate, you must not touch it, or suffer the consequences. As for what those consequences were, no one really knew. But Zhang Yi figured it couldn't be worse than rolling a skull. Plus, at that moment, the comprehension replica had almost entered a state of enlightenment, reaching out instinctively to grasp the spinning die. It didn't feel like a conscious decision, more like pure bodily instinct. However, the moment his hand closed around the spinning dice of fate, Zhang Yi realized something was very wrong. First, his hand immediately felt a sharp, stabbing pain. The pain seemed to travel through his fingers straight to his heart, making him feel an unbearable heaviness. It was like his heart had suddenly become too heavy to beat properly. And his body simply couldn't support the burden of a heart that heavy. Even worse, each slow, heavy beat of that heart seemed to tug viciously at every nerve in his brain. Especially the pain nerves. In that instant, it felt like his entire brain was going to explode. It hurt. It hurt too damn much. It's said that even the strongest of wills can hardly resist drug withdrawal because of the overwhelming pain. And at that moment, Zhang Yi suspected that the agony he was experiencing was hundreds or even thousands of times worse than withdrawal pain. In fact, for a split second, it felt like even the other replicas were affected by the pain the comprehension replica was enduring. Compared to simply drawing a skull and dying instantly, this was far worse. After all, the skullless instant death was over in a flash. But now, under extreme pain, every second felt like a year to Zhang Yi. Normally, when a body feels pain, the instinct is to withdraw. Like when your hand touches something sharp, you reflexively jerk it back. But now, even as the comprehension replica was overwhelmed by all-consuming pain, his hand stayed locked to the dice of fate, like it was bound to it, unable to let go. And the intense agony that racked every nerve left him incapable of thinking, incapable of understanding. Soon enough, the continuously spinning dice of fate started dragging his entire body, making him spin like a fan in midair. One hand connected to the axis of rotation, the rest of his body dangling and spinning helplessly like a puppet. The sensation was absolutely brutal. Not only did the pain worsen, but the spinning scrambled his brain into an increasingly chaotic mess. Finally, under the unbearable pain and torture, the comprehension replica happily died. Honestly, Zhang Yi truly thought that at this moment, death might be a kind of release. However, the real problem was replica substitution. In order to protect his valuable replicas, Zhang Yi had made sure to feed them attribute fruits to boost their stats. Meanwhile, the weaker, trash replicas were kept around as tools to die in their place. So now, once again, it was a trash replica that died in his stead. And the comprehension replica, still gripped to the dice of fate, instantly revived. Yes, revived. Zhang Yi's previous experience with replica substitution was only when facing instant death from drawing a skull. At that time, his body hadn't suffered any real wear or tear before dying. So he hadn't truly understood the full impact of replica substitution. But this time, it wasn't instant death, it was death by the sheer, hellish torture inflicted by the dice of fate. And only now did he realize. Replica substitution didn't just revive you, it restored you to full health and full status. Before death, the comprehension replica had been deeply weakened, his mind on the brink of unconsciousness. But at the moment of substitution, all that weakness and mental chaos transferred to the dying trash replica. The comprehension replica, however, fully revived. The moment he came back, his mind cleared. But only for a moment. Because his hand was still stuck to the dice of fate. And once again, The crushing agony flooded in. For a second, Zhang Yi almost lost his mind. It was a hopeless, maddening cycle of pain where he couldn't live but couldn't die either. He even thought about sacrificing another replica to chop off the arm holding the dice of fate. Whether by amputating the arm or letting the comprehension replica die outright, it had to be better than enduring this nightmare. After all his replicas were linked together. Seeing the comprehension replica suffering like this, the others naturally couldn't just stand by. Immediately, one of the trash replicas who was also in the Void Mirror Palace tried to move closer to chop off the connected arm. But before he could act, he noticed. Blood was flowing from the comprehension replica's hand, staining the dice of fate. Even with blood soaking the die, the pain didn't lessen at all. The comprehension replica was foaming at the mouth from the pain. Spinning helplessly in midair like a tortured body on a rack, his state was absolutely miserable. Yet at that moment, the other replicas forced themselves to suppress the soul link pain, stayed calm, and thought through the situation. And then, a rather cruel idea toward the comprehension replica emerged. The consequences of gripping the dice of fate needed to be fully studied. Even if they gave up now, they'd still have to face this torment eventually. Sure, maybe later they'd get a replica immune to pain to handle it. But there was no guarantee they'd ever find such a talent. And now, they already burned through one substitution. Might as well hang on a little longer? The moment this thought surfaced, Zhang Yi immediately remembered what Yang Wenchao had said not long ago. He had once forced himself to confront his fear directly, he had survived endless terror and despair. That's why he could now proudly say, "What doesn't kill me will only make me stronger." That's why he could even suppress his light-type instincts to fear dark types. So, if Yang Wenchao could do it, why couldn't Zhang Yi? All the replicas shared the same will. There was no conflict like left brain fighting right brain. At this moment, the decision wasn't about other replicas forcing the comprehension replica to suffer. It was a choice made by the comprehension replica himself, the one enduring the worst pain. Even through the vague clarity he managed to regain, he chose to hold on. After steeling his resolve, his mind, previously too racked with agony to think clearly, now strained with everything he had to concentrate, to try once again to catch that fleeting, mysterious feeling. Of course, the thought was beautiful, but reality was brutal. It was just too damn hard. It didn't take long. The comprehension replica's heart, overwhelmed by the terrifying burden, once again stopped beating. Replica substitution activated again, and another trash replica died. But this time, Zhang Yi was no longer in a state of hopeless collapse, unable to live or die. He immediately seized the opportunity of this full health revival. And to further strengthen the body's ability to handle the heart's burden, he immediately decided to perform replica fusion on the comprehension replica. He merged the 5 powerful S-tier replicas, ice, fire, lightning, space, and sword art enlightenment, into the comprehension replica. As for the super stamina replica, with his superior physical stats, he specifically created mirror replicas and phantom replicas to fuse as well. In this emergency, he even used the weird mirror obtained from the 4444 administrator on the super stamina replica. Previously, Zhang Yi hadn't had time to study the mirror, nor dared to use it casually. But now, with the comprehension replica in deep trouble, he figured. Even if that mirror had some issues, if it created replicas in his own image, it should be safe. So with boldness, after using the mirror, nearly 100 identical, super stamina replicas appeared. Way more than when he had duplicated the white-clad woman. Maybe because the super stamina replica was much weaker compared to her? Zhang Yi didn't have time to think about it. These physically strong replicas, grouped into threes, started fusing one after another into the comprehension replica using replica fusion. At that moment, the only ones left unfused were some trash replicas that weren't much use even if fused, and 2 precious SS-tier replicas. And then there were number 2 in the dual space, and number 1 and light replica over at the graveyard. But the pain hadn't lessened despite the huge number of replicas merging. Instead, the unfused replicas suffered even more, as if pulled into the pain. In the dual space, number 2 Zhang Yi, sitting at the same booth as Zhu Kaiming and the others, suddenly turned deathly pale, drained of all color. Number 1 in the graveyard, with even worse attributes, was in an even worse state. Naturally, Yang Wenchao and Wanzin noticed. Wanzin bluntly asked, "What's wrong with you? You look terrible all of a sudden. Even your eyes look dazed." Yang Wenchao also noticed, but he was more cautious and didn't point it out directly. Zhang Yi, however, casually raised an eyebrow and weakly made up an excuse, "Nothing. This body's just a replica. It's normal for replicas to have time limits and all kinds of restrictions." It was a reasonable excuse, and made his replica abilities seem less overpowered. Luckily, under Huang Bo's light and shadow escape, Changes in facial expressions couldn't be seen. Still, he worried that someone as sharp as Yang Wenchao might catch on to the voice change. So it was still number 1 Zhang Yi who forced himself to speak casually toward Yang Wenchao. So, you originally chose to bury accounts not to farm light-type talents, but because you noticed apartment 4444 during that game accident, and then discovered the secret of account burial there? Yang Wenchao nodded, sort of. After I found out that the player hit with the kill on site order had killed the 4444 administrator, I went to investigate 4444. And the most unique thing about apartment 4444 is obviously the underground graveyard. Players wanting to enter the graveyard have to somehow earn the administrator's favor to get permission. But the 4444 administrator's favor is really hard to earn. Basically, you have to spend money. And just entering the graveyard costs anywhere from 10 to 80 survival points, depending on when you enter. But if a player wants to bury an account, it's a fixed 100 survival points to buy a special coffin. Then the 4444 administrator would help the player log out of the account and mark the coffin with a logout seal. After the player dies, the account would be sealed inside the logout coffin. The whole process is clear and simple. In the game, it wasn't just one pay-to-win team that tried to kill the 4444 administrator. Many teams tried and failed, which is why the 4444 administrator became recognized as one of the hardest administrators to kill. First, because he's really strong, probably top tier among all apartments. Second, because he has an escape route. Only he has access to the graveyard beneath 4444. And the Madman Mask's time limit is just 3 minutes. Trying to kill an administrator within 3 minutes is already insanely hard. And during those 3 minutes, the 4444 administrator could simply hide inside the graveyard, and the players couldn't do anything. Some teams even considered splitting up, group attacking outside, while Group B sneaked into the graveyard to ambush him. But the 4444 administrator wasn't an idiot. If you had a Madman Mask on you, there was no way he'd let you enter the graveyard. So honestly, nobody could believe that the team responsible for the kill on site order had actually managed to kill the 4444 administrator. So that's how it was. At that moment, Zhang Yi also understood why Lin Jing had gone to such lengths to invite the white-clad woman to kill the 4444 administrator. Because if it were players doing it, even with a Madman Mask, killing the 4444 administrator would be nearly impossible. Even for the white-clad woman, she probably planned some sneaky strategy first. But then the light type had shown up and completely messed up the plan. Also, Zhang Yi suddenly realized. Whether it was Yang Wenchao or Lin Jing, they all said the Madman Mask only had a 3-minute limit. But the Madman Mask Zhang Yi had snatched from Quan He seemed different. It lasted for a whole hour. And it could be used 10 times. Unfortunately, there was only one such mask. For a whole team, it wouldn't be enough. And for a solo player, it would still be very hard to kill an administrator alone. This Madman Mask really was something special. No wonder Guan He had been willing to part with it. She just hadn't expected that the light type would rob her outright. And this special Madman Mask probably involved the secret of that symbiotic reincarnated Eri. Naturally, Zhang Yi didn't mention any of this to Yang Wenchao. Instead, he asked directly, since 4444 was so hard to kill, how did that successful team pull it off back then? Yang Wenchao shook his head. From what I heard, there are no clear details. But when I investigated 4444 myself, I did discover one secret. And using that secret, I managed to bury hundreds of accounts for free. At that, he suddenly asked Zhang Yi, if you were me back then, where would you start investigating apartment 4444? Where to investigate? Zhang Yi instinctively thought, from the graveyard, obviously. But he quickly reconsidered. The graveyard was under the administrator's authority. Trying to pull anything shady inside would almost certainly be caught. And just entering the graveyard cost money, which Yang Wenchao probably wouldn't have wasted. So, not the graveyard. Then, he immediately turned to Aizen and asked, by the way, is there anything special about room 4444 in apartment 4444? Chapter 135 Graveyard 4444. Although he asked the question, Zhang Yi actually already had a bit of information. The light type, using light and shadow escape, had run all over apartment 4444 twice. Even though he moved quickly and a bit carelessly, he really hadn't noticed anything unusual about any particular room. And even in the strategy guide Wanzin had given him, there was no mention that room 4444 of apartment 4444 had any special features. So as he asked the question, he instinctively felt he might have guessed wrong. But unexpectedly, Wanzin nodded and gave a firm answer. Room 4444 of apartment 4444 is indeed special. The special thing is, apartment 4444 doesn't have a room 4444. Ah. Well, that is pretty special, huh? As Zhang Yi was still thinking it over, Wanzin continued to explain, many players have explored and investigated this point in the game. The final conclusion everyone reached was that the underground graveyard probably evolved from room 4444. So the special underground graveyard is basically the special room 4444. That's why I didn't specifically mention the missing room 4444 in the guide I gave you. I see. Thinking about it further, Zhang Yi felt what most players believed wasn't necessarily the truth. It was entirely possible that the graveyard was the graveyard, and room 4444 was room 4444. The missing room 4444 might have simply never been discovered by the players. Thinking this, he looked again at Yang Wenchao. Yang Wenchao seemed to read his mind and nodded directly. That's right. I found the missing room 4444, and it wasn't the graveyard. He naturally said not the graveyard, but quickly corrected himself, more accurately, not the graveyard we're standing in now. Zhang Yi instantly got what he meant. You mean, the missing room 4444 is also a graveyard? Yang Wenchao nodded. Honestly, graveyard 4444 and the underground graveyard are very similar. When I first went in, I thought I'd entered the underground graveyard too. But in graveyard 4444, the greenery, the plants, aren't black, they're red. And it seems graveyard 4444 isn't under the administrator's control either. There are lots of coffins there for free. You can bury accounts yourself without paying anything, and without being detected by the administrator. This explanation really opened Wanzin and Zhang Yi's eyes. Especially Wanzin, who prided himself on being a veteran gamer, but he truly hadn't known about this hidden strategy. But soon, his mind clicked, and he immediately caught a flaw. No. Something's off. There's a hole in your story. Wanzin suddenly raised his voice, looking proud like he had just caught Yang Wenchao lying. He turned to Zhang Yi and pointed out, think about it. According to him, there are two graveyards in apartment 4444, one underground, and one called graveyard 4444. And he said he buried accounts in graveyard 4444. But then what? He revived in the underground graveyard. That doesn't add up. Zhang Yi noticed the issue immediately too. But he didn't think Yang Wenchao would lie about something with such an obvious hole. Sure enough, Yang Wenchao quickly explained, I really did bury accounts in graveyard 4444. And because I wasn't sure if the burial worked, I specifically tested account retrieval in the game. Strangely enough, the retrieval process was exactly the same as for normal players. The retrieved account also revived in the underground graveyard. So I started suspecting back then that graveyard 4444 and the underground graveyard might be connected somehow. Or maybe there's some other reason why accounts buried in graveyard 4444 ended up appearing in the underground graveyard. Saying that, he met Zhang Yi's gaze. You know me well enough. I wouldn't make up such a stupid lie with such a glaring hole. Zhang Yi nodded and smoothly asked, when you retrieve an account in-game, the administrator helps you open the coffin, and your account revives from it, right? Wanzin and Yang Wenchao both nodded. Zhang Yi asked Yang Wenchao again, when you retrieved your account, didn't the administrator notice anything weird? Yang Wenchao shook his head, the coffins were the same. The administrator didn't notice anything. But because I was worried something might get exposed, I only retrieved an account once. Seeing that Zhang Yi seemed to believe Yang Wenchao, Wanzin started thinking too, so it's true. There's some connection between graveyard 4444 and the underground graveyard. You buried your account in graveyard 4444, but it showed up in the underground graveyard. Could there be some special teleportation device? Or maybe it's a game bug? Like, graveyard 4444 and the underground graveyard are actually the same place, but because of magnetic fields or whatever sci-fi stuff, it feels like they're different? Yang Wenchao gave him a look like, are you stupid? You think I can't tell the difference between two graveyards? Wanzin ignored his side eye and kept rambling excitedly, or maybe the underground graveyard and graveyard 4444 are connected vertically. One on top, one on the bottom. Saying that, he started gesturing with his hands, like this line I'm drawing is the soil of the graveyard. Above the line is graveyard 4444, below it is the underground graveyard. And the line itself, like Earth, has gravity. So whether you're standing above or below, it feels normal and you can't tell the difference. Whether you bury an account in graveyard 4444 or the underground graveyard, you're actually burying it into this same line. So from your perspective, it looks like two different graveyards. But in reality, it's the same place. Maybe even the administrator doesn't know this secret. Wanzin got more excited the more he talked, his gestures growing wilder, and he looked increasingly confident. So actually, what players have been saying is right. The original room 4444 really did evolve into the underground graveyard. It's just that players didn't know that under the underground graveyard, there's another secret graveyard. And only you, by looking for room 4444, managed to find that secret graveyard. Yang Wenchao, half influenced by Wanzin's excitement, started thinking about whether that crazy theory might actually make sense. But Zhang Yi was thinking. Did the administrator really not know about the secret graveyard? When the Light type had fought his way to the underground graveyard, he had immediately scouted the entire place. Yet he hadn't found any sign of the 4444 administrator. Even the raven egg he'd seen in the videos wasn't there. That's why he had considered digging up graves to find him. And now, while Wanzin was still excited and Yang Wenchao was still pondering, Zhang Yi's light and shadow escape pierced downward into the soil beneath the graveyard. The power of light and shadow escape wasn't just about speed. It could phase through solid objects too. Even soil could be phased through. However, the soil of this graveyard carried an overwhelmingly strong dark attribute. The light type, already suffering from the pain caused by the comprehension replica, felt even worse now. As he burrowed deeper into the dark soil, he felt like his stomach was turning inside out, and his brain felt like someone was playing a full symphony of chaos on taut strings, buzzing and pounding with pain. And the deeper he went, the stronger the nausea and the pressure grew. For a light type, this experience was truly abnormal. After all, when he was in light and shadow escape mode, phasing through matter should never produce a sense of pressure. At most, he would just feel physically exhausted from the heavy energy consumption. But this time, the deeper he went, even while in light and shadow state, he could feel pressure. It was as if some special energy was compressing the light itself. Yes, energy, not a physical object. Zhang Yi was certain, physical matter could not compress light. Whatever was compressing him could only be some special form of energy. If the comprehension replica weren't in trouble right now, he might have tried fusing a large number of replicas to force his way deeper. But given that so many replicas had been consumed for the comprehension replica, Zhang Yi thought it over and decided not to let the light type take any more risks for now. Very quickly, he shot back up through the soil to the surface. Thanks to this process, when Huangbo opened his mouth again with a weakened voice, it wouldn't raise any suspicion. He said bluntly, I don't know if it's because of the gravity Wanzin mentioned, but there's definitely some weird oppressive force underground. Even I couldn't keep exploring deeper. So even if there really are two layers of graveyards, it's probably impossible to cross between them directly. Saying that, the light type immediately turned to Yang Wenchao and asked, so, let's ask you now. How did you find the missing room 4444? Yang Wenchao was just about to answer, when suddenly, Huangbo's form returned to normal. The sudden return to human form startled Yang Wenchao. It wasn't because Huangbo's face was ugly, but because light and shadow escape was considered a light type's life-saving trump card. Although it consumed a lot of stamina, its incredible speed and immunity to physical attacks meant almost no one could ambush a light type in that state. But once the light and shadow form was lifted and his human form exposed, if someone had bad intentions, he could be ambushed and instantly killed. However, seeing Huangbo's pale face, Yang Wenchao guessed. This guy probably couldn't keep it up anymore. After all, light and shadow escape really did burn through stamina fast. And he had just tunneled into the ground too. In his current weakened state, if someone launched a sneak attack. Of course, this idea only flashed through Yang Wenchao's mind. He didn't act on it. Zhang Yi didn't care what he thought anyway. In Huangbo's voice, low and steady, he said, everything happening in this graveyard might be under the administrator's surveillance. So from here on, you should leave the graveyard before continuing the conversation. You guys? Yang Wenchao was momentarily confused. Huangbo nodded, his gaze serious and his voice heavier. Yes, you guys. I'm extremely weak right now. To avoid any unnecessary ideas from you all, let's split up. You two follow Yang Wenchao to find the missing room 4444. I'll stay here and act alone. This made perfect sense to Yang Wenchao. He was convinced by now that this light type was indeed too exhausted to continue. Since he was carrying the kill-on-sight reward, it was only logical to send them away. After exchanging a glance with Wanzin, they both agreed to the split. Entering the graveyard needed permission, but leaving didn't. Very soon, Zhang Yi, Wanzin, and Yang Wenchao left the graveyard according to Huangbo's arrangement. The entire underground graveyard was left with only Huangbo alone. He was indeed weak right now, but he was also deliberately acting weaker. If someone really was monitoring the graveyard, maybe they would seize the opportunity. Meanwhile, back in the dual space, Zhang Yi noticed. Zhu Kaiming's expression remained unchanged. He really seemed unaware of everything happening at the graveyard. From beginning to end, he sat there like an old monk, calm and steady. Only when the timing was just right did he suddenly speak. 3 minutes are up. 3 minutes had indeed passed. But Zhang Yi was really not in a good condition to fight. Mainly because almost all of his replicas had been fused into the comprehension replica. However, there were less than a minute left before those fusions were fully complete. So number 2 Zhang Yi deliberately stalled for time, casually asking, should I just hit random match? What's your combat power? You sure you can match with me 100%? Zhu Kaiming, dead serious, his eyes under his dark circles calm as still water, said, you don't need to worry about that. Just match. Seeing this guy wasn't giving him a chance to stall any further, Zhang Yi thought. Fine, random match it is. He still had the blackened replica left unused. And besides, if Zhu Kaiming really intended to die at his hands to dig out his secrets, then Zhang Yi could beat him easily. Even if Zhu Kaiming wanted to defeat him and crush his spirit, Zhang Yi had a privilege-exempt card, so his win streak wouldn't be broken anyway. Thus, number 2 Zhang Yi didn't stall anymore and began the regular random matching process. At the same time, the light type left behind in the graveyard sat cross-legged and lit a stick of confusion incense. The confusion incense was an item he had swiped from Kpeng, its effect being to mess with one's mind and cause minor hallucinations. In Zhang Yi's understanding, it was kind of like pufferfish toxin. And of course, lighting the confusion incense wasn't for himself. It was to create a layer of defense. Also, it was another way of projecting weakness to the enemy. If anyone saw him sitting cross-legged, surrounded by confusion incense, they might think he was too weak to use light and shadow escape anymore, and get tempted to launch a sneak attack. Besides that, the real reason for the confusion incense was, under its cover, he discreetly used replica swap again. He swapped the seemingly weak light-type replica with one of the 3 light-type sub-replicas that Wang Hai had gifted him after killing Prism. There was a difference between a light-type replica and a sub-replica. Sub-replicas looked like semi-transparent shadows. With careful observation, you could tell they weren't real people. So the confusion incense helped blur that distinction. Thus, the sub-replica posed as the weakened light type, staying in the graveyard both as bait and as an observer. The real light type replica, through the swap, had returned to the Void Mirror Palace. And this time, he wasn't back just for the comprehension replica stuck in a dilemma. It was also because Huangbo circled the center area of the Void Mirror Palace and then, standing in front of a certain mirrored section, shouted, "Hey, fellow kindred? Looking that ugly, don't call me kindred. Call me senior." The voice clearly carried a mischievous excitement, like some bratty elementary school kid demanding to be called daddy. Hearing that, Zhang Yi couldn't help but play along, responding seriously, "Since you're insisting, then this honored self shall reluctantly agree to be your senior." The other one was obviously thrown off by the awkwardness, immediately snapping, "Look at you, calling yourself honored self. Shameless." Zhang Yi said calmly, "Says the guy calling himself senior. Pot, meat kettle." Chapter 136, First Vow. This same kind obviously realized. She was the one who started being awkward. So when she spoke again, her voice sounded a bit unnatural. "Just kidding. Call me Hizinayu. Hizinayu." So it really was a girl. Still, whether that name was real or not wasn't certain. Zhang Yi didn't think much of it. Having a name just made communication easier. He didn't bother with any nonsense and went straight to the point. "When I was circling around just now, I noticed. In one of the Mirror Palace grids, there was a humanoid fan. Did you see it? Humanoid fan." He was naturally talking about the comprehension replica swinging along with the dice of fate. He believed this light-type same kind must have noticed it. Sure enough. A voice quickly echoed from the air, no longer altered. It was a crisp and spirited female voice, rather boyish in tone. "Oh, that dumbass thing? Just ignore him. Stay away, wait for him to die, and loot the body. But let's be clear up front. First come, first served. Whatever loot I get from the corpse is all mine." Zhang Yi thought, "That's my corpse. No way I'm letting some outsider loot it. And besides, he might not even die." Still, he couldn't reveal that he and the comprehension replica were the same person, so he put on an indifferent tone, "First come, first served? I don't think so. I remember it's finders keepers. Since I'm here, I should at least get 40% of the loot." Hizinayu was an old-school light type, no way she'd give in to a newcomer. She shot back across the space with raw authority. You You think you can bargain with me? And that dumbass thing probably doesn't even have anything good. You want 40%? No way. It's all mine, no negotiation. TSK, that's fierce. Zhang Yi played along, pretending to give in. Fine, all yours then. All 100%. Mine. Izanayu was just starting to enjoy his supposed good sense, when his next line threw her off. What did you say? Zhang Yi patiently repeated, I said. All of it is mine. As he spoke, he took on human form, pulled out the entropy scythe, and casually flipped it in his right palm. The move was like a gangster playing with a gun. 1 part intimidating, 3 parts casual, and 5.9 parts utterly nonchalant. If the light type didn't look so ugly, he'd have looked like a walking, fan-shaped diagram of a domineering CEO. The air went eerily quiet. Who knew whether Izanayu was stunned by Zhang Yi's swagger, or by the entropy scythe in his hand? She said nothing for a long time. Zhang Yi worried maybe she didn't recognize the entropy scythe, this kind of god-tier item. He was about to say he'd smash something in the Void Mirror Palace for a demo, when Izanayu suddenly blurted out in pure shock, concept-level weapon. You. So her knowledge was sharp, and yes, she was shocked. But she quickly composed herself and calmly said, that weapon really is insane. But do you really think you can land a hit on me with it? Zhang Yi thought for only a second before sighing helplessly, sorry, I can't hit you. Izanayu gave a smug snort, about to say glad you know your place. Then Zhang Yi continued, but, I use this entropy scythe to destroy the barrier in the underground graveyard of apartment 4444. That moved up the apartment's destruction time to the next 0 hour. As far as I know, for a reincarnated player to cycle back to the next beginner apartment, it takes a lot of preparation time. If the apartment gets destroyed by the next 0 hour, you won't have enough time to reincarnate, will you? Now that was a direct threat. Izanayu's voice dropped, now serious, moving up the destruction time doesn't benefit you either, does it? Besides, even if you did bring forward one apartment's destruction time, couldn't I just switch to another? She meant. She wasn't afraid of Zhang Yi's threat. But Zhang Yi was crazier than she imagined. He didn't explain further, just wore that ugly handsome face, full of unrestrained arrogance and madness, and said fearlessly, doesn't matter. I've already got a server-wide kill on site order on me. I'm capable of anything. Indeed, Zhang Yi intentionally made his light-type form always seem on the edge. Like he'd lost all sense of consequence. The air went quiet again, unnaturally so. Izanayu's voice stayed low, it's just a dice of fate. Let's change the topic. That humanoid fan loot? She'd just stopped thinking about it. Zhang Yi kept flipping the entropy scythe, still crazy and domineering. Shut up, I'll change the topic. First of all, do you know what that humanoid fan really is? Nobody likes to be threatened. Izanayu included. Her opinion of Huangbo instantly tanked. She cursed in her head, but still played along. What do you mean? Just some idiot who grabbed the spinning dice of fate. But it's weird. He's lasted way longer than expected. And from afar, I noticed something off. His aura was all patchy and strange. From afar? Zhang Yi latched onto those words. Was there something that kept you from getting close? He wondered. Was it her light-type nature keeping her away, or something wrong with the dice of fate itself? But as soon as he asked, Izanayu paused and asked back, you've never heard this saying? All gifts from fate have their prices marked in secret. Even those lucky-type items. They seem to give a temporary boost to luck, but in reality, they're just borrowing the player's own future luck in advance. So, the dice of fate is the same. Sure, it looks like only a 1 in 6 chance of instant death. But the hidden cost behind it? Totally unmeasurable. And? She paused again, hesitated, then asked, do you know about death priority? Ever heard that legend? A legend about death priority? Zhang Yi, you mean? That complete erasure of a person's existence? Including being erased from the memories of everyone around them. Exactly. They say that ultimate erasure comes from a fate-type ability that severs all karmic ties. Utterly denying someone's existence. As Izanayu spoke, even her tone held a trace of fear. Zhang Yi fell into thought. Then his eyes suddenly flashed with alarm. Because at that moment, the comprehension replica, or rather, the combined consciousness of all replicas fused into it, was finally buckling under the intense pain. The burden on his heart was getting heavier and heavier. Even with nearly 100 super stamina replicas, he still couldn't sustain the weight of that heartbeat. That feeling of imminent heart explosion, of death bearing down again, came surging back. The comprehension replica. All of them. Couldn't hold on anymore. He even suspected that terrifying heartbeat might have already stopped. The last few seconds he held on. It wasn't his body doing it, it was pure willpower. Even with the replica substitution ability, Zhang Yi couldn't help but feel fear. After all, Hizunayu said it. Fate-type powers could sever karma itself, causing the ultimate erasure from existence. He couldn't be sure. If the next moment brought that legendary death priority, what kind of end would he face? So, even as a replica that didn't fear death, in this moment, Zhang Yi had a single overwhelming thought. I don't want to die. I have to hold on. Yes. It's just cardiac arrest. Cardiac arrest doesn't mean death. He's still alive. He has to stay alive. In that instant, even the connection between his light-type replica and the comprehension replica felt thin and faint. His heart grew inexplicably heavy. At that moment, all the replicas made a major decision together. Before, because of how important the SS-tier ability was, he hadn't fused the two SS-tier replicas. But now, he couldn't care anymore. The newly created SS-tier replicas Fuzai and Li Zi were now fused into the comprehension replica. And immediately, Zhang Yi began thinking about the consequences of using the S-tier skill Artistic Explosion. Artistic Explosion wasn't just powerful. More importantly, it allowed him to sacrifice his own organs. Because of the skill's traits, even if he sacrificed his heart, his body could stay alive for 30 seconds. Long enough to witness the explosion. So he started to think. If, right now, he chose to sacrifice that unbearably heavy heart, the one his body could barely sustain, could he, within those 30 seconds, find a sliver of hope? Besides that, the skill vow was also being tested. And the results shocked him. Vow, S, set goal, stay in this state and survive. Time limit, 30 seconds. Reward rank, SSSPS, if this vow is completed, the ability will automatically be upgraded to the reward level, SSS. In other words, surviving another 30 seconds in this state was as difficult as killing 3 apartment administrators within 30 minutes. That hard. Normally, Zhang Yi followed a cautious path. But at this moment, his determination to survive outweighed his instinct to play it safe. He feared that if he hesitated even one more second, he'd give up. So this time, he didn't hold back, didn't hesitate at all. He directly activated the vow skill. And so, the skill took effect. Whether it was to earn the SSS tier reward or to avoid the SSS tier punishment. This vow, he had to fulfill. And as his thoughts aligned and his resolve solidified, Zhang Yi faintly sensed the true charm of the SS tier ability lofty ambition. Before this, he thought vow was just about completing goals to earn rewards. But now, he understood clearly. Vowing wasn't just for the reward. It was for the inner resolve. Like how some people chase dreams not for money, power, or fame, but for self-worth. To live up to themselves. In that moment, after making the vow, Zhang Yi felt not a craving for reward, but a powerful inner drive. And this drive. It was like that saying. Even the gods will bless you. Zhang Yi understood with complete clarity. In that saying, it wasn't gods that would bless him. It was himself. Once he was resolute, there was no more hesitation. He chose to sacrifice the heart that was dragging him down. And then, boom. A thunderous explosion. The S-tier skill Artistic Explosion activated. Its terrifying power shocked even Zhang Yi himself. In almost an instant, the entire Void Mirror Palace began collapsing violently under the tremors. Hizunayu and Huangbo, mid-conversation, were both shaken hard. Fortunately, Huangbo reacted quickly and instantly shifted into light and shadow escape. But even the untouchable form of light could feel the force of this blast. Even apartment 6996 and apartment 9669, both linked to the Void Mirror Palace, felt the shock waves. The 2 rooms connected to the palace were turned to rubble instantly. Players in both apartments were so shaken they began doubting reality. Even the 2 apartment administrators turned pale. In fact, both apartments simultaneously sounded the same alarm that had previously gone off in apartment 4444. Warning. Warning. This apartment is under unknown attack. Warning. Warning. This apartment is under unknown attack, you had to know. The alarm in 4444 had only triggered when a concept-level weapon destroyed the apartment's special barrier. And now, the effect of Artistic Explosion had already reached the level of a concept-level weapon. It wasn't hard to imagine just how terrifying that heart Zhang Yi sacrificed had become. Transformed by the dice of fate. Even the light-type replica, which hadn't fused, felt a lingering fear. As if his own heart had exploded too. Of course, beyond being awed by such devastating power. What Zhang Yi cared about more was the status of the comprehension replica. More accurately, what made him panic was. The instant the explosion went off, the already fading connection between the light-type replica and the comprehension replica completely vanished. Not only that, even the non-fused replica number 1 and replica number 2 lost all connection to the comprehension replica. How could Zhang Yi not panic? And at the moment of the explosion, the earlier fused replicas were the first to dissolve the fusion, and they brought back fragments of memory from the comprehension replica. Almost at the exact moment Zhang Yi sacrificed his heart, the endlessly spinning dice of fate suddenly changed. The 6 glowing icons lit up like they were real, shot out from the dice, and all embedded into the shattered comprehension replica. Then, the blood-soaked dice held in the replica's palm vanished completely. At the same time, in the comprehension replica's ruined chest, at the sight of the exploded heart, a spinning illusion of a dice took its place. Also, in the replica's mind, faint, broken voices started to echo, like they were trying to say something. But his consciousness was too hazy. He couldn't understand a thing. The only thing certain was that the voice belonged to no one else but Zhang Yi himself. And after fully dissolving fusion, all the other replicas felt it too. Their link to the comprehension replica was completely gone. How could Zhang Yi not panic? In that moment, he almost truly believed that comprehension replica might really be gone. And that eerie dice of fate. God knows what kind of chaos it just unleashed. On his side, Zhang Yi's heart was completely unsettled, mind fully absorbed by the comprehension replica. Meanwhile, on the duel arena, replica number 2 had no heart for the duel with Rukongai. He fought extremely half-heartedly. Not even fusing with a single replica. Just moving around casually, swinging a weapon, doing basic physical attacks. Of course, replica number 2's hard work pays off. Ability helped him grow fast even mid-battle. So even his simple physical attacks still showed solid combat instincts. But Rukongai, in this duel, didn't even fight back. Even when Zhang Yi slit his throat with a blade, he was completely unharmed. And when he noticed Zhang Yi was clearly phoning it in, he coldly mocked, "That's all you've got? Let me be clear. I've already become immune to all physical deaths. In other words, nearly every C-tier or lower death effect is useless on me. So, show me something real. Don't embarrass yourself. You should know, even if you have a ton of privilege cards, they're worthless. After all, just like when I matched with Lin Jing, if I can match you once, I can match you 100 times." Chapter 137, 2 SSS Tier Abilities. Clearly, Rukongai was afraid of the entropy scythe. But after guessing that thing had a time limit, he calmed down again. When facing someone like Zhang Yi, he had no fear at all, and didn't hold back in the slightest. However, Zhang Yi wasn't in a good mood right now. He was seriously annoyed. Listening to Rukongai yap on and on felt like his kid had just been abducted by human traffickers, and the aunt next door insisted on dragging him into a game of mahjong. Yeah, Rukongai was that damn aunt forcing him to play mahjong. So fucking annoying. Zhang Yi didn't even process what he was saying. It all went in one ear and out the other. Naturally, he didn't give any particular response. His attention was still locked on the ruins of the Void Mirror Palace. The closest one to the Mirror Palace was the Light-type replica. Under the terrifying power of artistic explosion, even Light-type had to flee. But 30 seconds later, the explosive force finally started to subside. The Light-type replica took a gulp of moonlight essence to recover his stamina. Then, without hesitation, he slipped back toward the Mirror Palace ruins where the comprehension replica had been. At the same time, another streak of light and shadow escape followed nearby. Naturally, it was none other than Izinayu. Zhang Yi didn't hold back and immediately reminded her, "Go ahead, but remember what we agreed on. The loot from the corpse, all of it is mine." He said it lightly, even a bit arrogantly. But only Zhang Yi himself knew. His heart was bleeding inside. Please, let the comprehension replica not actually be a corpse. Yet to his surprise, Izinayu responded in clear confusion, "Loot from what corpse? Do you know what caused that terrifying explosion?" Zhang Yi frowned and blurted out, "Probably that one earlier." Instinctively, he didn't want to expose the connection between the light-type replica and the comprehension replica. But as he spoke, his eyes suddenly froze, and he went rigid. Izinayu, seeing him stop mid-sentence, circled around curiously, "What's wrong?" Zhang Yi snapped out of his shock and asked directly, "You don't remember?" Izinayu looked puzzled. "Remember what? TSS." Zhang Yi didn't continue by saying the words humanoid fan. But based on her reaction, he faintly drew a shocking and bitter conclusion. Izinayu had no reason to fake it. So she really didn't remember the humanoid fan. Which meant she didn't remember the comprehension replica. So, could it be the comprehension replica really was erased by death priority? Only the other replicas still remembered him. Just thinking about that possibility made Zhang Yi's heart sink. Light and shadow escape was incredibly fast. In practically a blink, the two beams of light reached the center of the explosion in the Mirror Palace, where the destruction was most severe. Sure enough, he saw no trace of the dice of fate or the comprehension replica. As if Nothing had ever existed there. Izanayu also found it strange. Her light form circled the blast zone several times, seemingly inspecting something carefully. But she couldn't find anything and murmured doubtfully, with an explosion this powerful, what could have caused it? You said earlier. I don't remember. What were you trying to say? Do you know something? Zhang Yi didn't answer. He just cancelled his light and shadow escape, stood in human form amidst the ruins, sometimes shifting his steps, sometimes squatting down, as if searching for something. His method of investigation was naturally far more meticulous than Izanayu's spinning light form sweep. She thought for a moment, then also revealed her human form. But her whole body was wrapped in a heavy black robe, her face completely concealed. This time, the voice through the robe turned back to the previous deep male tone and continued asking Zhang Yi, what was that about loot from a corpse? So someone was here at the blast zone before? Then why do you remember and I don't? As she said this, her voice carried a tinge of shock, as if she had begun to suspect something unimaginable. Zhang Yi still didn't answer, only looked heavier and heavier as he combed through the rubble. That wretched, ugly face of his, when focused and serious, actually had a trace of handsomeness. Izanayu was about to speak again when Zhang Yi suddenly froze, his eyes wide in shock, as if he'd just seen a ghost. She immediately asked, what is it? Did you find something? She followed his gaze, but all she saw was debris. Nothing unusual at all. She frowned and glanced at Zhang Yi. And then she noticed. His eyes looked a bit hollow. As if he wasn't actually seeing a physical object. Izanayu had a thought, checked the apartment chat group, even spent time flipping through the chat logs. But still couldn't find anything out of the ordinary. Of course she couldn't. Because what Zhang Yi saw was the comprehension replica. To be precise. He didn't see it. He felt it. In that instant, he felt it. The comprehension replica had merged with him. Even though the usual soul link between replicas was gone, he was sure. The comprehension replica had returned to him. And with a single thought, he could now access the comprehension replica's data panel. But this panel was completely unlike a regular player's. The comprehension replica used to have a name. But now, it had become Observer, Special Status, Existence Denied, Abilities, Grip of Fate, SSS, Lofty Ambition, SSS, Comprehension Enhancement, S, Skills, Heart of the Swan, SS, Vow, S, Ultimates, Prophecy, SSS, Fate Thread, SS, Dice of Fate, S, This. The comprehension replica had not only severed ties with the other replicas. It had lost its name, and become what was now called Observer. And on this panel, no level, no attributes, no combat power, not even survival points. Abilities and skills were still there. But the insane part was, it suddenly had 2 SSS tier abilities. Even the previous A-tier comprehension enhancement had been upgraded directly to S-tier. Of course, that ability still didn't come with any specific skill. But still. However, within the effect of the ability itself, a new line had appeared, easier to attain epiphany. And the SSS tier lofty ambition had clearly evolved from the original SS tier version. That was obviously the reward for his decisive use of Vow during that life or death moment. As for the other SSS tier ability, Grip of Fate, it was probably obtained from gripping the spinning dice of fate without dying, right? Zhang Yi was desperate to know. What exactly had that near-fatal dice of fate brought him? So, without hesitation, he dove deeper into the data panel, starting with the special status Existence Denied. Existence denied, what birth is there to speak of, if none ever lived? You have severed past, future, and karma, erasing all traces of existence. You are neither alive nor dead, existing outside life and death as a state of non-existence. You cannot interact with the world, cannot be locked onto by any means, nor lock onto any other being. This. Existing outside of life and death, neither alive nor dead. Even all traces of existence had been erased. He could no longer interact with the world. Wasn't this essentially death priority? So, the comprehension replica really had been hit by death priority. So then, the effect of death priority. Was it that, even after being completely erased, one could still continue observing the world as an observer? No. That wasn't right. Upon closer thought, Zhang Yi realized that death priority was absolute non-existence. There would be no becoming an observer afterward. The reason the comprehension replica had become an observer must be related to the fact that it survived. So, the normal effect of death priority was indeed total erasure of all existence. A supreme form of death. But because of his perseverance, and the SSS tier reward for completing Vow, the comprehension replica, which should have been completely erased, instead became an observer that transcended life and death.